1. Death is my beat. I make my living from it. I forge my professional reputation on it. I treat it with the passion and precision of an undertaker, somber and sympathetic about it when I'm with the bereaved, a skilled craftsman with it when I'm alone. I've always thought the secret of dealing with death was to keep it at arm's length. That's the rule. Don't let it breathe in your face. But my rule didn't protect me. When the two detectives came for me and told me about Sean, a cold numbness quickly enveloped me. It was like I was on the other side of the aquarium window. I moved as if underwater, back and forth, and looked out at the rest of the world through the glass. From the backseat of their car, I could see my eyes in the rearview mirror, flashing each time we passed beneath a streetlight. I recognized the 1,000-yard stare I had seen in the eyes of fresh widows I had interviewed over the years. I knew only one of the two detectives, Harold Wexler. I had met him a few months earlier when I stopped into the Pints Inn for a drink with Sean. They worked caps together on the Denver PD. I remember Sean called him Wex. Cops always use nicknames for each other. Wexler's is Wex, Sean's Mac. It's some kind of tribal bonding thing. Some of the names aren't complimentary, but the cops don't complain. I know one down in Colorado Springs named Scoto, who most other cops call Scroto. Some even go all the way and call him Scrotum, but my guess is that you have to be a close friend to get away with that. Wexler was built like a small bull, powerful but squat. A voice slowly cured over the years by cigarette smoke and whiskey. A hatchet face that always seemed red the times I saw him. I remember he drank Jim Beam over ice. I'm always interested in what cops drink. It tells a lot about them. When they're taking it straight like that, I always think that maybe they've seen too many things too many times that most people never see even once. Sean was drinking light beer that night, but he was young. Even though he was the soup of the caps unit, he was at least 10 years younger than Wexler. Maybe in 10 years he would have been taking his medicine cold and straight like Wexler. But now, I'll never know. I spent most of the drive out from Denver thinking about that night at the Pints of. Not that anything important had happened. It was just drinks with my brother at the cop bar. And it was the last good time between us before Teresa Lofton came up. That memory put me back in the aquarium. But during the moments that reality was able to punch through the glass and into my heart, I was seized by a feeling of failure and grief. It was the first real tearing of the soul I had experienced in my 34 years. That included the death of my sister. I was too young then to properly grieve for Sarah or even to understand the pain of a life unfulfilled. I grieved Mao because I had not even known Sean was so close to the edge. He was light beer while all the other cops I knew were whiskey on the rocks. Of course, I also recognized how self-pitying this kind of grief was. The truth was that for a long time, we hadn't listened much to each other. We had taken different paths. And each time I acknowledged this truth, the cycle of my grief would begin again. My brother once told me the theory of the limit. He said every homicide cop had a limit, but the limit was unknown until it was reached. He was talking about dead bodies. Sean believed that there were just so many that a cop could look at. It was a different number for every person. Some hit it early. Some put in 20 in homicide and never got close. But there was a number. And when it came up, that was it. You transferred to records, you turned in your badge, you did something. Because you just couldn't look at another one. And if you did, if you exceeded your limit, well, then you were in trouble. You might end up sucking down a bullet. That's what Sean said. I realized that the other one, Ray St. Louis, had said something to me. He turned around in his seat to look back at me. He was much larger than Wexler. Even in the dim light of the car, I could make out the rough texture of his pockmarked face. I didn't know him, but I'd heard him referred to by other cops, and I knew they called him Big Dog. I had thought that he and Wexler made the perfect Mutt and Jeff team when I first saw them waiting for me in the lobby. It was like they had stepped out of a late-night movie. Long, dark overcoats, hats, the whole scene should have been in black and white. You hear me, Jack? Well, break it to her. That's our job, but we'd just like you to be there to sort of help us out, maybe stay with her if it gets rough. You know, if she needs to be with somebody. Okay? Okay, good, Jack. We were going to Sean's house. Not the apartment he split with 4 other cops in Denver, so in accordance with city regs, he was a Denver resident. His house in Boulder, where his wife, Riley, would answer our knock. I knew nobody was going to be breaking anything to her. She'd know what the news was the moment she opened the door and saw the three of us standing there without Sean. Any cop's wife would know. They spend their lives dreading and preparing for that day. Every time there's a knock on the door, they expect it to be death's messenger standing there when they open it. This time, it would be. "You know, she's going to know," I told them. "Probably," Wexler said. "They always do." I realized they were counting on Riley knowing the score as soon as she opened the door. It would make their job easier. I dropped my chin to my chest and brought my fingers up beneath my glasses to pinch the bridge of my nose. I realized I had become a character in one of my own stories, exhibiting the details of grief and loss I worked so hard to get, so I could make a 30-inch newspaper story seem meaningful. Now I was one of the details in this story. A sense of shame descended on me as I thought of all the calls I had made to a widow or parent of a dead child, or brother of a suicide. Yes, I had even made those. I don't think there was any kind of death that I hadn't written about, that hadn't brought me around as the intruder into somebody's pain. "How do you feel?" Trusty words for a reporter. Always the first question. If not so direct, then carefully camouflaged in words meant to impart sympathy and understanding, feelings I didn't actually have. I carried a reminder of this callousness, a thin white scar running along my left cheek just above the line of my beard. It was from the diamond engagement ring of a woman whose fiancé had been killed in an avalanche near Breckenridge. I asked her the old standby, and she responded with a backhand across my face. At the time, I was new to the job and thought I had been wronged. Now, I wear the scar like a badge. "You better pull over," I said. "I'm going to be sick." Wexler jerked the car into the freeway's breakdown lane. We skidded a little on the black ice, but then he got control. Before the car had completely stopped, I tried desperately to open the door, but the handle wouldn't work. It was a detective car, I realized, and the passengers who most often rode in the back were suspects and prisoners. The back doors had security locks controlled from the front. "The door," I managed to strangle out. The car finally jerked to a stop as Wexler disengaged the security lock. I opened the door, leaned out, and vomited into the dirty slush. 3 great heaves from the gut. For a half a minute I didn't move, waiting for more, but that was it. I was empty. I thought about the back seat of the car, for prisoners and suspects, and I guessed that I was both now, suspect as a brother, a prisoner of my own pride. The sentence, of course, would now be life. Those thoughts quickly slipped away with the relief the physical exorcism brought. I gingerly stepped out of the car and walked to the edge of the asphalt where the light from the passing cars reflected in moving rainbows on the petroleum exhaust clays on the February snow. It looked as if we had stopped alongside a grazing meadow, but I didn't know where. I hadn't been paying attention to how far along to Boulder we were. I took off my gloves and glasses and put them in the pockets of my coat. Then I reached down and dug beneath the spoiled surface to where the snow was white and pure. I took up 2 handfuls of the cold, clean powder and pressed it to my face, rubbing my skin until it stung. "You okay?" St. Louis asked. He had come up behind me with his stupid question. It was up there with, "How do you feel?" I ignored it. "Let's go," I said. We got back in, and Wexler wordlessly pulled the car back onto the freeway. I saw a sign for the Broomfield exit and knew we were about halfway there. Growing up in Boulder, I had made the 30-mile run between there and Denver 1,000 times, but the stretch seemed like alien territory to me now. For the first time, I thought of my parents and how they would deal with this. Stoically, I decided. They handled everything that way. They never discussed it. They moved on. They'd done it with Sarah. Now they do it with Sean. "Why'd he do it?" I asked after a few minutes. Wexler and St. Louis said nothing. "Emma's brother. We're twins, for Christ's sake." "You're also a reporter," St. Louis said. "We picked you up because we want Riley to be with family if she needs it. You're the only—" "My brother fucking killed himself." I said it too loud. It had a quality of hysteria to it that I knew never worked with cops. You start yelling and they have a way of shutting down, going cold. I continued in a subdued voice. "I think I am entitled to know what happened and why. I'm not writing a fucking story. Jesus, you guys are—" I shook my head and didn't finish. If I tried, I thought I would lose it again. I gazed out the window and could see the lights of Boulder coming up. So many more than when I was a kid. We don't know why, Wexler finally said after a half-minute. Okay. All I can say is that it happens. Sometimes cops get tired of all the shit that comes down the pipe. Mac might have gotten tired, that's all. Who knows? But they're working on it. And when they know, I'll know, and I'll tell you. That's a promise. Who's working on it? The Park Service turned it over to our department. SIU is handling it. What do you mean, special investigations? They don't handle cop suicides. Normally they don't. We do, CAPS. But this time, it's just that they're not going to let us investigate our own. Conflict of interest, you know. CAPS, I thought. Crimes against persons. Homicide, assault, rape, suicide. I wondered who would be listed in the reports as the person against whom this crime had been committed. Riley? Me? My parents? My brother? It was because of Teresa Lofton, wasn't it? I asked, though it wasn't really a question. I didn't feel I needed their confirmation or denial. I was just saying out loud what I believed to be the obvious. We don't know, Jack, St. Louis said. Let's leave it at that for now. The death of Teresa Lofton was the kind of murder that gave people pause, not just in Denver, but everywhere. It made anybody who heard or read about it stop for at least a moment to consider the violent images it conjured in the mind, the twist it caused in the gut. Most homicides are little murders, that's what we call them in the newspaper business. Their effect on others is limited, their grasp on the imagination is short-lived. They get a few paragraphs on the inside pages, buried in the paper the way the victims are buried in the ground. But when an attractive college student is found in 2 pieces in a thitherto peaceful place like Washington Park, there usually isn't enough space in the paper for all the inches of copy it will generate. Teresa Lofton was no little murder. It was a magnet that pulled at reporters from across the country. Teresa Lofton was the girl in 2 pieces. That was the catchy thing about this one. And so they descended on Denver from places like New York and Chicago and Los Angeles, television, tabloid, and newspaper reporters alike. For a week, they stayed at hotels with good room service, roamed the city and the University of Denver campus, asked meaningless questions, and got meaningless answers. Some staked out the daycare center where Lofton had worked part-time, or went up to Butte, where she had come from. Wherever they went, they learned the same thing, that Teresa Lofton fit that most exclusive media image of all, the all-American girl. The Teresa Lofton murder was inevitably compared to the Black Dahlia case of 50 years ago in Los Angeles. In that case, a not-so-all-American girl was found severed at the midriff in an empty lot. A tabloid television show dubbed Teresa Lofton the White Dahlia, playing on the fact that she had been found on a snow-covered field near Denver's Lake Grassmere. And so the story fed on itself. It burned as hot as a trash can fire for almost 2 weeks. But nobody was arrested, and there were other crimes, other fires for the national media to warm itself by. Updates on the Lofton case dropped back into the inside pages of the Colorado papers. They became briefs for the digest pages. And Teresa Lofton finally took her spot among the little murders. She was buried. All the while, the police in general, and my brother in particular, remained virtually mute, refusing even to confirm the detail that the victim had been found in 2 parts. That report had come only by accident from a photographer at the Rocky named Iggy Gomez. He had been in the park looking for wild art, the feature photos that fill the pages on a slow news day, when he happened upon the crime scene ahead of any other reporters or photographers. The cops had made the call-outs to the coroner's and crime scene offices by landline since they knew the Rocky and the Post monitored their radio frequencies. Gomez took shots of 2 stretchers being used to remove 2 body bags. He called the city desk and said the cops were working a 2-bagger, and from the looks of the size of the bags, the victims were probably children. Later, a cop shop reporter for the Rocky named Van Jackson got a source in the coroner's office to confirm the grim fact that a victim had come into the morgue in 2 parts. The next morning's story in the Rocky served as the siren call to the media across the country. My brother and his CAPS team worked as if they felt no obligation to talk to the public at all. Each day, the Denver Police Department media office put out a scant few lines in a press release, announcing that the investigation was continuing and that there had been no arrests. When cornered, the brass vowed that the case would not be investigated in the media, though that in itself was a laughable statement.
Left with little information from authorities, the media did what it always does in such cases. It investigated the case on its own, numbing the reading and television-watching public with assorted details about the victim's life that actually had nothing to do with anything. Still, almost nothing leaked from the department, and little was known outside headquarters on Delaware Street. And after a couple of weeks, the media onslaught was over, strangled by the lack of its lifeblood, information. I didn't write about Teresa Lofton, but I wanted to. It wasn't the kind of story that comes along often in this place, and any reporter would have wanted a piece of it. But at first, Van Jackson worked it with Laura Fitzgibbons, the university beat reporter. I had to bide my time. I knew that as long as the cops didn't clear it, I'd get my shot at it. So when Jackson asked me in the early days of the case if I could get anything from my brother, even off the record, I told him I would try, but I didn't try.
I wanted the story, and I wasn't going to help Jackson stay on it by feeding him from my source. In late January, when the case was a month old and it dropped out of the news, I made my move, and my mistake. One morning I went in to see Greg Glenn, the city editor, and told him I'd like to do a takeout on the Lofton case. That was my specialty, my beat, long takes on the notable murders of the Rocky Mountain Empire. To use a newspaper cliché, my expertise was going behind the headlines to bring you the real story. So I went to Glenn and reminded him I had an in. It was my brother's case, I said, and he'd only talk to me about it. Glenn didn't hesitate to consider the time and effort Jackson had already put on the story. I knew that he wouldn't. All he cared about was getting a story the Post didn't have. I walked out of the office with the assignment. My mistake was that I told Glenn I had the in before I had talked to my brother. The next day I walked the 2 blocks from the Rocky to the cop shop and met him for lunch in the cafeteria. I told him about my assignment. Sean told me to turn around. Go back, Jack. I can't help you. What are you talking about? It's your case. It's my case, but I'm not cooperating with you or anybody else who wants to write about it. I've given the basic details. That's all I'm required to do. That's where it stays. He looked off across the cafeteria. He had an annoying habit of not looking at you when you disagreed with him. When we were little, I would jump on him when he did it and punch him on the back. I couldn't do that anymore, though many times I wanted to. Sean, this is a good story. You have? I don't have to do anything, and I don't give a shit what kind of story it is. This one is bad, Jack, okay? I can't stop thinking about it, and I'm not going to help you sell newspapers with it. Come on, man, I'm a writer. Look at me. I don't care if it sells papers or not. The story is the thing. I don't give a shit about the paper. You know how I feel about that. He finally turned back to me. Now you know how I feel about this case, he said. I was silent a moment and took out a cigarette. I was down to maybe half a pack a day back then and could have skipped it, but I knew it bothered him, so I smoked when I wanted to work on him. This isn't a smoking section, Jack. Then turn me in. At least you'll be arresting somebody. Why are you such an asshole when you don't get what you want? Why are you aren't going to clear it, are you? That's what this is all about. You don't want me digging around and writing about your failure. You're giving up. Jack, don't try the below-the-belt shit. You know it's never worked. He was right. It never had. Then what? You just want to keep this little horror story for yourself? That it? Yeah, something like that. You could say that. In the car with Wexler in St. Louis, I sat with my arms crossed. It was comforting, almost as if I were holding myself together. The more I thought about my brother, the more the whole thing made no sense to me. I knew the Lofton case had weighed on him, but not to the point that he'd want to take his own life. Not Sean. Did he use his gun? Wexler looked at me in the mirror, studied me, I thought. I wondered if he knew what had come between my brother and me. Yes, it hit me then. I just didn't see it. All the times that we'd had together coming to that. I didn't care about the Lofton case. What they were saying couldn't be. Not Sean. St. Louis turned around to look at me. What's that? He wouldn't have done it, that's all. Look, Jack, he didn't get tired of the shit coming down the pipe. He loved it. You ask Riley, you ask anybody on the wax. You knew him the best, and you know it's bullshit. He loved the hunt, that's what he called it. He wouldn't have traded it for anything. He probably could have been the assistant fucking chief by now, but he didn't want it. He wanted to work homicides. He stayed in caps. Wexler didn't reply. We were in Boulder now, on baseline heading toward Cascade. I was falling through the silence of the car.
The impact of what they were telling me Sean had done was settling on me and leaving me as cold and dirty as the snow back on the side of the freeway. "What about a note or something?" I said. "What? There was a note. We think it was a note." I noticed St. Louis glance over at Wexler and give him a look that said, "You're saying too much." "What? What did it say?" There was a long silence, then Wexler ignored St. Louis. "Out of space," he said. "Out of time. Out of space. Out of time. Just like that. Just like that. That's all it said?" The smile on Riley's face lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then it was instantly replaced by a look of horror out of that painting by Munch. The brain is an amazing computer. 3 seconds to look at 3 faces at your door and to know your husband isn't coming home. IBM could never match that. Her mouth formed into a horrible black hole from which an unintelligible sound came, then the inevitable useless word. "No!" "Riley," Wexler tried, "let's sit down a minute." "No! Oh God, no!" "Riley." She retreated from the door, moving like a cornered animal, first darting one way and then the opposite, as if maybe she thought she could change things if she could elude us. She went around the corner into the living room. When we followed, we found her collapsed on the middle of the couch in an almost catatonic state, not too dissimilar from my own. The tears were just starting to come to her eyes. Wexler sat next to her on the couch. Big Dog and I stood by, silent as cowards. "Is he dead?" she asked, knowing the answer, but realizing she had to get it over with. Wexler nodded. "How?" Wexler looked down and hesitated a moment. He looked over at me and then back at Riley. "He did it himself, Riley. I'm sorry." She didn't believe it, just as I hadn't. But Wexler had a way of telling the story, and after a while she stopped protesting. That was when she looked at me for the first time, tears rolling. Her face had an imploring look, as if she were asking me if we were sharing the same nightmare and couldn't I do something about it? Couldn't I wake her up? Couldn't I tell these 2 characters from a black and white how wrong they were? I went to the couch, sat next to her and hugged her. That's what I was there for. I'd seen this scene often enough to know what I was supposed to do. "I'll stay," I whispered, "as long as you like." She didn't answer. She turned from my arms to Wexler. "Where did it happen?" "Estes Park, by the lake." "No, he wouldn't go. What was he doing up there?" "He got a call. Somebody said they might have some information about one of his cases. He was going up to meet them for coffee at the Stanley. Then after, he drove out to the lake. We don't know why he went there. He was found in his car by a ranger who heard the shot." "What case?" I asked. "Look, Jack, I don't want to get into—" "What case?" I yelled, this time not caring about the inflection of my voice. "It was Lofton, wasn't it?" Wexler gave one short nod, and St. Louis walked away shaking his head. "Who was he meeting?" "That's it, Jack. We're not going to get into that with you. I'm his brother. This is his wife. It's all under investigation, but if you're looking for doubts, there aren't any. We were up there. He killed himself. He used his own gun, he left a note, and we got GSR on his hands. I wish he didn't do it, but he did." 2. In the winter in Colorado, the earth comes out in frozen chunks when they dig through the frost line to open up a grave. My brother was buried in Green Mountain Memorial Park in Boulder, a spot not more than a mile from the house where we grew up. As kids, we were driven by the cemetery on our way to summer camp hikes in Chautauqua Park. I don't think we ever once looked at the stones as we passed and thought of the confines of the cemetery as our own final destination, but now that was what it was for Sean. Green Mountain stood over the cemetery like a huge altar, making the small gathering at his grave seem even smaller.
Riley, of course, was there, along with her parents and mine, Wexler and St. Louis, a couple dozen or so other cops, a few high school friends that neither Sean nor I nor Riley had stayed in touch with, and me. It wasn't the official police burial with all the fanfare and colors. That ritual was reserved for those who fell in the line of duty. Though it could be argued that it was still a line-of-duty death, it wasn't considered one by the department. So Sean didn't get the show, and most of the Denver police force stayed away. Suicide is believed to be contagious by many in the Thin Blue Line. I was one of the pallbearers. I took the front along with my father. 2 cops I didn't know before that day, but who were on Sans Cap's team, took the middle, and Wexler and St. Louis were on the back. St. Louis was too tall and Wexler too short. Mutt and Jeff. It gave the coffin an uneven cant at the back as we carried it. I think it must have looked odd. My mind wandered as we struggled with the weight, and I thought of Sean's body pitching around inside it. I didn't say much to my parents that day, though I rode with them in the limousine with Riley and her parents. We had not talked of anything meaningful in many years, and even Sean's death could not penetrate the barrier. After my sister's death 20 years before, something in them changed toward me. It seemed that I, as the survivor of the accident, was suspect for having done just that, survived. I am also sure that since that time, I have continued to disappoint them in the choices I have made. I think of these as small disappointments accruing over time, like interest in a bank account, until it was enough for them to comfortably retire on. We are strangers. I see them only on the required holidays. And so there was nothing that I could say to them that would matter, and there was nothing they could say to me. Aside from the occasional hurt animal sound of Riley crying, the inside of the limo was as quiet as the inside of Sean's casket. After the funeral, I took 2 weeks of vacation and the 1 week of bereavement leave the paper allowed and drove by myself up into the Rockies. The mountains have never lost their glory for me. It's mountains where I heal the fastest. Headed west on the 70, I drove through the Loveland Pass and over the peaks to Grand Junction. I did it slowly, taking 3 days. I stopped to ski. Sometimes I just stopped on the turnouts to think. After Grand Junction, I diverted south and made it to Telluride the next day. I kept the Cherokee in 4-wheel drive the whole way. I stayed in Silverton because the rooms were cheaper and skied every day for a week. I spent the nights drinking Jägermeister in my room or near the fireplace of whatever ski lodge I stopped in. I tried to exhaust my body with the hope that my mind would follow, but I couldn't succeed. It was all Sean. Out of space, out of time. His last message was a riddle my mind could not put aside. For some reason, my brother's noble calling had betrayed him. It had killed him. The grief that this simple conclusion brought me would not ebb, even when I was gliding down the slopes, the wind cutting in behind my sunglasses and pulling tears from my eyes. I no longer questioned the official conclusion, but it had not been Wexler and St. Louis who had convinced me. I did that on my own. It was the erosion of my resolve by time and by facts. As each day went by, the horror of what he had done was somehow easier to believe and even accept. And then there was Riley. On the day after that first night, she had told me something that even Wexler and St. Louis hadn't known yet. Sean had been going once a week to see a psychologist. Of course, there were counseling services available to him through the department, but he had chosen this secret path because he didn't want his position to be undermined by rumors. I came to realize he was seeing the therapist at the same time I went to him, wanting to write about Lofton. I thought maybe he was trying to spare me the same anguish that the case had brought him. I liked the thought that that was what he was doing, and I tried to hold on to that idea during those days up in the mountains. In front of the hotel room mirror one night, after too many drinks, I contemplated shaving my beard off and cutting my hair short like Sean's had been. We were identical twins, same hazel eyes, light brown hair, lanky build, but not many people realized that. We had always gone to great lengths to forge separate identities. Sean wore contacts and pumped iron to put muscle on his frame. I wore glasses, had had a beard since college, and hadn't picked up the weights since high school basketball. I also had the scar from that woman's ring in Breckenridge, my battle scar. Sean went into the service after high school and then the cops, keeping the crew cut as he went. He later got a CU degree while going part-time. He needed it to get ahead in the department. I bummed around for a couple of years, lived in New York and Paris, and then went the full-time college route. I wanted to be a writer, ended up in the newspaper business. In the back of my mind, I told myself it was just a temporary stop. I'd been telling myself that for 10 years now, maybe longer. That night in the hotel room, I looked at myself in the mirror for a long time, but I didn't shave off my beard or cut my hair. I kept thinking about Sean under the frozen ground, and I had a crushed feeling in my stomach. I decided that when my time came, I wanted to be burned. I didn't want to be down there under the ice. What hooked me deepest was the message. The official police line was this. After my brother left the Stanley Hotel and drove up through Estes Park to Bear Lake, he parked his department car and for a while left the engine running, the heat on. When the heat had fogged the windshield, he reached up and wrote his message there with a gloved finger. He wrote it backwards so you could read it from outside the car. His last words to a world that included 2 parents, a wife, and a twin brother. Out of space, out of time. I couldn't understand. Time for what? Space for what? He had come to some desperate conclusion, yet he never tested us on it. He had not reached out to me, nor to my parents or Riley. Was it up to us to reach for him, not even knowing of his secret injuries? In my solitude on the road, I concluded that it was not. He should have reached. He should have tried. By not doing so, he had robbed us of the chance to rescue him. And in not doing so, he had left us unable to be rescued from our own grief and guilt. I realized that much of my grief was actually anger. I was mad at him, my twin, for what he had done to me. But it's hard to hold a grudge against the dead. I couldn't stay angry with Sean. And the only way to alleviate the anger was to doubt the story. And so the cycle would begin again. Denial, acceptance, anger. Denial, acceptance, anger. On my last day in Telluride, I called Wexler. I could tell he didn't like hearing from me. "Did you find the informant, the one from the Stanley?" "No, Jack, no luck. I told you I'd let you know about that." "I know, I just still have questions. Don't you?" "Let it go, Jack. We'll all be better off when we can put this behind us." "What about SIU? They already put it behind? Case closed?" "Pretty much. I haven't talked to them this week." "Then why are you still trying to find the informant?" "I've got questions, just like you. Just loose ends." "You changed your mind about Sean?" "No. I just want to put everything in order. I'd like to know what he talked about with the informant, if they even talked. The Lofton case is still open, you know. I wouldn't mind nailing that one for Sean." I noticed he was no longer calling him Mac. Sean had left the clique. The following Monday, I went back to work at the Rocky Mountain News. As I entered the newsroom, I felt several eyes upon me. But this was not unusual. I often thought they watched me when I came in. I had a gig every reporter in the newsroom wanted. No daily grind, no daily deadlines. I was free to roam the entire Rocky Mountain region and write about one thing: murder. Everybody likes a good murder story. Some weeks I'd take apart a shooting in the projects, telling the tale of the shooter and the victim and their fateful collision. Some weeks I'd write about a society murder out in Cherry Hills or a bar shooting in Leadville. Highbrow and lowbrow, little murder and big murder. My brother was right. It sold papers if you told it right. And I got to tell it. I got to take my time and tell it right. Stacked on my desk next to the computer was a foot-high pile of newspapers. This was my main source material for stories. I subscribed to every daily, weekly, and monthly newspaper published from Pueblo north to Bozeman. I scoured these for small stories on killings that I could turn into long takeouts. There were always a lot to choose from. The Rocky Mountain Empire had a violent streak that had been there since the gold rush. Not as much violence as Los Angeles or Miami or New York, not even close. But I was never short of source material. I was always looking for something new or different about the crime or the investigation, an element of gee whiz or a heart-tugging sadness. It was my job to exploit those elements. But on this morning, I wasn't looking for a story idea. I began looking through the stack for back issues of the Rocky and our competition, the Post. Suicides are not normal fare for newspapers unless there are unusual circumstances. My brother's death qualified. I thought there was a good chance there had been a story. I was right. Though the Rocky had not published a story, probably in deference to me, the Post had run a 6-inch story on the bottom of one of the local pages the morning after Sean died. DPD investigator takes life in National Park. A veteran Denver police detective who was in charge of the investigation into the slaying of University of Denver student Teresa Lofton was found dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound Thursday in the Rocky Mountain National Park, officials said. Sean McEvoy, 34, was found in his unmarked DPD car, which was parked in a lot at Bear Lake near the Estes Park entrance to the rugged mountain park. The body of the detective was discovered by a park ranger who heard a shot about 5 p.m. and went to the parking lot to investigate. Park Service officials have asked the DPD to investigate the death, and the department's Special Investigations Unit is handling the matter. Detective Robert Scolari, who was heading the investigation, said preliminary indications were that the death was a suicide. Scolari said a note was found at the scene, but he refused to disclose its contents. He said it was believed that McEvoy was despondent over job difficulties, but also refused to discuss what problems he was having. McEvoy, who grew up and still lived in Boulder, was married but had no children. He was a 12-year veteran of the police department who rose quickly through the ranks to an assignment on the Crimes Against Persons Unit, which handles investigations of all violent crimes in the city. McEvoy was currently head of the unit and had most recently directed the investigation into the death of Lofton, 19, who was found strangled and mutilated 3 months ago in Washington Park. Scolari refused to comment on whether the Lofton case, which remains unsolved, was cited in McEvoy's note or was one of the job difficulties he may have been suffering. Scolari said it wasn't known why McEvoy went to Estes Park before killing himself. He said the investigation of the death is continuing. I read the story twice. It contained nothing that I didn't already know, but it held a strange fascination for me. Maybe that was because I believed I knew or had the beginnings of an idea why Sean had gone to Estes Park and driven all the way up to Bear Lake. It was a reason I didn't want to think about, though. I clipped the article, put it in a manila file, and slid it into a desk drawer. My computer beeped and a message printed across the top of the screen. It was a summons from the city editor. I was back at work. Greg Glenn's office was at the back of the newsroom. One wall was glass, enabling him to look out across the rows of pods where the reporters worked and through the windows along the west wall to the mountain line when it wasn't hidden by smog. Glenn was a good editor who prized a good read more than anything else about a story. That's what I liked about him. In this business, editors are of two schools. Some like facts and cram them into a story until it is so overburdened that practically no one will read it to the end. And some like words and never let the facts get in the way. Glenn liked me because I could write, and he pretty much let me choose what I wrote about. He never hustled me for copy and never badly dinged up what I turned in. I had long realized that should he ever leave the paper or be demoted or promoted out of the newsroom, all of this most likely would change. City editors made their own nests. If he were gone, I'd probably find myself back on the daily cop beat, writing briefs off the police log, doing little murders. I sat down in the cushioned seat in front of his desk as he finished up a phone call. Glenn was about 5 years older than me. When I'd first started at the Rocky 10 years earlier, he was one of the hotshot writers like I was now. But eventually he made the move into management. Now he wore a suit every day, had one of those little statues on his desk of a Bronco football player with a bobbing head, spent more time on the phone than on any other activity in his life, and always paid careful attention to the political winds blowing out of the corporate home office in Cincinnati. He was a 40-year-old guy with a paunch, a wife, 2 kids, and a good salary that wasn't good enough to buy a house in the neighborhood his wife wanted to live in. He told me all of this once over a beer at the wine coop, the only night I'd seen him out in the past 4 years. Tacked across one wall of Glenn's office were the last 7 days of front pages. Each day, the first thing he did was take the 7-day-old edition down and tack up the latest front page. I guess he did this to keep track of the news and the continuity of our coverage, or maybe because he never got bylines as a writer anymore. Putting the pages up was a way of reminding himself that he was in charge. Glenn hung up and looked up at me. "Thanks for coming in," he said. "I just wanted to tell you again that I'm sorry about your brother. And if you feel like you want some more time, it's no problem. We'll work something out. Thanks. But I'm back." He nodded but made no move to dismiss me. I knew there was something more to the summons. "Well, to business then. Do you have anything going at the moment? As far as I remember, you were looking for your next project when it happened. I figure if you were back, then maybe it would be good for you to get busy with something. You know, dive back in." It was in that moment that I knew what I would do next. Oh, it had been there all right, but it hadn't come to the surface, not until Glenn asked that question. Then, of course, it was obvious. "I'm going to write about my brother," I said. I don't know if that was what Glenn was hoping I would say, but I think it was. I think he had had his eye on a story ever since he'd heard the cops had met me down in the lobby and told me what my brother had done. He was probably smart enough to know he didn't have to suggest the story, that it would come to me on its own. He just had to ask the simple question. Anyway, I took the bait, and all things in my life changed after that.
As clearly as you can chart anyone's life in retrospect, mine changed with that one sentence, in that one moment when I told Glenn what I would do. I thought I knew something about death then.
I thought I knew about evil, but I didn't know anything. 3. William Gladden's eyes scanned the happy faces as they moved past him. It was like a giant vending machine. Take your pick. Don't like him? Here comes another. Will she do? This time, none would do. Besides, their parents were too close by. He'd have to wait for the one time one of them made a mistake, walked out on the pier, or over to the snack window for cotton candy, leaving their precious one all alone. Gladden loved the carousel on the Santa Monica Pier. He didn't love it because it was an original, and, according to the story in the display case, it took 6 years to hand-paint the galloping horses and restore it to its original condition. He didn't love it because it had been featured in lots of movies that he had seen over the years, especially while in Rayford. And he didn't love it because it brought to mind memories of riding with his best pal on the merry-go-round at the Sarasota County Fair. He loved it because of the children who rode on it. Innocence and abandonment to pure happiness played on each one's face as it circled again and again to the accompaniment of the calypso. Since arriving from Phoenix, he had been coming here, every day. He knew it might take some time, but one day it would eventually pay off and he would be able to fill his order. As he watched the collage of colors, his mind jumped backward, as it had so often since Rayford. He remembered his best pal. He remembered the black dark closet with only the band of light at the bottom. He huddled on the floor near the light, near the air. He could see his feet coming that way, each step. He wished he were older, taller, so that he could reach the top shelf. If only he were, he would have a surprise waiting for his best pal. Gladden came back. He looked around. The ride had ended, and the last of the children were making their way to waiting parents on the other side of the gate. There was a line of more children ready to run to the carousel and pick their horse. He looked again for a dark-haired girl with smooth brown skin, but saw none. Then he noticed the woman who took the tickets from the children staring at him. Their eyes met, and Gladden looked away. He adjusted the strap of his duffel bag. The weight of the camera and the books inside it had pulled it down on his shoulder. He made a note to leave the books in the car next time. He took a last look at the carousel and headed for one of the doors that exited onto the pier. When he got to the car, he casually looked back at the woman. The children screamed as they ran to the wooden horses, some with parents, most alone. The woman taking tickets had already forgotten about him. He was safe. 4. Lori Prine looked up from her terminal and smiled when I walked in. I was hoping she'd be there. I came around the counter and pulled an extra chair away from an empty desk and sat down next to hers. It looked like a slow moment at the Rocky Library. "Oh no," she said cheerfully. "When you come in and sit down, I know it's going to be a long one." She was referring to the extensive search requests I usually made in preparation for stories. A lot of the crime stories I wrote spiraled into wide-ranging law enforcement issues. I always needed to know what else had been written about the subject and where. "Sorry," I said, a feigned contrition. "This one might keep you with Lex and Nexus the rest of the day." "You mean if I can get to it? What do you need?" She was attractive in an understated way. She had dark hair I had never seen in anything other than a braid, brown eyes behind the steel-rimmed glasses, and full lips that were never painted. She pulled a yellow legal pad over in front of her, adjusted her glasses, and picked up a pen, ready to take down the list of things I wanted. Lexis and Nexus were computer databases that carried most major and not-so-major newspapers in the country, as well as court rulings and a whole host of other parking lots on the information highway. If you were trying to see how much had been written on a specific subject or particular story, the LexisNexis network was the place to start. "Police suicide," I said. "I want to find out everything I can about it." Her face stiffened. I guessed she suspected the search was for personal reasons. The computer time is expensive, and the company strictly forbids its use for personal reasons. "Don't worry, I'm on a story. Glenn just okayed the assignment." She nodded, but I wondered if she believed me. I assumed she would check with Glenn. Her eyes returned to her yellow pad. "What I'm looking for is any national statistics on occurrence. Any stats on the rate of cop suicide compared to other jobs and the population as a whole,
And any mention of think tanks or government agencies that might have studied this. Let's see, what else? Oh, and anything anecdotal. Anecdotal? You know, any clips on cop suicides that have run. Let's go back 5 years. I'm looking for examples. Like your... She realized what she was saying. Yes, like my brother. It's a shame. She didn't say anything more. I let the silence hang between us for a few moments and then asked her how long she thought the computer search would take. My requests were often given a low priority since I was not a deadline writer. Well, it's really a shotgun search, nothing specific. I'm going to have to spend some time on it, and you know I'll get pulled when the dailies start coming in. But I'll try. How about late this afternoon? That be okay? Perfect. As I went back into the newsroom, I checked the overhead clock and saw it was 11:30. The timing was good for what I needed to do. At my desk, I made a call to a source at the cop shop. Hey, Skipper, you going to be there? When? During lunch. I might need something. I probably will. Shit. Okay, I'm here. Hey, when'd you get back? Today. Talk to you. I hung up. Then I put on my long coat and headed out of the newsroom. I walked the 2 blocks over to the Denver Police Department headquarters, flipped my press pass at the front counter to a cop who didn't bother to look up from his post, and went on up to the SIU offices on the 4th floor. I've got one question, Detective Robert Scolari said after I told him what I wanted. Are you here as a brother or as a reporter? Both. Sit down. Scolari leaned across his desk, maybe, I guessed, so I could appreciate the intricate hair-weaving job he had done to hide his bald spot. Listen, Jack, he said, I have a problem with that. What problem? Look, if you were coming to me as a brother who wanted to know why, that would be one thing, and I would probably tell you what I know. But if what I tell you is going to end up in the Rocky Mountain News, I'm not interested. I've got too much respect for your brother to let what happened to him help sell newspapers, even if you don't. We were alone in a small office with 4 desks in it. Scolari's words made me angry, but I swallowed it back. I leaned toward him so he could see my healthy, full head of hair. Let me ask you something, Detective Scolari. Was my brother murdered? No, he wasn't. You are sure it was suicide, right? That is correct. And the case is closed? Right again. I leaned back away from him. Then that really bothers me. Why is that? Because you're trying to have it both ways. You're telling me the case is closed, yet I can't look at the records. If it is closed, then I should be allowed to look at the case because he was my brother. And if it's closed, that means that, as a reporter, I can't compromise an ongoing investigation by looking at the records either. I let him digest that for a few moments. So, I finally continued, going by your own logic, there is no reason why I shouldn't be able to look at the records. Scolari looked at me. I could see the anger working behind his cheeks now. Listen to me, Jack. There are things in that file better left not known, and certainly not published. I think I'm a better judge of that, Detective Scolari. He was my brother.
My twin. I'm not going to hurt him. I'm just trying to make sense of something for myself. If I then write about it, it will be to finally put it in the ground with him, okay? We sat there staring at each other for a long moment. It was his turn, and I waited him out. I can't help you, he said finally, even if I wanted to. It's closed. Case is closed. The file went to records for processing. You want it? Go see them. I stood up. Thanks for telling me at the beginning of the conversation. I walked out without saying another word. I had known Scolari would blow me off. I went to him because I had to go through the motions and because I wanted to see if I could learn the location of the file. I went down the stairs that mostly only cops used and into the office of the department's administrative captain. It was 15 minutes past 12, so the desk in the reception area was empty. I walked past it, knocked on the door, and heard a voice tell me to enter. Inside, Captain Forrest Grolon sat behind his desk. He was such a large man that the standard-issue desk looked like child's furniture. He was a dark-complected black man with a shaven head. He stood to shake my hand, and I was reminded that he topped out above 6.5 feet. I figured a scale would have to have 300 on its dial if it were going to take his full measure. I shook his hand and smiled. He had been a source of mine since I was on the daily police beat 6 years earlier, and he was a patrol sergeant. We had both risen through the ranks since then. "Jack, how's it going? You say you're just back?" "Yeah, I took some time. I'm okay."
He didn't mention my brother. He had been one of the few at the funeral, and that made it clear how he felt. He sat back down, and I took one of the chairs in front of his desk. Grolan's job had little to do with policing the city. He was in the business end of the department. He was in charge of the annual budget, hiring and training, firing too. It had little to do with police work, but it was all part of his plan. Grolan wanted to be police chief one day and was gathering a wide variety of experience, so when the time came, he'd look best for the job. Part of that plan was also to keep contacts in the local media. When the time was right, he'd count on me for a positive profile in the Rocky, and I would come through. In the meantime, I could count on him for things as well. "So, what am I missing lunch for?" he said gruffly, which was part of the routine we played. I knew that Grolan preferred meeting me at lunch when his adjutant was out, and there was less chance that he would be seen with me. "You're not missing lunch. You're just getting it late. I want to see the file on my brother. Scolari said he already sent it to get filmed. I thought maybe you could pull it and let me look at it real quick." "Why do you want to do that, Jack? Why'n't you let sleeping dogs lie?" "I've got to look, Captain. I'm not quoting from it. I just want to look at it. You get it now, and I'll be done with it before the microfilm folks even get back from lunch. Nobody will know, except you and me, and I'll remember it." 10 minutes later, Grolan handed me the file. It was as thin as the year-round residence phone book for Aspen. I don't know why, but I had expected something thicker, heavier, as if the size of the investigative file bore some resemblance to the significance of the death. Inside, on top, was an envelope marked Photos, which I put to the side of the desk without opening. Next, there was an autopsy report and several standard reports that were paperclipped together. I had studied autopsy reports often enough to know that I could skip the pages of endless description of body glands, organs, and general condition and go to the last pages, where conclusions were written. And there were no surprises here. Cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. The word suicide was circled below it. Blood scans for commonly used drugs showed traces of dextromethorphan hydrobromide. Following this entry, a lab tech's note said cough suppressant glove box. It meant that other than a shot or two of cough syrup from a bottle kept in the car, my brother was stone-cold sober when he put the gun in his mouth. The forensic analysis report contained a sub-report labeled GSR, which I knew meant gunshot residue. It stated that a neutron activation analysis of leather gloves worn by the victim found particles of burned gunpowder on the right glove, indicating he had used that hand to fire the weapon. GSR and gas burns were also found in the victim's throat. The conclusion was that the barrel had been in Sean's mouth when the gun discharged. Next in the packet was an evidence inventory, and I saw nothing unusual here. After this, I found the witness statement. The witness was Park Ranger Stephen Pena, who was assigned to a 1-ranger substation and information booth at Bear Lake. Witness stated he did not have a view of the parking area while working in the booth. At approx 4:58 p.m., witness heard a muffled report he identified from experience as a gunshot. He identified the origin as the parking lot and immediately went to investigate the possibility of illegal hunting. At this time, there was only one vehicle in the lot, and through the partially fogged windows, he saw the victim slumped back in the driver's seat. Witness ran to the vehicle but could not open the door because it was locked. Looking closely through the fogged windows, he determined that the victim appeared to be deceased because of the massive damage to the rear of the head. Witness then returned to the park booth, where he immediately notified authorities and his supervisors. He then returned to the victim's car to await the arrival of authorities. Witness states that the victim's vehicle was within his sight no more than 5 seconds after he heard the shot. The car was parked approx 50 yards from the nearest forest cover or structure. It is believed by the witness to have been impossible for someone to have left the victim's car after the shooting and gotten to the cover without the witness seeing him. I returned the statement sheet to its place in the packet and glanced through the other reports. There was a page titled Case Report that detailed my brother's last day. He reported to work at 7:30 a.m., had lunch with Wexler at noon, and signed out at 2 p.m. to go to the Stanley. He did not tell Wexler or anyone else whom he was going to see. Attempts by investigators to determine if Sean had actually gone to the Stanley were unsuccessful. All waitresses and busboys in the hotel's restaurant were interviewed, and none recalled my brother. There was a one-page report in the file summarizing Scolari's interview with Sean's psychologist. Somehow, maybe through Riley, he had found out that Sean was seeing the Denver therapist. Dr. Colin Dorschner, according to Scolari's report, said Sean was suffering from acute depression brought about by job stress, in particular his failure to close the Lofton case. What was not contained in the interview summary was whether Scolari ever asked Dorschner if he had thought my brother was suicidal. I wondered if Scolari had even asked that question. The last sheaf of papers in the package was the investigating officer's final report. The last paragraph was Scolari's summary and conclusion. Based upon physical evidence and the eyewitness account of the death of Detective Jack McEvoy, I.O. concludes that the victim died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound after writing a message on the inside of the fogged windshield. The victim was known by colleagues, including I.O., and his wife and psychologist Colin Dorschner to be emotionally burdened by his unsuccessful efforts to clear by arrest the December 19 homicide of Teresa Lofton, case number 832. It is believed at this time that this disturbance may have led him to take his own life. DPD psychological consultant Dr.
Armand Griggs said in an interview, 222, that the message, "out of space, out of time," written on the windshield could be considered a suicide-style farewell consistent with the victim's state of mind. At this time, there is no evidence conflicting with the conclusion of suicide. Submitted 224 IR DII. Clipping the reports back together, I realized there was only one thing left that I hadn't looked at. Grolon had decided to go to the cafeteria to pick up a sandwich to go. I was left alone in his office. Probably 5 minutes passed in stillness while I considered the envelope. I knew that if I looked at the photographs, they would become the lasting image in my mind of my brother. I did not want that. But I also knew that I needed to see the photos to know for sure about his death, to help disperse any last doubts. I opened the envelope quickly so as to not change my mind. As I slid the stack of 8x10 color prints out, the first image that greeted me was an establishing shot. My brother's detective car, a white Chevy Caprice, alone at the end of the parking lot. I could see the ranger shack up a low hill from it. The lot had been freshly plowed, a 4-foot embankment of snow around the edges. The next photo was a close-up of the windshield from the outside. The message was barely legible, as the steam had dissipated from the glass. But it was there, and through the glass I could also see Sean. His head was snapped back, his jaw up. I went to the next photo, and I was inside the car with him. Taken from the passenger side front, his whole body visible. Blood had worked its way like a thick necklace around his neck from the back and then down over the sweater. His heavy snow coat was open. There was spatter on the roof and backside window. The gun was on the seat next to his right thigh. The rest of the photos were mostly close-ups from various angles, but they did not have the effect on me I thought they would. The sterile lighting robbed my brother of his humanity. He looked like a mannequin. But I found nothing about them as upsetting as the fact that I had once more convinced myself that Sean had indeed taken his own life. I admitted to myself then that I had secretly come with a hope and that it was gone now. Grolon came back in then. He looked at me with curious eyes. I stood up and placed the file on his desk as he maneuvered around it to his seat. He opened a brown paper bag and removed a plastic-wrapped egg salad sandwich. "You okay?" "I'm fine." "You want half?" "No." "Well, how do you feel?" I smiled at the question because I had asked the same thing so many times. It must have thrown him off. He frowned. "See this?" I said, pointing to the scar on my face. "I got that for asking somebody that same thing once." "Sorry." "Don't be. I wasn't." 5. After viewing the file on my brother's death, I wanted the details of the Teresa Lofton case. If I was going to write about what my brother did, I had to know what he knew. I had to understand what he had come to understand. Only this time, Grolon couldn't help me. The active homicide files were kept under lock, and Grolon would see more of a risk than a benefit in attempting to get the Lofton file for me. After I checked the CAPS squad room and found it emptied for lunch, the first place I looked for Wexler was the Satire. It was a favored place for cops to eat and drink at lunch. I saw him there in one of the rear booths. The only problem was, he was with St. Louis. They didn't see me, and I debated whether it would be better just to withdraw and try later to get the Wexler alone. But then Wexler's eyes stopped on me. I walked over. I could see by their ketchup-smeared plates that they had finished eating. Wexler had what looked like a Jim Beam and ice on the table in front of him.
"Would you look at this?" Wexler said good-naturedly. I slid into the wide booth next to St. Louis. I chose his side so I would be looking at Wexler. "What is this?" St. Louis mildly protested. "It's the press," I said. "How's it going?" "Don't answer," St. Louis said quickly to Wexler. "He wants something he can't have." "Of course I do," I said. "What else is new?" "Nothing is new, Jack," Wexler said. "Is what Big Dog says true? You want something you can't have?" It was a dance. Friendly patter designed to ferret out the basic nut of information without specifically asking for it and confronting it. It went with the nicknames cops used. I had danced like this many times, and I was good at it. They were finesse moves, like practicing the three-man weave in high school basketball. Keep your eyes open for the ball, watch the other two men at once. I was always the finesse player. Sean was the strength. He was football, I was basketball. "Not exactly," I said, "but I am back on the job again, boys." Here we go," St. Louis whined. "Hold on to your hats." "So, what's happening on the Lofton case?" I asked Wexler, ignoring St. Louis. "Whoa there, Jack. Are you talking to us as a reporter now?" Wexler asked. "I'm only talking to you. And that's right, as a reporter." Then, no comment on Lofton. So, the answer is nothing is happening. I said, no comment. "Look, I want to see what you've got. The case is almost 3 months old now. It's going into the dead case file soon if it isn't already there, and you know it. I just want to see the file. I want to know what hooked Sean so deep." "You're forgetting something. Your brother was ruled a suicide. Case closed. It doesn't matter what hooked him about Lofton. Besides, it's not known as fact that it had anything to do with what he did. It's collateral at best, but we'll never know." Cut the crap. I just saw the file on Sean. Wexler's eyebrows raised a subliminal amount, I thought. It's all there. Sean was fucked up over this case. He was seeing a shrink. He was spending all of his time on it. So don't tell me we'll never know. "Look, kid, Did you ever call Sean that?" I interrupted. "What? Kid. Did you ever call him kid?" Wexler looked confused. "Nope." "Then don't call me it either." Wexler raised his arms in a hands-off manner. "Why can't I see the file? You're not going anywhere with it." "Who says?" "I do." "You're afraid of it, man. You saw what it did to Sean and you don't want it to happen to you. So the case is stuck in a drawer somewhere. It's got dust on it. I guarantee it. You know, Jack, you're seriously full of shit. And if you weren't your brother's brother, I'd throw you out of here on your ass. You're getting me pissed. I don't like being pissed." "Yeah? Then imagine how I'm feeling. The thing of it is, I am his brother, and I think that cuts me in." St. Louis gave a smirking type of laugh meant to belittle me. "Hey, big dog, isn't it about time you went out and water a fire hydrant or something?" I said. Wexler burst out with the start of a laugh, but quickly contained it. But St. Louis's face turned red. "Listen, you little fuck," he said. "I'll put you—" "All right, boys," Wexler intervened. "All right. Listen, Ray, why don't you go outside and have a smoke? Let me talk to Jackie, straighten him out, and I'll be out." I got out of the booth so St. Louis could slide out. He gave me the dead man stare as he went by. I slid back in. "Drink up, Wex. No sense acting like there isn't any beam on the table." Wexler grinned and took a pull from his glass. "You know, twins or not, you're a lot like your brother. You don't give up on things easy, and you can be a smartass. You get rid of that beard and the hippie hair, and you could pass for him. You'd have to do something about that scar, too. Look, what about the file? What about it? You owe it to him to let me see it." "I don't follow, Jack." "Yes, you do. I can't put it behind me until I've looked it all over. I'm just trying to understand. You're also trying to write about it. Writing does for me what you got in that glass does for you. If I can write about it, I can understand it, and I can put it in the ground. That's all I want to do." Wexon looked away from me and picked up the check the waitress had left. Then he downed the rest of his drink and slid out of the booth.
Standing, he looked down at me and let out a heavy breath redolent of bourbon. "Come back to the office," he said. "I'll give you 1 hour." He held his finger up and repeated himself in case I was confused. 1 hour. In the Cap squad room, I used the desk my brother had used. No one had taken it yet. Maybe it was a bad luck desk now. Wexler was standing at a wall of file cabinets, looking through an open drawer. St. Louis was nowhere to be seen, apparently choosing to have nothing to do with this. Wexler finally stepped away from the drawer with 2 thick files. He placed them in front of me. "This everything?" "Everything. You got an hour." Come on, there's 5 inches of paper here, I tried. Let me take it home and I'll bring it. See, just like your brother. 1 hour, McEvoy. Set your watch, because those go back in the drawer in 1 hour. Make that 59 minutes. You're wasting time. I stopped belaboring the point and opened the top file. Teresa Lofton had been a beautiful young woman who came to the university to study for an education degree. She wanted to be a first-grade teacher. She was in her first year and lived in a campus dorm. She carried a full curriculum as well as working part-time in the daycare center at the university's married housing dorm. Lofton was believed to have been abducted on or near the campus on a Wednesday, the day after classes ended for the Christmas break. Most students had already left for the holiday. Teresa was still in Denver for 2 reasons. She had her job, the daycare center didn't close for the holidays until the end of the week. And there was also the problem of her car. She was waiting for a new clutch to be put into the old Beetle so she could make the drive home. Her abduction was not reported because her roommate and all her friends had already gone home for the holidays. No one knew she was missing. When she didn't show up for work at the daycare center on Thursday morning, the manager thought she had simply gone home to Montana early, not completing the week because she wasn't due to return to the job after the Christmas break. It would not be the first time a student pulled this kind of stunt, especially once finals were over and the holiday break beckoned. The manager made no inquiry or report to authorities. Her body was found Friday morning in Washington Park. The investigators traced her last known movements back to noon on Wednesday, which she called the mechanic from the daycare center. He remembered children's voices in the background, and he told her the car was ready. She said she would pick it up after work, first stopping at the bank. She did neither. She said goodbye to the daycare center manager at noon and went out the door. She was not seen alive again, except, of course, by her killer. I only had to look at the photos in the file to realize how the case could have grabbed Sean and put a leash around his heart. They were before and after photos. A portrait shot of her, probably for the high school yearbook. A fresh-faced young girl with a whole life ahead of her. She had dark, wavy hair and crystal blue eyes. Each reflected a small star of light, the flash of the camera. There was also a candid of her, in shorts and a tank top. She was smiling, carrying a cardboard box away from a car. The muscles of her slender, tan arms were taut. It looked as though it was a slight strain for her to stand still with the heavy box for the photographer. I turned it over and read in what I guessed was a parent's scrawl. Terrace, first day on campus, Denver, Colo. The other pictures were taken after. There were more of these, and I was struck by the number. Why did the cops need so many? Each one seemed like some kind of a terrible invasion, even though the girl was already dead. Teresa Lofton's eyes had lost their brilliance in these photographs. They were open but dull, webbed in a milky caul. The photos showed the victim lying at about 2 feet of brush and snow on a slight incline. The news stories had been correct. She was in 2 pieces. A scarf was tightly wrapped around her neck, and her eyes were sufficiently wide and bugged to suggest this was how she died. But the killer apparently had more work to do afterward. The body had been hacked apart at the midriff, the bottom half then placed over the top half, in a horrific tableau, suggesting that she was performing a sex act on herself. I realized that Wexler was at the other desk watching me as I looked at the gallery of ghastly photos. I tried not to show my disgust, or my fascination. I knew now what my brother was protecting me from. I had never seen anything so horrible. I finally looked at Wexler. Jesus. Yeah. The stuff the tab said about it being like the Black Dahlia in L.A., it was close, wasn't it? Yeah. Mac bought a book about it. He called some old horse in the LAPD, too. There were some similarities, the chop job, but that one was 50 years ago. Maybe somebody got the idea from that. Maybe. He thought of that. I returned the photos to the envelope and looked back at Wexler. Was she a lesbian? No, not as far as we could tell. She had a boyfriend back up in Butte. Good kid. We cleared him. Your brother thought the same thing for a while. Because of what the killer did, with the parts of the body, he thought maybe somebody was getting back at her for being a lessie, maybe making some kind of sick statement about something. He never got anywhere with it.
I nodded. "You've got 45 minutes left." "You know, that's the first time I've heard you call him Mac in a long time." "Don't worry about it. Make that 44 minutes." The autopsy report was pretty much anticlimactic after the photos. I noticed that the time of death was set on the first day of Lofton's disappearance. She had been dead more than 40 hours when her body was found. Most of the summary reports dealt with dead ends. Routine investigations of the victim's family, boyfriend, friends on campus, co-workers, and even parents of children she cared for turned up nothing. Almost all were cleared through alibis or other investigative means. The conclusions in the reports were that Teresa Lofton had not known her killer, that her path had somehow intersected with his, that it had simply been bad luck. The unknown killer was always referred to as a male, though there was no positive proof of this. The victim had not been sexually assaulted. But most violent murderers and mutilators of women were men, and it was believed it would have taken a physically strong person to cut through the body's bone and gristle. No cutting weapon was ever found. Though the body had nearly completely bled out, there were indications of post-mortem lividity, which meant some time had passed between the victim's death and the mutilation, possibly, according to the report, as long as 2 or 3 hours. Another peculiarity was the timing of when the body was left in the park. It was discovered approximately 40 hours after investigators believed Teresa Lofton had been killed. Yet the park was a popular running and walking spot. It was unlikely that the body could have been in place in the open park field for that long without being noticed, even though an early snow considerably cut down on the number of people who passed through. In fact, the report concluded that the body had been in place no more than 3 hours when it was spotted after dawn by an early morning jogger. So where was it all that time? The investigators couldn't answer that question, but they had a clue. The fibers analysis report listed numerous foreign hairs and cotton fibers that had been found on the body and combed out of the hair. These would primarily be used to match a suspect to the victim once a suspect became known. One particular section of the report had been circled. This section dealt with the recovery of a specific fiber, kapok, found on the body in large quantity. 33 kapok seed hairs had been removed from the body.
The number suggested direct contact with the source. The report said that while similar to cotton, kapok fibers were uncommon and primarily found in materials requiring buoyancy, such as boat cushions, life vests, and some sleeping bags. I wondered why this section had been circled on the report and asked Wexler. Sean thought the kapok fibers were the key to where the body had been during the missing hours. You know, if we found a spot where we found that fiber, which isn't all that common, then we'd have the crime scene. But we never found it. Because the reports were in chronological order, I could see how theories were considered and discarded. And I could sense a growing desperation in the investigation. It was going nowhere. It was clear that my brother believed Teresa Lofton had crossed paths with a serial killer, the toughest criminal to track. There was a return report from the FBI's National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime containing a psychological profile of the killer. My brother had also kept a copy in the file of a 17-page checklist survey of aspects of the crime he had sent to the Bureau's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. But the VICAP computer's response to the survey was negative. The Lofton killing did not match any other killings across the country in enough details to warrant further attention from the FBI. The profile the Bureau had forwarded was produced by an agent listed on the report as Rachel Walling. It contained a host of generalities that were largely worthless to the investigation because while the characterizations were in-depth and possibly even on target, they did not necessarily help the detectives winnow down the millions of men who might qualify as suspects. The profile projected that the killer was most likely a white male, 20 to 30 years old, with unresolved feelings of inadequacy and anger toward women, hence the gross mutilation of the victim's body. He was probably raised by a domineering mother, and his father probably was not present in the household or was absorbed in earning a living and forfeited child rearing and development to the mother. The profile classified the killer as organized in his methodology and warned that his seemingly successful completion of the crime and escape from detection could lead him to try further crimes of a similar nature. The last reports in the first file were investigative summaries of interviews, tips that were checked out, and other details from the case that might have meant nothing at the moment they were typed up, but could be pivotal later. Through these reports, I could chart Sean's growing attachment to Teresa Lofton.
In the initial pages, she was always referred to as the victim, sometimes Lofton. Later on, he began referring to her as Teresa, and in the last reports, those filed in February before his death, he called her Terry, probably having picked up the diminutive name from her family and friends, or maybe from the back of the photo of her first day on campus, the happy day. With 10 minutes left, I closed the file and opened the other one. This one was thinner and seemed to be filled with a hodgepodge of investigative loose ends. There were several letters from citizens offering theories on the killing. One letter was from a medium who said Teresa Lofton's living spirit was circling somewhere above the ozone layer in a high-frequency sound belt. She spoke in a voice so fast that it sounded like a chirp to the untrained ear, but the medium could decipher the chirping and was willing to ask her questions if Sean wanted to. There was no indication from the file that he did. A supplemental report noted that Teresa's bank and auto repair shop were within walking distance of the campus. 3 times detectives walked the routes between her dorm room, the daycare center, the bank, and the repair shop, but came across no witness who remembered seeing Teresa on the Wednesday after classes ended. Despite this, my brother's theory outlined in another supplemental was that Lofton had been abducted sometime after calling her mechanic from the daycare center, but before she got to the bank to get money to pay him. The file also contained a chronological record of the activity of the investigators assigned to the case. Initially, 4 members of the CAP squad worked the case full-time. But as little headway was made and more cases came up, the investigative effort was wintered down to Sean and Wexler. Then just Sean. He wouldn't let it go. The last entry in the chronological record was made on the day he died. It was just one line. March 13, Rusher at Stanley. PR info on Terry. Time. I looked up and Wexler was pointing to his watch. I closed the file without protest. What's P/R mean? Person reporting. It meant he got a call. Who is Rusher? We don't know. There's a couple people in the phone book with that name. We called them, they didn't know what the fuck we were talking about. I ran something on NCIC, but with just a last name, didn't get anything to work with. Bottom line is, we don't know who it was or is. We don't even know if it's a man or woman. We don't know if Sean actually met anybody or not. We found nobody at the Stanley who saw him. Why would he go to meet this person without telling you or leaving some kind of record about who it was? Why'd he go alone? Who knows? We've gotten so many calls on that case, you could spend all day just writing notes. And maybe he didn't know. Maybe all he knew was that someone wanted to talk to him. Your brother was so caught up on this one, he would have gone to meet anybody who said they knew something. I'll let you in on a little secret. It's something that's not in there because he didn't want people around here thinking he was loony. But he went to see that psychic, the medium, that's mentioned in there. What did he get? Nothing. Just some bullshit about the killer being out there wanting to do it again. I mean, it was like, yeah, no kidding, thanks for the tip. Anyway, that's off the record, the psychic stuff. I don't want people thinking Mac was a flake. I didn't bother to say anything about the stupidity of what he had just said. My brother had killed himself, and yet Wexler was engaged in trying to limit the damage his image might suffer if it was known he had consulted a psychic. It doesn't go past this room, I said instead. After a few moments of silence, I said, so what's your theory on what happened that day, Wex? Off the record, I mean. My theory? My theory is he went out there and whoever it was who'd called him didn't show. It was another dead end for him and it tipped the scale. He drove up to that lake and he did what he did. Are you going to write a story about him? I don't know. I think so. Look, I don't know how to say this, but here goes. He was your brother, but he was my friend. I might have even known him better than you. Leave it alone. Just let it go. I told him I would think about it, but it was only to placate him. I had already decided. I left then, checking my watch to make sure I had enough time to get out to Estes Park before dark. 6. I didn't get to the parking lot at Bear Lake until after 5. I realized it was just as it had been for my brother, deserted. The lake was frozen and the temperature was dropping quickly. The sky was already purple and going dark. It wasn't much of a draw for locals or tourists this late in the day. As I drove through the lot, I thought about why he had picked this place to come. As far as I knew, it had nothing to do with the Lofton case. But I thought I knew why. He parked where he had parked and just sat there thinking. There was a light on in the ceiling of the overhang above the front of the ranger shack. I decided to get out and see if Pena, the witness, was there. Then another thought struck me. I slid over to the passenger side of the Tempo. I took a couple of deep breaths, then opened the door and started running for the woods where they grew closest to the car.
As I ran, I counted by thousands out loud. I was at 11,000 by the time I had gotten over the snowbank and reached the cover. Standing there in the woods, a foot deep in snow without boots on, I bent over and put my hands on my knees as I caught my breath. There was no way a shooter could have gotten into the woods to hide if Pina had been out of the shack as quickly as he had reported. I finally stopped gulping the air and headed toward the ranger's shack, debating how to approach him. As a reporter or a brother? It was Pina behind the window. I could see the nameplate on his uniform. He was locking a desk when I looked through the window. He was calling it a day. "Can I help you, sir? I'm closing up." "Yes, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions." He came out, eyeing me suspiciously because I obviously wasn't dressed for a hike in the snow. I had on jeans and Reeboks, a corduroy shirt beneath a thick woolen sweater. I had left my long coat in the car and I was very cold. "My name is Jack McEvoy." I waited a moment to see if it registered. It didn't. He had probably only seen the name written in reports he had to sign, or in the newspaper. Its pronunciation, McAvoy, didn't jibe with its spelling. "My brother, he was the one you found a couple weeks ago." I pointed toward the lot. "Oh," he said, understanding. "In the car. The officer. I've been with the police all day, looking at the reports and stuff. I just wanted to come out and take a look. It's hard, to accept it." He nodded and tried to hide a quick glance at his watch. "I just have a few quick questions. You were inside there when you heard it, the shot?" I spoke quickly, not giving him the chance to stop me. "Yes," he said. He looked like he was trying to decide something, and then he did. He continued. "I was locking up, just like tonight, about to go home. I heard it. It was one of those things, I kind of knew what it was. I don't know why. Really what I thought was that it might be poachers after the deer. I came out pretty quick, and the first place I looked was the lot. I saw his car. Could see him in there. All the windows were fogged up pretty good, but I could see him. He was behind the wheel. Something about the way he was leaning back, I knew what happened. Sorry, it was your brother." I nodded and studied the ranger's shack, just a small office and storage room. I realized that 5 seconds was probably a long estimate from the time Pina heard the shot until he saw the lot. "There was no pain," Pina said. "What?" "If it's something you want to know. There was no physical pain, I don't think. I ran to the car. He was dead. It was instant. The police reports said you couldn't get to him. The doors were locked. Yeah, I tried the door, but I could tell he was gone. I came back up here to make the calls. How long do you think he was parked there before he did it?" "I don't know. Like I told the police, I don't have a view of the lot. I'd been in the shed. I got a heater in there. I'd say at least a half hour before I heard the shot. He could have been parked there the whole time. Thinking about it, I guess." I nodded. "You didn't see him out on the lake, did you? Before the shot?" "On the lake? No, nobody was on the lake." I stood there trying to think of something else. "Did they come up with any reason why?" Pina asked. "Like I said, I know he was an officer." I shook my head no. I didn't want to get into it with this stranger. I thanked him and started back to the lot while he locked the shack door. The Tempo was the only car in the plowed lot. I thought of something and turned back. "How often do they plow?" Pina stepped away from the door. "After every snow." I nodded and thought of something else. "Where do you park?" "We've got an equipment yard a half-mile down the road. I park there and walk up the trail in the morning, down at quitting time. You want to ride?" "Nah, thanks though. The trail will get me there quicker." The whole way back to Boulder, I thought of the last time I had been to Bear Lake. It was also winter then, but the lake wasn't frozen, not all the way. And when I left that time, I felt just as cold and alone, and guilty. Riley looked as if she had aged 10 years since I had seen her at the funeral. Even so, I was immediately struck when she opened the door by what I hadn't realized before. Teresa Lofton looked like a 19-year-old Riley McEvoy. I wondered if Scolari or anybody else had asked the shrinks about that. She asked me in. She knew she looked bad. After she opened the door, she casually raised her hand to the side of her face to hide it. She tried a feeble smile. We went into the kitchen, and she asked if I wanted her to make coffee, but I said I wasn't staying long. I sat down at the kitchen table. It seemed that whenever I visited, we would gather around the kitchen table. Even with Sean gone, that hadn't changed. "I wanted to tell you that I'm going to write about Sean." She was silent for a long time, and she didn't look at me. She got up and started emptying the dishwasher. I waited. "Do you have to?" she finally asked. "Yes, I think so." She said nothing. "I'm going to call the psychologist, Dorschner. I don't know if he'll talk to me, but now that Sean's gone, I don't see why not. But he might call you for permission. Don't worry, Jack, I won't try to stop you." I nodded my thanks, but I noted the edge to her words. "I was with the cops today, and I went up to the lake. I don't want to hear about it, Jack. If you have to write about it, that's your choice. Do what you have to do. But my choice is that I don't want to hear about it. And if you do write about Sean, I won't read that either. I have to do what I have to do." I nodded and said, "I understand. There is one thing I need to ask, though. Then I'll leave you out of it." "What do you mean, leave me out of it?" she asked angrily. "I wish I could be left out of it. But I'm in it. For the rest of my life, I'm in it. You want to write about it? You think that's a way to get rid of it?" "What do I do, Jack?" I looked down at the floor. I wanted to go, but didn't know how to exit. Her pain and anger radiated toward me like heat from a closed oven. "You want to know about that girl?" she said in a low, calmer voice. "That's what all the detectives asked about." "Yes." "Why did this one?" I didn't know how to phrase the question. Why did it make him forget about everything good in his life? The answer is, I don't goddamn know. I could see anger and tears welling in her eyes again. It was as if her husband had deserted her for another woman. And here I was, as close a flesh and blood approximation of Sean as she would ever see now. No wonder she was venting her anger and pain at me. "Did he talk about the case at home?" I asked. "Not especially. He told me about cases from time to time. This one didn't seem that different, except for what happened to her. He told me what the killer did to her. He told me how he had to look at her, after I mean. I know it bothered him, but a lot of things bothered him, a lot of cases. He didn't want anybody to get away. He always said that. But this time he went to see that doctor. He'd had dreams, and I told him he should go. I made him go." "What were the dreams?" "That he was there, when it happened to her. He dreamed he saw it, but couldn't do anything to stop it." Her comment made me think of another death a long time ago, Sarah, falling through the ice. I remembered the helpless feeling of watching and being unable to do anything. I looked at Riley. "You know why Sean went up there?" "No." "Was it because of Sarah?" I said, "I don't know. That was before we knew you. But that was where she died. An accident, I know, Jack. But I don't know what it had to do with anything. Not now. I didn't either. It was one of many confusing thoughts, but I couldn't let it go. Before heading back to Denver, I drove over to the cemetery. I don't know what I was doing. It was dark, and there had been 2 snows since the funeral. It took me 15 minutes just to find the spot where Sean was in the ground. There was no stone yet. I found it by finding the one next to it, my sister's. On Sean's, there were a couple of pots of frozen flowers and a plastic sign sticking out of the snow with his name on it. There were no flowers on Sarah's. I looked at Sean's spot for a while. It was a clear night, and the moonlight was enough for me to see. My breath came out in clouds. "How come, Sean?" I asked out loud. "How come?" I realized what I was doing and looked around. I was the only one in the cemetery, the only one alive. I thought about what Riley had said about Sean not wanting anybody to get away, and I thought about how I didn't even care about such things as long as it made a good 30-inch story. How had we separated so completely? My brother and I, my twin. I didn't know. It just made me feel sad. Made me feel like maybe the wrong one was in the ground. I remembered what Wexler had said that first night when they came for me and told me about my brother. He talked about all the shit coming down the pipe finally being too much for Sean. I still didn't believe it, but I had to believe something. I thought of Riley and the pictures of Teresa Lofton, and I thought of my sister slipping through the ice. I believed then that the girl's murder had infected my brother with the most desperate kind of hopelessness. I believed he became haunted by that hopelessness and the crystal blue eyes of the girl who had been cut in half. And since he didn't have his brother to turn to, he turned to his sister. He went to the lake that took her, and then he joined her. I walked out of the cemetery without looking back. 7. Gladden posted himself at a spot along the railing on the other side from where the woman took the tickets from the children. She couldn't see him, but once the great carousel began turning, he was able to study each child. Gladden pushed his fingers through his dyed blonde hair and looked around. He was pretty sure everybody else regarded him as just another parent. The ride was starting again. The Calypio was grinding out the strains of a song Gladden could not identify, and the horses began their bobbing, counterclockwise turn. Gladden had never actually ridden on the carousel, though he had seen that many of the parents got on with their children. He thought that it might be too risky for him to do it. He noticed a girl of about 5 clinging desperately to one of the black stallions. She was leaning forward with her tiny arms wrapped around the candy-striped pole that came up through the painted horse's neck. One side of her little pink shorts had ridden up the inside of her thigh. Her skin was coffee brown. Gladden reached into his duffel and brought out the camera. He amped up the shutter speed to cut down on movement blurring and pointed the camera at the carousel. He focused and waited for the girl to come around again. It took him 2 revolutions of the carousel, but he believed he got the shot and brought the camera back down. He looked around just to be sure he was cool, and he noticed a man leaning on the railing about 20 feet to his right. The man hadn't been there before, and most alarming, he was wearing a sport coat and tie. The man was either a pervert or a policeman. Gladden decided he'd better leave. Out on the pier, the sun was almost blinding. Gladden shoved the camera into the duffel and pulled his mirrored shades out. He decided to walk out further on the pier to where it was crowded. He could lose this guy if he had to, if he was actually being followed. He walked about halfway out, nice and steady, acting cool. Then he stopped along the railing and turned and leaned back against it, as if he wanted to catch a few rays. He turned his face up toward the sun, but his eyes, behind the mirrors, took in the area of the pier he had just come from. For a few moments there was nothing. He didn't see the man in the sport coat and tie. Then he saw him, jacket over the arm, sunglasses on, walking along the front of the arcade concession, slowly moving toward Gladden. "Fuck," Gladden said out loud. A woman sitting on a nearby bench with a young boy looked at Gladden with baleful eyes when she and the boy heard the exclamation. "Sorry," Gladden said. He turned and looked around the rest of the pier. He had to think quickly. He knew cops usually work in pairs while in the field. Where was the other one? It took him 30 seconds, but he picked her out of the crowd. A woman about 30 yards behind the man in the tie. She was wearing long pants and a polo shirt, not as formal as the man. She blended in, except for the two-way radio down at her side. Gladden could see that she was trying to hide it. As he watched, she turned so that her back was to him and began talking into the two-way. She had just called for backup. Had to be. He had to stay cool but come up with a plan. The man in the tie was maybe 20 yards away. Gladden stepped away from the railing and started walking at a slightly faster pace toward the end of the pier. He did what the woman cop had done. He used his body as a shield and pulled the duffel bag around so that it was in front of him. He unzipped it and reached in and grabbed the camera. Without pulling it out, he turned it over until he found the clear switch and erased the chip. There wasn't much on there. The girl on the carousel, a few kids at the public showers. No big loss. That done, he again proceeded down the pier. He took his cigarettes out of the bag and, using his body as a shield, turned around and huddled against the wind to light one. When he had the smoke lit, he looked up and saw the 2 cops were getting closer. He knew they thought they had him bottled. He was going to the dead end of the pier. The woman had caught up to the man and they were talking as they closed in. Probably deciding whether to wait for the backup, Gladden thought. Gladden quickly walked toward the bait shop and the pier offices. He knew the layout of the end of the pier well. On 2 occasions during the week, he had followed children with their parents from the carousel to the end of the pier. He knew that on the other side of the bait shop were stairs that led to the observation deck on the roof. As he turned the corner of the shop out of sight of the cops, Gladden ran down the side to the back and then up the steps. He could now look down on the pier in front of the shop. The 2 cops were there below, talking again. Then the man followed Gladden's path and the woman stayed back. They weren't going to take a chance on letting him slip away. A question suddenly occurred to Gladden. How did they know? A cop in a suit just doesn't happen by the pier. The cops had gone there for a purpose. Him. But how did they know? He broke away from those thoughts to the situation at hand. He needed a diversion. The man would soon figure out he wasn't with the fishermen at the end of the pier and come up to the observation deck looking for him. He saw the trash can in the corner by the wooden railing. He ran to it and looked in. It was almost empty.
He put the duffel bag down, lifted the trash can over his head, and with a running start moved to the railing. He threw it out as far as he could, then watched it go over the heads of 2 fishermen below and down into the water. It made a large splash, and he heard a young boy yell, "Hey, man in the water!" Gladden yelled, "Man in the water!" He then grabbed the duffel bag and quickly moved back to the rear railing of the deck. He looked for the woman cop. She was still there below him, but had clearly heard the splash and his yelling. A couple of children ran around the side of the bait shop to see what the yelling and excitement were about. After what seemed to be a physical hesitation, the woman followed the children around the corner of the building to the source of the splash and ensuing commotion.
Gladden hooked the duffel over his shoulder and quickly climbed over the railing, lowered himself down, and then dropped the final 5 feet. He started running down the pier toward land. About halfway to land, Gladden saw the 2 beach cops on bikes. They wore shorts and blue polo shirts. Ridiculous. He'd watched them the day before, amused that they even considered themselves cops. Now he ran right toward them, waving his hands to make them stop. "Are you the backup?" he yelled when he got to them. "They're at the end of the pier. The perp's in the water." He jumped. "They need your help, and they need a boat. They sent me to get you." "Go," one of the cops yelled to his partner. As one started pedaling away, the other pulled a 2-way off his belt and started radioing for a lifeguard boat. Gladden waved his thanks for their speedy reaction and started walking away. After a few seconds, he looked back and saw the second cop pedaling toward the end of the pier. Gladden started his run again. On the crest of the bridge from the beach up to Ocean Avenue, Gladden looked back and could see the commotion at the end of the pier. He lit another cigarette and took his sunglasses off. "Cops are so stupid," he thought. "They get what they deserve." He hurried up to the street surface, crossed Ocean, and walked down to the 3rd Street Promenade, where he was sure he could lose himself in the crowds at the popular shopping and dining area. "Fuck those cops," he thought. "They had their one chance and blew it. That's all they get." On the promenade, he walked down a corridor that led to several small fast food restaurants. The excitement had left Gladden famished, and he went into one of these places for a slice of pizza and a soda. As he waited for the girl to warm up the pizza in the oven, he thought of the girl on the carousel and wished he hadn't cleared the camera. But how could he know he'd so easily slip away? "I should have known," he said angrily out loud. Then he looked around to make sure the girl behind the counter hadn't noticed. He studied her for a moment and found her unattractive. She was too old. She could practically have children herself. As he watched, she used her fingers to gingerly pull the slice of pizza out of the oven and onto a paper plate. She licked her fingers afterwards, she had burned them, and put Gladden's meal on the counter. He took it back to his table but didn't eat it. He didn't like other people touching his food. Gladden wondered how long he would have to wait until it was safe to go back down to the beach and get the car. Good thing it was in an overnight lot, just in case. No matter what, they must not get to his car. If they got to his car, they would open the trunk and get his computer. If they got that, they would never let him go. The more he thought about the episode with the cops, the angrier he became. The carousel was now lost to him. He couldn't go back, at least not for a long time. He'd have to put out a message to the others on the network. He still couldn't figure out how it had happened. His mind bounced along the possibilities, even considering someone on the net, but then the ball stopped on the woman who took the tickets. She must have made the complaint. She was the only one who saw him each of the days. It was her. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wall. In his mind, he was at the carousel, approaching the ticket taker. He had his knife. He was going to teach her a lesson about minding her own business. She thought she could just... He sensed someone's presence. Someone was looking at him. Gladden opened his eyes. The two cops from the pier were standing there. The man, drenched in sweat, raised his hand and signaled Gladden to stand up. "Get up, asshole." The two cops said nothing of value to Gladden on the way in. They had taken the duffel bag, searched him, handcuffed him, and told him he was under arrest, but they refused to say what for. They took his cigarettes and wallet. The camera was the only thing he cared about. Luckily, he hadn't brought his books with him this time. Gladden considered what was in the wallet. None of it mattered, he decided. The Alabama license identified him as Harold Brisbane. He had gotten it through the network, trading photos for IDs.
He had another ID in the car, and he'd kiss Harold Brisbane goodbye as soon as he got out of custody. They didn't get the keys to the car. They were hidden in the wheel well. Gladden had been prepared for the eventuality that he might be popped. He knew he had to keep the cops away from the car. He had learned from experience to take such precautions, to always plan for the worst-case scenario. That was what Horace had taught him at Rayford, all those nights together. In the detective bureau of the Santa Monica Police Department, he was roughly but silently ushered into a small interview room. They sat him down on one of the gray steel chairs and took off one of the cuffs, which they then locked to an iron ring attached by a bolted clamp to the top center of the table. The detectives then walked out, and he was left alone for more than an hour. On the wall he faced, there was a mirrored window, and Gladden knew he was in a viewing room. He just couldn't figure out for sure whom they would have on the other side of the glass. He saw no way that he could have been tracked from Phoenix or Denver or anywhere else. At one point, he thought he could hear voices from the other side of the glass. They were in there, watching him, looking at him, whispering. He closed his eyes and turned his chin down to his chest so they couldn't see his face. Then suddenly, he raised his face with a leering, maniacal grin and yelled, "You'll be fucking sorry!" That ought to put a stutter in the mind of whoever the cops have in there, he thought. That fucking ticket taker, he thought again. He went back to his daydream of revenge against her. In the 90th minute of his cloistering in the room, the door finally opened and the same two cops came in. They took chairs, the woman directly across from him and the man to his left side. The woman put a tape recorder on the table along with the duffel bag. This was nothing, he told himself over and over like a mantra. He'd be kicked loose before the sun was down. "Sorry to make you wait," the woman said cordially. "No problem," he said. "Can I have my cigarettes?" He nodded toward the duffel bag. He didn't really want to smoke. He just wanted to see if the camera was still in there. You couldn't trust the fucking cops. He didn't even need Horace to teach him that. The detective ignored his request and turned on the tape recorder. She then identified herself as Detective Constance Delpy and her partner as Detective Ron Sweetser. Both were with the Exploited Child Unit. Gladden was surprised that she seemed to be taking the lead here. She looked to be about 5 to 8 years younger than Sweetser. She had blonde hair kept in an easily managed short style. She was maybe 15 pounds overweight, and that was mostly in her hips and upper arms. Gladden guessed she worked out on the pipes. He also thought she was a lesbian. He could tell these things. He had a sense. Sweetser had a washed-out face and a laconic demeanor. He had lost hair in a pattern that left him with a thin strip of growth down the center of his pate. Gladden decided to concentrate on Delpy. She was the one. Delpy took a card from her pocket and read Gladden his constitutional rights. "What do I need those for?" he asked when she was done. "I didn't do anything wrong." "Do you understand those rights?" "What I don't understand is why I'm here." "Mr. Brisbane, do you?" "Yes." "Good. By the way, your driver's license is from Alabama. What are you doing out here?" "That's my business. I'd like to contact a lawyer now. I'm not answering any questions." "Like I said, I do understand those rights you just read." He knew that what they wanted was his local address and the location of his car. What they had was nothing.
But the fleeing and the pollution are wobblers, meaning they can be filed as either felonies or misdemeanors. I'm sure that they will go low on them. It's a bullshit case, trumped up by the cops. We just have to get you into court and out on bail. Yes, I think 50,000 will be high for this matter, but it will be part of the horse trading I do with the filing deputy. Well, see how it goes. I take it you do not want to provide an address. That's correct. I need a new one. Then we might have to go the whole 50. But in the meantime, I will see about an address. There may be additional expenses incurred from that. It won't be much, I can promise. Fine, just do it. Gladden looked back at the man on the other side of the cell. "What about tonight?" he asked quietly. "I told you, these cops are going to try to get me hurt. I think they are bluffing, but that's easy for you to But I am not taking any chances. Hear me out, Mr. Brisbane. I can't get you out tonight, but I am going to make some calls. You will be okay. I am going to get you in there with a canine jacket. What's that? It's keep-away status in the jail. It's usually reserved for informants or high-power cases. I'll make a call to the jail and inform them that you are an informant in a federal investigation out of Washington. Won't they check? Yes, but it will be too late today. They'll put you in a canine jacket, and by the time they find out tomorrow it's bogus, you'll be in court and then hopefully free after that. That's a nice scam, Krasner. Yes, but I won't be able to use it again. I think I may have to raise the fee we just discussed a bit to cover the loss. Fuck that. Look, this is the deal. I have access to $6 grand max. You get me out, and whatever's left after the bondsman, you get. It's an incentive deal. That's a deal. Now, one other thing. You also mentioned the need to beat the prince. I need to have an idea about this, so that in clear conscience I will not make any statements before the court that will... I have a history, if that is what you're asking, but I don't think you and I have to go into that. I understand. When will my arraignment be? Late morning. When I make my calls to the jail after we hang up, I'll see to it you are scheduled for the early bus to Santa Monica. It's better to wait in the court hold than Biscaloo's. I wouldn't know, my first time here. Mr. Brisbane, I need to bring up my fee and the bail money again. I'm afraid I'll need that in my possession before I go into court tomorrow. You have a wire account? Yes. Give me the number. I'll have it wired in the morning. Will I be able to dial long distance in canine? No. You'll have to call my office. I'll tell Judy to expect the call. She'll then dial the number you give her on the other line and cross-connect you. It will be no problem. I've done it this way before. Krasner gave him his wire account number, and Gladden used the memorizing technique Horace had taught him to commit it to memory. Mr. Krasner, you would be doing yourself a great favor if you destroy the wire records of this transaction and simply carry the fee as paid in cash on your accounts. I understand. Anything else on your mind? Yes. You better put something on the PTL net. Tell the others what happened. Tell them to stay away from that carousel. Will do. After he hung up, Gladden turned his back to the wall and slid down until he was sitting on the floor. He avoided looking at the man across the room. He noticed the snoring had stopped and guessed that maybe the man on the floor might be dead. Odd. Then the man stirred slightly. For a moment, Gladden considered reaching down and pulling the plastic bracelet off the man and replacing it with his own. He'd probably be released in the morning without the cost of a lawyer and $50,000 bail. It was too risky, he decided. The man sitting across the cell might be a cop, and besides, the one on the floor might be a multiple repeat offender. You never knew when a judge was going to say enough was enough. Gladden decided to take his chances with Krasner. After all, he'd gotten his name off the network board. The lawyer must know what he was doing. Still, the $6,000 bothered him. He was being extorted by the judicial system. $6,000 for what? What had he done wrong? His hand went to his pocket for a cigarette, but then he remembered they had been taken away. That brought the anger down on him even heavier. And the self-pity. He was being persecuted by society, and for what? His instincts and desires were not of his choosing. Why couldn't they understand that? Gladden wished he had his laptop with him. He wanted to sign on and talk to those on the network, those of his kind. He felt lonely in the cell. He thought that he might even start to cry, except that the man leaning against the other wall was watching him. He would not cry in front of him. 8. I didn't sleep well after my day with the files. I kept thinking about the photos, first of Teresa, then of my brother. Both of them captured forever in horrible poses, stored away in envelopes. I wanted to go back and steal the photos and burn them. I didn't want anyone ever to see them. In the morning, after I had made coffee, I turned on my computer and dialed into the Rocky system to check messages. I ate handfuls of Cheerios from the box as I waited for the connection to be made and my password to be approved. I kept my laptop and printer set up on the dining room table because I most often ate while using them. It beat sitting at the table alone and thinking about how I'd been eating alone for years than I cared to remember. My home was small. I'd had the same one-bedroom apartment with the same furniture for 9 years. It wasn't a bad place, but it was nothing special. Other than Sean, I couldn't remember who the last visitor was. When I was with women, I didn't take them there. There hadn't been many of them anyway. I thought when I first moved in, I'd only be staying a couple years, that maybe I'd eventually buy a house and get married or have a dog or something, but it hadn't happened, and I'm not sure why. The job, I guess. At least that's what I told myself. I concentrated my energy on my work. In each room of the apartment, there were stacks of newspapers with my stories in them. I liked to reread them and save them. If I died at home, I knew they'd come in there and find me and mistakenly think I was one of those pack rats I'd written about, who die with newspapers stacked to the ceiling and their cash stuffed into the mattress. They wouldn't bother to pick up one of the papers and read my story. On the computer, I had only a couple of messages. The most recent was from Greg Glenn, asking how it was going. It had been sent at 6:30 the night before. The timing annoyed me. The guy okayed the assignment Monday morning, and on Monday night he wanted to know where I was going with it. "How's it going?" was editor speak for, "Where's the story?" Fuck him, I thought. I sent back a brief reply saying I had spent Monday with the cops and was convinced of my brother's suicide. That out of the way, I would begin exploring the causes and frequency of police suicide. The previous message on the tube was from Lori Prine in the library. It had been sent at 4:30 Monday. All it said was, "Interesting stuff on Nexus. It's on the counter." I sent a message back thanking her for the quick search and saying I had unexpectedly been tied up in Boulder but would pick up the search package right away. I thought she had an interest in me, though I had never responded to her on anything other than the professional level. You have to be careful and be sure. You make a wanted advance and you're cool. You make an unwanted advance and you get a personnel complaint. My view is that it's better just to avoid the whole thing. Next, I scrolled through the AP and UPI wires to see if there was anything interesting going on. There was a story about a doctor being shot outside a women's clinic in Colorado Springs.
An anti-abortion activist was in custody, but the doctor had not died yet. I made an electronic copy of the story and transferred it to my personal storage basket, but I didn't think I'd ever do anything with it unless the doctor died. There was a knock on my door, and I looked through the peephole before opening it. It was Jane, who lived across the hall and down one. She'd been there about a year, and I'd met her when she asked for help moving some furniture around when she was setting up her place. She was impressed when I told her I was a newspaper reporter, not knowing anything about what it was like. We'd gone to the movies twice and dinner once and spent a day skiing at Keystone, but these outings were spread over the years she'd been in the building, and nothing ever seemed to come of it. I think it was my hesitation, not hers. She was attractive in an outdoorsy sort of way, and maybe that was it. I was outdoorsy myself, at least in my mind, and wanted something different from that. "Hello, Jack. I saw your car in the garage last night, so I knew you were back. How was the trip?" "It was good. It was good to get away." "Did you ski?" "A little bit. I went out to Telluride." "Sounds nice." "You know, I was going to tell you, but you already left. If you're ever going away again, I could take care of your plants, or pick up the mail or whatever. Just ask." "Oh, thanks, but I don't really have any plants. I end up traveling a lot overnight for the job, so I don't keep any." I turned from the door and looked back into the apartment as if to make sure. I guess I should have invited her in for coffee, but I didn't. "You on your way to work?" I asked instead. "Yeah, me too. I better get going. But listen, once I get settled in, let's do something. A movie or something. We both liked De Niro movies. That was the one thing we had." "Okay, call me." "I will." After closing the door, I chastised myself again for not inviting her in. In the dining room, I shut the computer down, and my eyes caught on the inch-thick stack of paper next to the printer, my unfinished novel. I had started it more than a year earlier, but it wasn't going anywhere. It was supposed to be about a writer who becomes a quadriplegic in a motorcycle accident. With the money from the legal settlement, he hires a beautiful young woman from the local university to type for him as he orally composes the sentences. But soon he realizes she is editing and rewriting what he tells her before she even types it in. And what dawns on him is that she is the better writer. Soon he sits mute in the room while she writes. He only watches. He wants to kill her, strangle her with his hands, but he can't move his hands to do it. He is in hell. The stack of pages sat there on the table, daring me to try again. I don't know why I didn't shove it into a drawer with the other one I had started and never finished years earlier, but I didn't. I guess I wanted it there where I could see it. The Rockies newsroom was deserted when I got there. The morning editor and the early reporter were at the city desk, but I didn't see anybody else. Most of the staffers didn't start coming in until 9 or later. My first stop was the cafeteria for more coffee, and then I swung by the library, where I took a thick computer printout with my name on it off the counter. I checked Lori Prine's desk to thank her in person, but she wasn't in yet either. Back at my desk, I could see into Greg Glenn's office. He was there, on the phone as usual. I began my usual routine of reading the Rocky and the Post in tandem. I always enjoyed this, the daily judging of the Denver newspaper war. If you were keeping tabs, exclusive stories always scored the most points. But generally, the papers covered the same stories, and this was the trench war, where the real battle was. I would read our story, and then I would read theirs, seeing who wrote it better, who had the best information. I didn't always pull for the Rocky. In fact, most times I didn't. I worked with some real assholes, and didn't mind seeing their butts kicked by the Post. I would never admit this to anyone, though. It was the nature of the business and the competition. We competed with the other newspaper, we competed with each other. That was why I was sure some of them watched me whenever I walked through the newsroom. To some of the younger reporters, I was almost a hero, with the kind of story clips, talent, and beat to shoot for. To some of the others, I'm sure I was a pathetic hack with an undeservedly cushy beat, a dinosaur. They wanted to shoot at me. But that was okay. I understood this. I'd think the same thing if I were in their position. The Denver papers were feeders for the bigger dailies in New York and LA and Chicago and Washington. I probably should have moved on long ago and had even turned down an offer with the LA Times a few years back. But not before I used it as leverage with Glenn to get my murder beat. He thought the offer was for a hotshot job covering the cops. I didn't tell him it was a job in a suburban section called the Valley Edition. He offered to create the murder beat for me if I stayed. Sometimes I thought I had made a mistake taking Glenn's offer. Maybe it would be good to start somewhere fresh. We had done all right in the morning competition. I put the papers aside and picked up the library printout. Lori Prine had found several stories in the Eastern papers analyzing the pathology of police suicides and a handful of smaller spot news reports on specific suicides from around the country. She had the discretion not to print the Denver Post report on my brother. Most of the longer reports examined suicide as a job risk that went with police work. Each started with a particular cop's suicide and then steered the story into a discussion among shrinks and police experts on what made cops eat their guns. All of the stories concluded that there was a causal relationship between police suicide and job stress and a traumatic event in the life of the victim. The articles were valuable because what experts I would need for my story were named right there. And several pieces mentioned an ongoing FBI-sponsored study on police suicides at the Law Enforcement Foundation in Washington, D.C. I highlighted this, figuring that I could use updated statistics from the Bureau or Foundation to lend my story freshness and credibility. The phone rang, and it was my mother. We hadn't spoken since the funeral. After a few preliminary questions about my trip and how everybody was doing, she got to the point. "Riley told me you were going to write about Sean." It wasn't a question, but I answered as if it was. "Yes, I am." "Why, John?" She was the only one who called me John. "Because I have to. I just can't go on now like it didn't happen. I have to at least try to understand. You always took things apart when you were a boy. You remember? All the toys you ruined? What are you talking about, Mom?" What I am saying is that when you take things apart, you can't always put them back together again. Then what have you got? Nothing, Johnny. You have nothing. Mom, you're not making sense. Look, I have to do this. I did not understand why I was so quick to anger when I talked to her. Have you thought about anyone else besides yourself? Do you know how putting this in the paper can hurt people? You mean Dad? It might also help him. There was a long silence, and I imagined her in her kitchen at the table, eyes closed and holding the phone to her ear. My father was probably sitting there too, afraid to talk to me about it. "Did you have any idea?" I asked quietly. "Did either of you?" "Of course not," she said sadly. "No one knew." More silence, and then she made her last plea. "Think about it, John. It's better to heal in private. Like with Sarah. What do you mean? You never talked about it. You never talked to me. I can't talk about that now. You never can. It's only been 20 years. Don't be sarcastic about something like that. I'm sorry."
Look, I'm not trying to be like this. Just think about what I asked you. "I will," I said. "I'll let you know." She hung up as angry with me as I was with her. It bothered me that she didn't want me to write about Sean. It was almost as if she was still protecting and favoring him. He was gone. I was still here. I straightened up in my seat so I could look over the sound partitions of the pod my desk was in. I could see the newsroom was filling up now. Glenn was out of his office and at the city desk talking with the morning editor about the coverage plan for the abortion doctor shooting. I slumped back down in my chair so they wouldn't see me and get the idea of assigning me to rewrite. I was always dodging rewrite. They'd send out a bunch of reporters to a crime scene or disaster, and these people would call their info back to me. I then had to write up the story on deadline and decide which names went on the byline. It was the newspaper business at its most fast and furious, but I was burned out by it. I just wanted to write my stories about murder and be left alone. I almost took the printout up to the cafeteria so I'd be out of sight, but decided to take my chances. I went back to reading. The most impressive piece had run in the New York Times 5 months earlier. No surprise there. The Times was the holy grail of journalism, the best. I started reading the piece and then decided to put it down and save it for last. After I had scanned and read through the rest of the material, I went up for another cup of coffee, then started to reread the Times article, taking my time with it. The news peg was the seemingly unrelated suicides of 3 of New York's finest within a 6-week period. The victims didn't know each other, but all succumbed to the police blues, as it was called in the article. 2 with their guns at home, 1 hanged himself in a heroin shooting gallery while 6 stoned hypes watched in dazed horror. The article reported at length on the ongoing police suicide study, being conducted jointly by the FBI's Behavioral Science Services in Quantico, Virginia, and the Law Enforcement Foundation. The article quoted the foundation's director, Nathan Ford, and I wrote the name down in my notebook before going on. Ford said the project had studied every reported police suicide in the last 5 years, looking for similarities. He said the bottom line was that it was impossible to determine who might be susceptible to the police blues. But once diagnosed, it could be properly treated if a suffering officer sought help. Ford said the goal of the project was to build a database that could be translated into a protocol that would help police managers spot officers with the police blues before it was too late. The Times article included a sidebar story about a year-old Chicago case where the officer had come forward but still was not saved. As I read, my stomach tightened. The article said Chicago police detective John Brooks had begun therapy sessions with a psychiatrist after a particular homicide case he was assigned to began bothering him. The case was the kidnapping and murder of a 12-year-old boy named Bobby Smathers. The boy was missing for 2 days before his remains were found in a snowbank near the Lincoln Park Zoo. He had been strangled. 8 of his fingers were missing. An autopsy determined that the fingers had been severed before his death. That, and not being able to identify and catch the killer, apparently was too much for Brooks to take. Mr. Brooks, a highly regarded investigator, took the death of the precocious, brown-eyed boy unusually hard. After supervisors and colleagues became aware that it was affecting his work, he took a 4-week leave and began intensive therapy sessions with Dr. Ronald Cantor, whom he was referred to by a Chicago Police Department psychologist. At the start of these sessions, according to Dr. Cantor, Brooks openly spoke of his suicidal feelings and said he was haunted by dreams of the young boy screaming in agony. After 20 therapy sessions over a 4-week period, Dr. Cantor approved of the detective's return to his assignment in the homicide unit. Mr. Brooks, by all accounts, functioned properly and continued to handle and solve several new homicide cases. He told friends that his nightmares were gone. Known as Jumpin' John because of his frenetic, go-get-'em attitude, Mr. Brooks even continued his ultimately unsuccessful pursuit of the killer of Bobby Smathers. But sometime during the cold Chicago winter, something apparently changed. On March 13th, which would have been the 13th birthday celebrated by the Smathers boy, Mr. Brooks sat in his favorite chair in the den where he liked to write poems as a distraction from his job as a homicide detective. He'd taken at least 2 tablets of Percocet he had left over from treatment of a back injury the year before. He wrote a single line in his poetry notebook. Then he put the barrel of his .38 Special into his mouth and pulled the trigger. He was found by his wife when she came home from work. The death of Mr. Brooks left family and friends bereaved and full of questions. What could they have done? What were the signs they had missed? Cantor shook his head wistfully when asked during an interview if there were answers for these troubling questions. The mind is a funny, unpredictable, and sometimes terrible thing, the soft-spoken psychologist said in his office. I thought that John had come very far with me, but obviously we did not come far enough. Mr. Brooks and whatever it was that haunted him remain an enigma. Even his last message is a puzzle. The line he wrote on the pad offered little in the way of insight into what caused him to turn his gun on himself. "Through the pale door" were his last written words. The line was not original. Mr. Brooks borrowed it from Edgar Allan Poe. In his poem The Haunted Palace, which originally appeared in one of Poe's best-known stories, The Fall of the House of Usher, Poe wrote, "While like a ghastly rapid river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more." The meaning of those words to Mr. Brooks is unclear, but they certainly carry the melancholy incumbent in his final act. Meantime, the murder of Bobby Smathers remains an open case. In the homicide unit where Mr. Brooks worked, and his colleagues still pursue the case, the detectives now say they are seeking justice for 2 victims. "Far as I'm concerned, this is a double murder," said Lawrence Washington, a detective who grew up with Brooks and was partnered with him in the homicide unit. "Whoever did the boy also did Jumpin' John. You can't convince me any different." I straightened up and glanced around the newsroom. No one was looking at me. I looked back down at the printout and read the end of the story again. I was stunned, almost to the same degree as the night Wexler in St. Louis had come for me. I could hear my heart beating, my guts being taken in a cold and crushing grip. I couldn't read anything else but the name of the story. Usher. I had read it in high school and again in college. I knew the story, and I knew the character of the title, Roderick Usher. I opened my notebook and looked at the few notes I had jotted down after leaving Wexler the day before. The name was there. Sean had written it in the chronological record. It was his last entry. R-U-S-H-R. After dialing the editorial library, I asked for Lori Prine. "Lori, it's Jack." "Yes, I know. Look, I need an emergency search. I think it's a search. I'm not sure how to get—" "What is it, Jack?" "Edgar Allan Poe. Do we have anything on him?" "Sure, I'm sure we have lots of biographical abstracts." Do we have any of his short stories or works?" "I'm looking for The Fall of the House of Usher. And sorry to interrupt." "That's okay. I don't know what we would have right here as far as his written works go. Like I said, it's mostly biographical. I can take a look."
But, any bookstore around here is gonna sell his stuff if we don't have it. Okay, thanks. I'll just go over to the tattered cover. I was about to put the phone down when she said my name. "Yes?" "I just thought of something. Like, if you want to quote a line or something, we have lots of quotations on CD-ROM. I could just plug it in real quick." "Okay, do it." She put the phone down for an eternity. I reread the end of the Times story again. What I was thinking seemed like a long shot, but the coincidences in the way my brother and Brooks had died, and in the names of Roderick Usher and R-U-S-H-R, could not be ignored. "Okay, Jack," Lori said after picking back up. "I just checked our indexes. We have no books containing Poe's works in whole. I've got the poetry disc in, so let's give it a whirl." "What do you want?" "There is a poem called The Haunted Palace that is part of the story The Fall of the House of Usher. Can you get that?" She didn't answer. I heard her typing on the computer. "Okay, yeah. There are selected quotes from the story and the poem. 3 screens. Okay, is there a line that goes, out of space, out of time? Out of space, out of time. Right. I don't know the punctuation. Doesn't matter. She was typing. No. It's not in. Damn. I don't know why I made such an outburst. It immediately bothered me. But Jack, it is a line from another poem. What? By Poe? Yes. It's in a poem called Dreamland. You want me to read it? The whole stanza's here. Read it. Okay, I'm not that great at reading poetry, but here goes. "By a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright, I have reached these lands but newly, from an ultimate dim Thule, from a wild weird clime that lieth, sublime, out of space, out of time." That's it. But there is an editor's note. It says an eidolon means a phantom. I didn't say anything. I was frozen still. "Jack, read it again. Slower this time." I wrote the stanza in my notebook. I could have just asked her to print it out and then gone and picked it up, but I didn't want to move.
I wanted, for the short moment, to be totally alone with this. I had to be. "Jack, what is it?" she asked when she was done reading. "You seem so anxious about this." "I don't know yet. I've got to go." I hung up. In an instant, I began to feel overly warm, claustrophobic. As large as the newsroom was, I felt like the walls were closing in. My heart pounded. A vision of my brother in the car flashed through my mind. Glenn was on the phone when I walked into his office and sat down in front of him. He pointed to the door and nodded like he wanted me to wait outside until he was done. I didn't move. He pointed again and I shook my head. "Listen, I've got something happening here," he said into the phone. "Can I call you back?" "Great. Yeah." He hung up. "I need to go to Chicago," I said, "today, and then probably to Washington, then maybe Quantico, Virginia, to the FBI. Glenn didn't buy it. Out of space? Out of time? I mean, come on, Jack. That has got to be a thought that goes through the minds of many people who contemplate or actually do commit suicide. The fact that it's mentioned in a poem written by some morbid guy 150 years ago who also wrote another poem this other dead cop quoted, it's not the stuff conspiracies are made of. What about Rusher and Roderick Usher? You think that's a coincidence too? So now we have a triple coincidence, and you say it's not worth checking out? I didn't say it's not worth checking out." His voice rose a notch to a level signaling indignation. "Of course you check it out. Get on the phones, check it out. But I'm not sending you off on a national tour on the basis of what you've got now." He swiveled in his chair so he could check his computer for pending messages. There were none. He turned to face me again. "What's the motive? What? Who'd want to kill your brother and this guy in Chicago? It doesn't make sense. How come the cops missed this?" "I don't know." "Well, you spent the day with them in the case. Where's the hole in the suicide? How could someone have done this and just walked away? How come you came away yesterday convinced that it was suicide? I got your message. You said you were convinced. How come the cops are convinced? I don't have any answers for that yet. That's why I want to go to Chicago and then to the Bureau." "Look, Jack, you've got a cushy beat here. I can't tell you how many times reporters have come in here saying they wanted it." "You? What? Who wants my beat?" "Never mind. It's not what we're talking about. The point is, you've got it good here, and you get to go anywhere in the state you want to go. But for this kind of travel, I've got to be able to justify it with neff and neighbors. I also have a newsroom full of reporters who would like to travel every once in a while on a story. I would like them to travel. It helps keep them motivated. But we're in an economic downturn here, and I can't okay every trip that gets proposed." I hated these sermons. And I wondered if Neff and Neighbors, the managing editor and editor of the paper, even cared whom he sent where as long as they got good stories. This was a good story. Glenn was full of shit, and he knew it. "Okay, I'll just take vacation time and do it myself." "You used everything you had after the funeral. Besides, you're not going to run around the country saying you're a Rocky Mountain News reporter if you're not on an assignment for the Rocky Mountain News. What about unpaid leave? You said yesterday that if I wanted more time, you'd work something out. I meant time to grieve, not go running across the country. Anyway, you know the rules on unpaid leave. I can't protect your position. You take a leave and you might not have the beat when you come back." I wanted to quit right there, but I wasn't brave enough, and I knew I needed the paper. I needed the institution of the media as my access card to cops, researchers, everybody involved. Without my press card, I'd be just some suicide's brother who could be pushed aside. "I need more than what you've got now to justify this, Jack," Glenn said. "We can't afford an expensive fishing expedition. We need facts. If you had more, I could maybe see going to Chicago. But this foundation and the FBI, you could definitely do by phone. If you can't, then maybe I can get somebody from the Washington News Bureau to go over there. It's my brother, my fucking story." He raised his hands in a calming manner. He knew his suggestion was way out of bounds. "Then work the phones and come back to me with something. Look, don't you see what you're saying? You're saying don't go without the proof. But I need to go to get the proof." Back at my desk, I opened up a new computer file and began typing in everything I knew about the deaths of Teresa Lofton and my brother. I put down every detail I could remember from the files. The phone rang, but I didn't answer it. I only typed. I knew I needed to start with a base of information. Then I would use it to knock apart the case against my brother. Glenn had finally cut a deal with me. If I got the cops to reopen my brother's case, I'd go to Chicago. He said we'd still have to talk about D.C., but I knew that if I got to Chicago, I would get to Washington. As I typed, the picture of my brother kept coming back to me. Now that sterile, lifeless photo bothered me, for I had believed the impossible. I had let him down, and now felt a keener sense of guilt. It was my brother in that car, my twin. It was me. 9. I ended up with 4 pages of notes, which I then synthesized after an hour of study and thought to 6 lines of shorthand questions I had to find the answers to. I had found that if I looked at the facts of the case from the opposite perspective, believing Sean had been murdered and had not taken his own life, I saw something the cops had possibly missed. Their mistake had been their predisposition to believe and therefore accept that Sean had killed himself. "Okay, Jack," Lori said after picking back up. "I just checked our indexes. We have no books containing Poe's works in whole. I've got the poetry disc in, so let's give it a whirl. What do you want?" "There is a poem called The Haunted Palace that is part of the story The Fall of the House of Usher. Can you get that?" She didn't answer. I heard her typing on the computer. "Okay, yeah. There are selected quotes from the story and the poem. 3 screens. Okay, is there a line that goes out of space, out of time? Out of space, out of time. Right. I don't know the punctuation. Doesn't matter." She was typing. No, it's not in. Damn. I don't know why I made such an outburst. It immediately bothered me. "But Jack, it is a line from another poem." "What? By Poe?" "Yes. It's in a poem called Dreamland. You want me to read it? The whole stanza's here." "Read it." Okay, I'm not that great at reading poetry, but here goes. "By a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright, I have reached these lands but newly, from an ultimate dim Thule, from a wild weird clime that lieth sublime, out of space, out of time." That's it. But there is an editor's note. It says an eidolon means a phantom. I didn't say anything. I was frozen still. "Jack, read it again. Slower this time." I wrote the stanza in my notebook. I could have just asked her to print it out and then gone and picked it up, but I didn't want to move. I wanted, for the short moment, to be totally alone with this. I had to be. "Jack, what is it?" she asked when she was done reading. "You seem so anxious about this." "I don't know yet. I've got to go." I hung up. In an instant, I began to feel overly warm, claustrophobic. As large as the newsroom was, I felt like the walls were closing in. My heart pounded. A vision of my brother in the car flashed through my mind. Glenn was on the phone when I walked into his office and sat down in front of him. He pointed to the door and nodded like he wanted me to wait outside until he was done. I didn't move. He pointed again, and I shook my head. "Listen, I've got something happening here," he said into the phone. "Can I call you back?" "Great. Yeah." He hung up. "I need to go to Chicago," I said, "today, and then probably to Washington, then maybe Quantico, Virginia."
They knew Sean and knew he was burdened by the Teresa Lofton case. Or maybe it was something every cop could believe about every other cop. Maybe they'd all seen too many corpses, and the only surprise was that most didn't kill themselves. But when I sifted through the facts with a disbeliever's eye, I saw what they did not see. I studied the list I had written on a page in my notebook. Pena? His hands? After how long? The car? Heater? Lock? Riley? Gloves? I realized I could handle Riley by phone. I dialed and was about to hang up after 6 rings when she picked up. "Riley? It's Jack. You okay? This a bad time? When's a good time?" It sounded like she had been drinking. "You want me to come out, Riley?" "I'm coming out." "No, Jack, I'm okay. Just, one of those blue days. I keep thinking about him, "Yes, I think about him too." "Then how come you hadn't been around for so long before he went? And I'm sorry, I shouldn't bring things up." I was quiet a moment. "I don't know, Riles. We sort of had a fight about something. I said some things I shouldn't have. He did too, I guess. I think we were kind of in a cooling-off period. He did it before I could get back with him. I realized I hadn't called her Riles in a long time. I wondered if she had noticed. What was the fight about? The girl that got cut in two?
Why do you say that? Did he tell you about it? No, I just guessed. She had him wrapped around her finger. Why not you? That's all I was thinking. Riles, look, this isn't good for you to be dwelling on. Try to think about the good things. I almost broke down and told her what I was pursuing. I would have liked to give her something to ease her pain, but it was too early. It's hard to do that. I know, Riles. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. There was a long silence on the line between us. I heard nothing in the background. No music, no TV. I wondered what she was doing in the house alone. Mom called me today. You told her what I was doing? Yes, I thought she should know. I didn't say anything. What did you want, Jack? She finally asked. Just a question. It's kind of out of left field, but here it is. Did the cops show you or give you back Sean's gloves? His gloves? The ones he was wearing that day? No, I haven't gotten them. Nobody asked me about them. Well then, what kind of gloves did Sean have? Leather. Why? Just something I'm playing with. I'll tell you about it later if it amounts to anything. What about the color? Black. Yes, black leather. I think they were fur-lined. Her description matched the gloves I had seen in the crime scene photographs. It didn't really mean anything one way or the other. Just a point to check, one duck put in the row. We talked for a few minutes more, and I asked if she wanted to have dinner that night because I was coming out to Boulder, but she said no. After that, we hung up. I was worried about her and hoped the conversation, just the human contact, would raise her spirits. I contemplated dropping by her place anyway, after I was done with everything else. As I passed through Boulder, I could see snow clouds forming along the tops of the Flatirons. I knew from growing up out there how fast it could come down once the clouds moved in. I hoped the company Tempo I was driving had chains in the trunk, but knew it was unlikely. At Bear Lake, I found Pena standing outside the ranger shack talking with a group of cross-country skiers who were passing through. While I waited, I walked out to the lake. I saw a few spots where people had cleared away the snow down to the ice. I tentatively walked out on the frozen lake and looked down into one of these blue-black portals and imagined the depths below. I felt a slight tremor at my center. 20 years earlier, my sister had slipped through the ice and died in this lake. Now my brother had died in his car not 50 yards away. Looking down at the black ice, I remembered hearing somewhere that some of the lake fish get frozen in the winter, but when the thaw comes in spring, they wake up and just snap out of it. I wondered if it was true, and thought it was too bad people weren't the same way. It's you again. I turned around and saw Pena. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you. I have just a few more questions. No bother. I wish I could have done something before, you know. Maybe had seen him before, when he first pulled in, seen if he needed help. I don't know. We had started walking back toward the shack. I don't know what anybody could have done, I said, just to be saying something. So, what are your questions? I took out my notebook. First off, when you ran to the car, did you see his hands, like where they were? He walked without speaking. I think he was envisioning the incident in his mind. You know, he finally said, I think I did look at his hands. Because when I ran up and saw it was just him, I immediately figured he had shot himself. So I'm pretty sure I looked at his hands to see if he was holding the gun. Was he? No, I saw it on the seat next to him. It fell on the seat. Do you remember if he was wearing gloves when you looked in? Gloves? Gloves, he said, as if he was trying to prompt an answer from his memory banks. After another long pause, he said, I don't know. I'm not getting a picture in my mind. What did the police say? Well, I'm just trying to see if you remember. Well, I'm not getting anything. Sorry. If the police wanted to, would you let them hypnotize you to see if they could bring it out that way? Hypnotize me? They do that sort of stuff? Sometimes, if it's important. Well, if it was important, I guess I'd do it. We were standing in front of the shack now. I was looking at the Tempo parked in the same place my brother had parked. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the timing. The police reports say that you had the car in sight within 5 seconds of hearing the shot. And with only 5 seconds, there is no way anybody could make it from the car and into the woods without being seen. Right, no way. Would have seen him. Okay, then what about after? After what? After you ran to the car and saw the man was shot. You told me the other day you ran back to the shack here and made 2 calls, that right? Yes, 911 and my soup. So you were inside the shack here and couldn't see the car, right? Right. How long? Pena nodded, seeing what I was getting at. But that doesn't matter, because he was alone in the car. I know, but humor me. How long? He shrugged his shoulders as if to say, what the hell, and fell silent again. He walked into the shack and made a motion with his hand like lifting up the phone. I got through on 911 right away. That was pretty quick. They took my name and stuff, and that took some time. Then I called in and asked for Doug Paquin, that's my boss. I said it was an emergency, and they put me through right away. He got on, and I told him what happened, and he told me to go out and watch the vehicle until the police came. That was it. I went back out. I considered all of that and figured that he had probably been out of sight of the Caprice for at least 30 seconds. On the car, when you first ran out, did you check all the doors to see if any were unlocked? Just on the driver's side, but they were all locked. How do you know? When the cops got out here, they tried them all, and they were locked. They had to use one of those Slim Jim things to pop the lock. I nodded and said, "What about the back seat? You said yesterday that the windows were fogged. Did you put your face up to the glass and look directly into the back seat, down at the floor?" Pena understood now what I was asking about. He thought for a moment and shook his head in the negative. "No, I didn't look directly into the back. I just thought it was the one guy, is all." "Did the cops ask you these questions?" "No, not really. I see what you're driving at, though." I nodded. "One last thing."
When you called it in, did you say it was a suicide or just that it was a shooting? Yeah, I said somebody up here went and shot herself. Just like that. They got a tape, I suspect. Probably. Thanks a lot. I started back to my car as the first flurries started floating down. Pena called after me. "What about the hypnotizing?" "They'll call if they want to do it." Before getting in the car, I checked the trunk. There were no chains. On my way back through Boulder, I stopped at a bookstore called, appropriately enough, the Rue Morgue, and picked up a thick volume containing the complete stories and poems of Edgar Allan Poe. My intention was to start reading it that night. As I drove back to Denver, I worked on trying to put Pena's answers into the theory I was working on. And no matter how I moved his answers around, there was nothing that derailed my new belief. When I got to the DPD, I was told up in the SIU office that Scolari was out of the building, so I went to homicide and found Wexler behind his desk. I didn't see St. Louis around. "Shit," Wexler said. "You here to bust my chops again?" "No," I said. "You gonna bust mine? Depends on what you're gonna ask me. Where's my brother's car? It back in service yet? What is this, Jack? Can't you even conceive of the possibility that we know how to run an investigation?" He angrily threw the pen he was holding into a trash can in the corner of the room. He then realized what he had done and went and picked it out. "Look, I'm not trying to show you up or cause you any problems," I said in an even tone. "I'm just trying to settle all my questions, and the more I try, the more questions I have." "Like what?" I told him about my visit with Pena, and I could see him getting angry. Blood rushed into his face, and there was a slight tremor along his left jawline. "Look, you guys closed the case," I said. "There is nothing wrong with me talking to Pena. Besides, you or Scolari or somebody missed something. The car was out of his sight for more than half a minute while he was calling it in. So fucking what? You guys were only concerned with the time prior to his seeing the car. 5 seconds, so nobody could have run away. Case closed, suicide. But Pena told me the windows were fogged. They had to have been for someone to have written the note. Pena didn't look in the back, onto the floor. Then he leaves for at least 30 seconds. Somebody could have been lying down in the back, got out while he was making the calls, and run into the woods. It could have happened easily. Are you fucked in the head? What about the note? What about the OSR on the glove? Anybody could have written on the windshield, and the glove with the residue could have been worn by the killer. Then he took it off and put it on Sean. 30 seconds is a long time. It might have been longer. He probably was longer. He made 2 calls, Wex. It's too iffy. The killer would be relying too much on Pena taking that much time. Maybe not. Maybe he figured he'd either have enough time or he'd just take out Pena. The way you guys handled this thing, you would have just said Sean killed him and then himself. That's bullshit, Jack. I loved your brother like he was my own fucking brother. You think I want to believe he swallowed the goddamn bullet? Let me ask you something. Where were you when you found out about Sean? Right here, at the desk. Why? Who told you? You get a call? Yeah, I got a call. It was the captain. Parks called the watch captain. He called our captain. What did he tell you? His exact words. Wexler hesitated a moment as he remembered. I don't remember. He just said that Mac was dead. He said it like that, or did he say Mac had killed himself? I don't know what he said. He might have. What's the point? The ranger out there who called it in said Sean shot himself. That started the whole thing rolling. You all went out there expecting a suicide, and that's what you found. The parts of the puzzle fit into the picture you brought with you. Everybody around here knew what the Lofton case was doing to him. You see what I'm saying? You were all predisposed to believe it. You even got me believing it on the ride out to Boulder that night. That's all bullshit, Jack, and I don't have the time. There's no proof of what you're saying, and I don't have time for theories from somebody who can't face the facts. I was silent a moment, letting him cool down. Then where's the car, Wex? If you're so sure, show me the car. I know how I can prove it to you. Wexler paused himself. I guessed he was contemplating whether he should get involved. If he showed me the car, he was admitting that I had at least put a small doubt in his own mind. It's still in the yard, he finally said. I see it every goddamn day when I come in. Is it still in the same condition as the day it was found? Yeah, still the same. It's sealed. Every day I come in, I get to see his blood all over the window. Let's go look at it, Wex. I think there's a way to convince you, one way or the other. The snow flurries had made it over from Boulder. In the police yard, Wexler got the key from the fleet manager. He also checked an inventory list to see if anyone had taken the keys or been inside the car other than the investigators. No one had. The car would be in the same condition as it was when it was towed in. They've been waiting for a requisition from the chief's office to clean it up. They have to send it out. You know there are companies that specialize in cleaning houses and cars and stuff after somebody's been killed in them? Some fucking job. I think Wexler was talking so much because he was nervous now. We approached the car and stood there looking at it. The snow was swirling around us in a current. The blood sprayed on the inside back window had dried to a dark brown. It's gonna stink when we open it, Wexler said. Christ, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is going no further until you tell me what is going on. I nodded. Okay. There are two things I want to look at. I want to see if the heat switch is on high and if the security lock on the rear doors is on or off. What for? The windows were fogged and it was cold, but it wasn't that cold. I saw in the pictures that Sean was dressed warmly. He had his jacket on. He wouldn't need the heat on high. How else do windows get fogged when you're parked with the engine off? I don't think so. Think about surveillances, Wex. What causes fogging? My brother once told me about the stakeout you two blew because the windows fogged up and you missed the guy coming out of his house. Talking. It was the week after the Super Bowl, and we were talking about the fucking Broncos losing again, and the hot air fogged everything up. Yeah, and last I knew, my brother didn't talk to himself. So if the heat is on low and the windows are fogged enough to write on them, I think it means there was someone with him. They were talking. That's a long shot. That doesn't prove anything either way. What about the lock? I gave him the theory. Somebody is with Sean. Somehow he gets Sean's gun. Maybe he comes with his own gun and disarms Sean. He also tells him to hand over his gloves. Sean does. The guy puts the gloves on and then kills Sean with his own gun. He then jumps over the seat into the back where he hides down on the floor. He waits until Pena comes and goes. Then he leans back over the seat, writes the note on the windshield, and puts the gloves back on Sean's hands. Now you've got the GSR on Sean. Then the doer gets out the back door, locks it, and splits into the cover of the trees. No footprints, because the lot's been plowed. He's gone by the time Pena comes back out to watch the car like he's told to do by his supervisor. Wexler was silent a long time while catching up. Okay, it's a theory, he finally said. Now prove it. You know my brother. You worked with him. What was the routine with the security lock? Always keep it on. Right? That way, no mistakes with prisoners, no slip-ups. If you take a non-prisoner, you can always disengage it for them.
Like you did on the night you came for me. When I got sick, the lock was on, remember? You had to switch it off so I could open the door to puke. Wexler said nothing, but in his face I saw that I'd struck home. If the security lock was off in the Caprice, it wouldn't be rock-solid proof of anything. But he would know, in the way he knew my brother, that Sean hadn't been alone in the car. He finally said, "You can't tell by looking at it. It's just a button. Somebody will have to get in the back and see if they can get out. Open it. I'll get in." Wexler unlocked the door, flipped the electric locks, and I opened the rear passenger side door. The sickly sweet smell of dried blood hit me. I stepped into the car and closed the door. For a long moment, I didn't move. I had seen the photos, but they didn't prepare me for being in the car. The sickly smell, the dried blood sprayed over the window, the roof, and the driver's headrest. My brother's blood. I felt the cloying grip of nausea in my throat. I quickly looked over the seat to the dashboard and the heater control panel. Then, through the right window, I looked out at Wexler. For a moment, our eyes met, and I wondered if I really wanted the security lock to be off. The thought occurred to me that it might be easier to just let it go, but I quickly ran it from my mind. I knew if I let this go, I would be haunted for the rest of my life. I reached over and hit the passenger lock switch for my door. I pulled the door handle, and the door swung open. I stepped out and looked at Wexler. Snow was starting to stick to his hair and shoulders. And the heater's off. It couldn't have fogged the windows. I think Sean had somebody in the car with him. They were talking, then whoever the bastard was killed him. Wexler looked as if he had seen a ghost. It was all clicking in his mind. It was more than just a theory now, and he knew it. It looked as though he might start to cry. "God damn it," he said. "Look, we all missed it." "No, it's different. A cop never lets his partner down like that. What good are we if we can't watch out for our own? A fucking reporter." He didn't finish, but I think I knew what he was feeling. He felt as though he had somehow betrayed Sean. I knew that was how he felt because it was the same for me. "It's not done with yet," I said. "We can still make up for believing the wrong thing." He still looked forlorn. I wasn't the one who could comfort him. That would have to come from within. "All that's lost is a little time, Wex," I said anyway. "Let's go back inside. It's getting cold out here." My brother's house was dark when I went there to tell Riley. I paused before knocking, wondering at how absurd it was that I believed the news I was bringing might in some way cheer her. "Good news, Riley. Sean didn't kill himself, like we all thought. He was murdered by some nut who has probably done it before and probably will again." I knocked anyway. It wasn't late. I imagined that she was sitting in there in the dark, or maybe in one of the back bedrooms which emitted no light. The lantern light came on above me, and she opened up before I had to knock a second time. "Jack, Riley, I was wondering if I could come in and talk to you." I knew she didn't know yet. I had made a deal with Wexler. I would tell her in person. He didn't care. He was too busy reopening the investigation, drawing up lists of likely suspects, getting Sean's car inspected again for prints and other evidence. I hadn't told him anything about Chicago. I'd kept that to myself, and I wasn't sure why. Was it the story? Did I want the story just for myself? That was the easy answer, and I used it to soothe my uneasiness at not telling him everything. But in the deeper folds of my mind, I believed it was something else. Something maybe I didn't want to bring out into the light to view. "Come in," Riley said. "Is something wrong?" "Not really." I walked in behind her, and she led the way to the kitchen, where she turned on the light over the table. She was wearing blue jeans, heavy wool socks, and a Colorado buffalo sweatshirt. "There's just been some new developments about Sean, and I wanted to tell you. Instead of on the phone." We both took chairs at the table. The circles under her eyes hadn't disappeared, and she had done nothing with makeup to hide them. I felt her gloom descending on me, and I looked away from her face. I thought I had escaped, but it was impossible here. Her pain invaded every space in the house and was contagious. "Were you asleep?" "No, I was reading." "What is it, Jack?" I told her. But unlike Wexler, I told her everything. About Chicago, about the poems, about what I wanted to do now. She nodded occasionally during the story, but showed nothing else. No tears, no questions. All of that would come when I was done. "So, that's the story," I said. "I came to tell you. I'm going to Chicago as soon as I can." After a long silence, she spoke. "It's funny, I feel so guilty." I could see tears in her eyes, but they didn't fall. She probably didn't have enough left for that. "Guilty? About what?" "All of this time. I've been so angry at him, for what he'd done. Like he had done it to me, not himself. I started hating him, hating his memory. Now this. We were all like that. It was the only way to live with it.
Have you told Millie and Tom? My parents? She never felt comfortable addressing them any other way. Not yet. I will, though. Why didn't you tell Wexler about Chicago? I don't know. I wanted a head start, I guess. They'll find out about it tomorrow. Jack, if what you're saying is true, they should know everything. I don't want whoever did this to get away just so you can pursue a story. Look, Riley, I said, trying to keep calm. Whoever did this had already gotten away until I came along. I just want to get to the cops in Chicago before Wexler. One day. We were silent a moment before I spoke again. And make no mistake, I want the story, that's true. But it's about more than just the story. It's about me and Sean. She nodded, and I let the silence hang between us. I didn't know how to explain to her my motives. My skill in life was putting words together in a coherent and interesting narrative, but inside I had no words for this. Not yet. I knew she needed to hear more from me, and I tried to give her what she needed. An explanation I didn't quite understand myself. I remember when we graduated from high school, we both pretty much knew what we wanted to do. I was going to write books and be famous or rich or both. Sean was going to be chief of detectives at DPD and solve all of the mysteries of the city. Neither of us quite made it. Sean was closest, though. She tried to smile at my memory, but it didn't quite go with the rest of her face, and so she put it aside. Anyway, I continued, at the end of that summer, I was leaving for Paris to go write the great American novel, and he was waiting to go into the service. We made this deal when we said goodbye. It was pretty corny. The deal was that when I got rich, I would buy him a Porsche with ski racks, like Redford had in Downhill Racer. That's it. That's all he wanted. He'd get to choose the model, but I'd have to pay. I told him it was a bad deal for me because he had nothing to trade. But then he said he did. He said that if anything ever happened to me, like I got killed or hurt or robbed or anything, he'd find out who did it. He'd make sure nobody got away with it. And even back then, I believed it. I believed he could do it. And something about it was a comfort. The story didn't seem to make much sense the way I had told it. I wasn't sure what the point was. But that was his promise, not yours, Riley said. Yes, I know. I was quiet for a few moments while she watched me. It's just that, I don't know. I just can't sit back and watch and wait. I've got to be out there. I've got to... There were no words to explain it. Do something? I guess. I don't know. I can't really talk about it, Riley. I just have to do it. I'm going to Chicago.
10 Gladden and 5 other men were ushered into a glass-enclosed seating area in the corner of the huge courtroom. There was a foot-wide slot that ran the length of the glass enclosure at face height through which the arraignment proceedings in the courtroom could be heard and the defendants could answer questions from their attorneys or the judge. Gladden was disheveled from a night of no sleep. He had been in a single cell, but the noise of the jail kept him awake and reminded him too much of Rayford. He looked around the courtroom and didn't see anyone he recognized. This included the cops, Delpy and Sweetser. He also didn't see any television or still cameras. He took this as a sign that his true identity had not yet been discovered. He was encouraged by this. A man with curly red hair and thick glasses made his way around the attorneys' tables to the glass booth. He was short and had to raise his chin as if standing in tall water for his mouth to reach the slot in the glass. "Mr. Brisbane?" he asked, looking expectantly at the men who had just been ushered in. Gladden walked over and looked down through the opening. "Krasner?" "Yes, how are you?" He reached his hand up through the slot. Gladden shook it reluctantly. He didn't like being touched by anyone, unless it was a child. He didn't answer Krasner's question. It was the wrong thing to ask someone who had spent the night in county jail. "You talked to the prosecutor yet?" he asked instead. "Yes, I did. We had quite a conversation. Your bad luck is continuing in that the deputy DA assigned the case is a woman who I have had some dealings with before. She is a ball-buster, and the arresting officers have informed her of the situation as they saw it at the pier. So she's going to go balls to the wall against me." "Right. However, this judge is okay. We're all right there. He's the only one in the building, I think, who wasn't a prosecutor before being elected. Well, hooray for me. Did you get the money?" "Yes, that happened just as you said, so we're set. One question. Do you want to enter a plea today or continue it?"
What does it matter? Not a great deal. In arguing for bail, it might just move the judge an inch or so our way, if, psychologically, he knows you've already denied the charges and are readying for a fight. Okay, not guilty. Just get me out of here. Santa Monica Municipal Judge Harold Nyberg called the name Harold Brisbane, and Gladden went back to the slot. Krasner came back around the tables and stood by the slot so he could confer, if needed, with his client. Krasner announced himself, as did Deputy District Attorney Tamara Feinstock. After Krasner waived a lengthy reading of the charges, he told the judge that his client pleaded not guilty. Judge Nyberg hesitated a moment. It was apparent that entering a plea so early in a case was unusual. "Are you sure that Mr. Brisbane wishes to enter a plea today?" "Yes, Your Honor. He wants to move quickly because he is absolutely 100% not guilty of these allegations." "I see." The judge hesitated while he read something in front of him. So far, he had not even looked over in Gladden's direction. "Well, then I take it you do not wish to waive your 10 days. "A moment, Your Honor," Krasner said. Then he turned to Gladden and whispered, "You have a right to a preliminary hearing on the charges within 10 court days. You can waive, and he'll schedule a hearing to then set the prelim. If you don't waive, he'll set the prelim now, 10 days from now. If you don't waive, it's another sign that you're going to fight, that you aren't looking for a handout from the DA. It might help on the bail. Don't waive." Krasner turned back to the judge. "Thank you, Your Honor. We don't waive. My client does not believe these charges will survive a preliminary hearing and, therefore, urges the court to schedule it as soon as possible so he can put this Mr. Krasner. Mr. Krasner, Miss Feinstock may not object to your added comments, but I do. This is an arraignment court. You're not arguing your case here." "Yes, Your Honor." The judge turned and studied a calendar hanging on the far wall, above one of the clerk's desks. He chose the date 10 court days away and ordered a preliminary hearing in Division 110. Krasner opened an appointment book and wrote it down. Gladden saw the prosecutor doing the same. She was young but unattractive. So far, she had said nothing during the 3-minute hearing. "Okay," the judge said. "Anything on bail?" "Yes, Your Honor," Feinstock said, standing for the first time. "The people urged the court to depart from the bail schedule and set an amount of $250,000. Judge Nyberg looked up from his papers at Feinstock and then over at Gladden for the first time. It was as if he was trying to determine upon physical inspection of the defendant why he was worth such a high bail for what seemed like so lowly a set of charges. "Why is that, Miss Feinstock?" he asked. "I don't have anything before me that suggests a deviation." "We believe the defendant is a flight risk, Your Honor. He refused to provide the arresting officers with a local address or even a license plate number of a car. His driver's license was issued in Alabama, and we have not verified it as a legitimate issuance. So, basically, we don't know if Harold Brisbane is even his real name. We don't know who he is or where he lives, if he has a job or family, and until we do, he is considered a flight risk." "Your Honor," Krasner jumped in, "Miss Feinstock is misstating the facts. My client's name is known to police. He provided a legitimate Alabama driver's license, of which there was no mention of a problem. Mr. Brisbane has just arrived in the area from Mobile seeking work and does not yet have a permanent address. When he does, he will be glad to provide it to authorities. In the meantime, he can be contacted if needed through my office and has agreed to check in twice daily with me or any representative of the court Your Honor chooses. As Your Honor knows, a deviation from the bail schedule should be based on a defendant's propensity for flight. Not having a permanent address is in no way an acknowledgement of flight. To the contrary, Mr. Brisbane has entered a plea and waived any delays in this case. He clearly wishes to attack these charges and clear his name as soon as possible." "Calling your office is fine, but what about the address?" the judge asked. "Where's he going to be?" "You seem to have left out of your dissertation any mention of the apparent fact that this man already fled from police prior to his arrest." "Your Honor, we challenge that charge. These officers were in plainclothes and at no time identified themselves as police officers. My client was carrying a rather expensive piece of camera equipment with which, by the way, he earns his living, and feared he was about to become the victim of a robbery. That is why he ran from those people." "That's all very interesting," the judge said. "What about an address?" "Mr. Brisbane has a room at the Holiday Inn on Pico Boulevard.
From there, he is endeavoring to find work. He is a freelance photographer and graphic arts designer and is confident of his prospects. He isn't going anywhere. As I said before, he is going to fight these— Yes, Mr. Krasner, as you said before. What kind of bail are you looking for here? Well, sir, $250,000 for a charge of throwing a trash can into the ocean is utterly incomprehensible. I think a modest bail of $5,000 to $10,000 is more in line with the charges. My client has limited funds. If he uses them all to make bail, he will not have the money on which to live or pay counsel. You left out the evading and vandalism. Your Honor, as I said, he ran from them, but he had no earthly idea that they were police officers. He thought again, Mr. Krasner, save your arguments for the proper venue. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but look at the charges. It is clear this is going to be a misdemeanor case, and the bail should be set accordingly.
Anything else? Submitted Miss Feinstock. Yes, Your Honor. Again, the people urge the court to consider a departure from the bail schedule. The two main charges against Mr. Brisbane are felonies and will remain as such. Despite Mr. Krasner's assurances, the people still are not convinced the defendant is not a flight risk or that his name is even Harold Brisbane. My detectives tell me that the defendant has dyed hair and that it was dyed at the time the photograph for this driver's license was issued. This is consistent with an attempt to hide identity. We are hoping to borrow the Los Angeles Police Department's fingerprint identification computer today and see if we can get a— Your Honor, Krasner interjected, I have to object here on the basis that— Mr. Krasner, the judge intoned, you had your turn. In addition, Feinstock said, Mr. Brisbane's arrest came as a result of other suspicious activities which he was involved in, namely, objection. The photographing of young children, some of them unclothed, without their knowledge or the knowledge or consent of their parents. The incident for which, Your Honor, the charges before you have arisen occurred when Mr. Brisbane attempted to elude the officers investigating a complaint against him. Your Honor, Krasner said loudly, there are no outstanding charges against my client. All the district attorney is trying to do is prejudice this man before the court. It is highly improper and unethical. If Mr. Brisbane did these things, then where are the charges? Silence filled the cavernous courtroom. Krasner's outburst had even served to make the other attorneys whispering to their clients hold their tongues. The gaze of the judge slowly moved from Feinstock to Krasner to Gladden before he finally looked back at the prosecutor and continued. Miss Feinstock, are there currently any other charges against this man being considered by your office at this time, and I mean right at this time? Feinstock hesitated and then grudgingly said, no other information has been presented for filing, but the police, as I said, are continuing their investigation into the defendant's true identity and activities. The judge looked down at the papers in front of him again and began to write. Krasner opened his mouth to add something, but then reconsidered. It was clear by the judge's demeanor that he had already made the decision. The bail schedule calls for bail to be set at $10,000, Judge Nyberg said. I am going to make a slight departure and set bail at $50,000. Mr. Krasner, I will be glad to reconsider this at a later date if, at that time, your client has assuaged the district attorney's concerns about identity and address, etc. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The judge called the next case. Feinstock closed the file she had in front of her, put it on the stack to her right, and took another off the stack to her left and opened it. Krasner turned to Gladden with a slight smile on his face. Sorry, I thought he might go 25. The beauty of it is she's probably happy. She asked for a quarter, probably hoping for a dime or a nickel. She got the nickel. Never mind that. Just how long until I'm out of here? Sit tight. I'll have you out in an hour. 11. The edge of Lake Michigan was frozen. The ice left jagged and treacherous and beautiful after a storm. The upper floors of the Sears Tower were gone, swallowed whole by the grayish-white shroud that hung over the city. I saw all of this while coming in on the Stevenson Expressway. It was late morning, and I guessed it would be snowing again before day's end. I had thought it was cold in Denver until I landed at Midway. It was 3 years since I had been back to Chicago, and despite the cold, I missed the place. I had gone to J school at Medill in the early '80s and learned to truly love the city.
After, I had hoped to stay and get on with one of the local papers, but the Tribune and Sun-Times both took passes, the interview editors telling me to go out and get some experience and then come back with my clips. It was a bitter disappointment, not the rejection as much as having to leave the city. Of course, I could stay on at the City News Bureau, where I worked during school, but that wasn't the kind of experience those editors were looking for, and I didn't like the idea of working for a wire service that paid you like you were a student needing clips more than money. So I went home and got the job at the Rocky. A lot of years went by. At first, I went to Chicago at least twice a year to see friends and visit favorite bars, but that tapered off over the years. The last time had been 3 years ago. My friend Larry Bernard had just landed at the Tribune after going out and getting the same experience they had told me to get. I went up to see him, and I hadn't been back since. I guess I had the clips now for a paper like the Tribune, but I had never gotten around to sending them to Chicago. The cab dropped me at the Hyatt across the river from the Tribune. I couldn't check in until 3, so I left my bag with the bellman and went to the payphones. After fumbling with the phone book, I called the number for CPD's Area 3 Violent Crimes and asked for Detective Lawrence Washington. When he answered, I hung up. I just wanted to locate him, make sure he was there. My experience with cops as a reporter had always been not to make appointments. If you did, all you were doing was giving them a specific place to avoid and the exact time to avoid it. Most didn't like talking to reporters. The majority didn't like even being seen with reporters. And the few that did, you had to be cautious of. So you had to sneak up on them. It was a game. I checked my watch after hanging up. Almost noon. I had 20 hours left. My flight to Dulles left at 8 the next morning. Outside the hotel, I grabbed a cab and told the driver to turn up the heat and take me to Belmont and Western by way of Lincoln Park. On the way, I'd take in the spot where the Smathers boy had been found. It was a year since his body had been discovered. My thought was that the spot, if I could find it, would look almost exactly as it did on that day. I opened my satchel, booted the computer, and pulled up the Tribune clips I'd downloaded the night before in the Rockies library. I scrolled through the stories on the Smathers case until I found the paragraph describing the discovery of the body by a zoo docent cutting through the park on the way from his girlfriend's apartment. The boy had been found in a snow-covered clearing where the Italian-American League's bocce tournaments were held in the summer. The story said the clearing off Clark near Wisconsin was within sight of the Red Barn, which was part of the city's farm in the zoo. Traffic was light, and we were in the park within 10 minutes. I told the driver to cut over to Clark and to pull to the side when we got to Wisconsin. The snow on the field was fresh, and there were only a few tracks across it. It also stood about 3 inches high on the boards of the benches along the walkway. This area of the park seemed completely deserted. I got out of the cab and walked into the clearing, not expecting anything, but in a way, expecting something. I didn't know exactly what, maybe just a feeling. Halfway across, I came upon a grouping of tracks in the snow that cut across my intended path from left to right. I crossed these and came upon another grouping heading right to left, the party having headed back the way it had come. Kids, I thought, maybe going to the zoo, if it was open. I looked toward the Red Barn, and that was when I noticed the flowers at the base of a towering oak 20 yards away. I walked toward the tree and instinctively knew what I was seeing. A 1-year anniversary, noted with flowers. When I got to the tree, I saw that the flowers, bright red roses splashed like blood on the snow, were fake, made of wood shavings.
In the cleft made by the first branching of the tree's trunk, I saw that someone had propped a small studio photo of a smiling boy, his elbows on a table and his hands propped against his cheeks. He wore a red jacket and white shirt with a very small blue bow tie. The family had been here, I guessed. I wondered why they hadn't placed their memorial at the boy's grave. I looked around. The lagoons near the barn were iced over, and there were a couple of skaters. No one else. I looked over to Clark Street and saw the cab waiting. Across the street from it, a brick tower rose. I saw that the sign on the awning out front said Hemingway House. It was the place the zoo docent had come from before finding the small boy's body. I looked back at the photo propped in the tree's cleft and without any hesitation reached up and took it down. It was sealed in plastic like a driver's license to protect it from the elements. On the back of it was written the boy's name but nothing else. I slid the photo into the pocket of my long coat. I knew that someday I might need it to run with the story.
The cab felt as welcome and warm to me as a living room with a fireplace. I began scrolling through the Tribune stories while we drove on to Area 3. The major facts of the case were as horrifying as those in the Teresa Lofton killing. The boy had been lured from a fenced recreation center at a Division Street elementary school. He and 2 others had gone out to make snowballs. When the teacher noticed they were missing from the classroom, she went out and rounded the boys up. But by then, Bobby Smathers was gone. The 2 12-year-old witnesses proved unable to tell police investigators what happened. According to them, Bobby Smathers simply disappeared. They looked up from their work in the snow and didn't see him. They suspected he was hiding and waiting to ambush them, so they didn't go looking. Bobby was found a day later in the snowbank near the bocce clearing in Lincoln Park. Weeks of full-time investigation headed by Detective John Brooks, who caught the case as lead investigator, never got any closer than the explanation of the 2 12-year-olds. Bobby Smathers had simply disappeared that day at the school. As I reviewed the stories, I looked for similarities to Lofton. There were few. She was a white female adult and he a black male child. As different in terms of prey as would seem possible. But both were missing for more than 24 hours before being found, and the mutilated bodies of both victims were found in city parks. Lastly, both had been at children's centers on their last day. The boy at his school, the woman at the daycare center where she worked. I didn't know the significance of these connections, but they were all I had. The Area 3 headquarters was an orange brick fortress. It was a 2-story sprawling building that also housed the Cook County 1st Municipal District Court. There was a steady stream of citizens going in and out of the smoked glass doors. I pushed through the doors to a lobby where the floor was wet with melted snow. The front counter was made of matching brick. Somebody could drive a car through the glass doors and they still wouldn't get to the cops behind the counter. The citizens standing in front of it were another matter. I looked at the stairs to my right. I knew from memory that they led to the detective bureau and was tempted to ignore procedure and head up. But I decided against it. You break even the mundane rules with the cops and they can get testy. I stepped up to one of the cops behind the counter. He eyed the computer bag slung over my shoulder. "You moving in with us, are you?" "No, this is just a computer," I said. "Detective Lawrence Washington. I'd like to speak with him." "And you are?" "My name's Jack McEvoy. He doesn't know me." "You have an appointment?" "No, it's about the Smathers case. You can tell him that." The cop's eyebrows climbed an inch up his forehead. "Tell you what, open up the bag and let's check the computer while I make the call." I did what he asked, opening up the computer the way they used to make me do at airports. I turned it on, turned it off, and put it away. The cop watched with the phone to his ear while talking to someone I assumed was a secretary. I figured that mentioning Smathers would at least get me through the preliminary round. "Got a citizen down here to see Larry Leggs about the kid." He listened a few moments and then hung up. "Second floor. Up the stairs, to your left, go down the hall, last door. Says homicide. He's the black guy. Thanks." As I headed up the stairs, I thought about how the cop had simply referred to Smathers as the kid, and whoever he had spoken to had understood what he meant. It told me a lot about the case, more than what had been in the newspapers. Cops try their best to depersonalize their cases. They are like serial killers in that way. If the victim is not a person who lived and breathed and hurt, he can't haunt you. Calling a victim the kid is the opposite of that practice. It told me that a year later, the case still had a strong hold on Area 3. The homicide squad room was about the size of half a tennis court and had dark green industrial carpet. There were 3 work pods consisting of 5 desks each. 2 pairs of desks faced each other, and the 5th, the sergeant's desk, was pushed in at the end. Along the wall to my left were row after row of file cabinets with locking bars running through the pull handles. Along the far wall, behind the work pods, were 2 offices with glass windows looking out on the squad room. One was the lieutenant's office, the other looked like an interview room. There was a table in there, and I could see a man and a woman in the room eating sandwiches off deli paper unwrapped and used as placemats. Besides those 2, there were 3 others at desks in the room, and a secretary sat behind a desk near the door. "You want to see Larry?" she said to me. I nodded, and she pointed to the man sitting at a desk on the far side of the room. He was alone in the pod. I headed over. He didn't look up from his paperwork even when I got to him. "It's snowing out there yet?" he asked. "Not yet, but it's going to. It always does." "I'm Washington. What do you need?" I looked at the 2 detectives in the other pods. Nobody even glanced at me. "Well, I wanted to talk to you alone if I could. It's about the Smathers kid. I have some information on it." I could tell without looking at them that this made the others look over at me. Washington, too, finally put down his pen and looked up at me. He looked like he was in his 30s, but already there was a dusting of gray in his short-cropped hair. Still, he was in good shape. I could tell that before he even stood up. He also looked sharp. He wore a dark brown suit with a white shirt and striped tie. The suit jacket could barely contain his massive chest. "You want to talk to me alone? What do you got?" "Well, that's what I want to talk to you alone about. You're not one of these guys wants to confess, are you?" I smiled. "What if I was? Maybe I'd be the real thing." "That'd be the day. All right, let's go in the room. But I hope you're not going to waste my time. What'd you say your name was?" "Jack McEvoy." "Okay, Jack, if I kick those people out of there and you waste my time, they and me aren't going to be too happy about it. I don't think it will be a problem." He stood up now, and I could see that he was shorter than I had thought. He had the lower half of another man's body. Short, stubby legs beneath a wide and strong upper torso. Thus the name the desk cop had used, Larry Legs. No matter how sharply he dressed, this oddness in his physique would always betray him. "Something wrong?" he asked when he came around to me. No, I was Jack McEvoy. I put down the laptop and held out my hand, but Washington didn't take it. "Let's go into the room, Jack." "Sure." He had traded the snub of my stare for one of his own. It was okay.
I walked behind him over to the door of the room where the man and woman were eating their lunch. He glanced back once, looking down at the satchel I carried. "What do you got in there?" "Computer. A couple things to show you if you're interested." He opened the door, and the man and woman looked up. "Sorry, folks, picnic's over," Washington said. "Can you give us 10 legs?" the man asked before getting up. "Can't do it. Got a customer here." They rewrapped what was left of their sandwiches and left the room without a further word. The man gave me a stare that I interpreted to be annoyance. I didn't care. Washington signaled me in, and I put my computer case down on the table next to a folded cardboard sign with the no smoking symbol on it. We sat down on opposite sides of the table. The room smelled like stale smoke and Italian salad dressing. "Now, what can I do for you?" Washington asked. I gathered my thoughts and tried to appear calm. I was never comfortable dealing with cops, even though their world fascinated me. I always felt that they might suspect something about me, something bad, some telling flaw in me. I'm not sure where to begin. I'm from Denver. I just got in this morning. I'm a reporter, and I came across— Wait a minute. You're a reporter? What kind of reporter? I could see a slight pulse of anger beneath the dark skin of his upper left jaw. I was prepared for this. Newspaper reporter. I work for the Rocky Mountain News. Just hear me out, and then if you want to throw me out, that's fine. But I don't think you will. Look, man, I've heard about every pitch in the world from guys like you. I don't have the time. What if John Brooks was murdered? I watched his face for any sign that he might already believe this. There was nothing. He gave nothing away. "Your partner," I said. "I think he might have been murdered." Washington shook his head. "Now, I've heard everything." "By who? Who killed him?" "By the same person who killed my brother." I stalled a moment and looked at him until I had his full attention. He was a homicide cop. He worked in Denver. He was killed about a month ago. They thought at first it was a suicide too. I started looking into it, and I ended up here. I'm a reporter, but this isn't really about that. It's about my brother. And it's about your partner. Washington creased his brow into a dark V and just stared at me for a long moment. I waited him out. He was at the cliff. He either went over with me or he threw me out. He broke the stare and leaned back. Out of his inside coat pocket, he took a pack of cigarettes and lit one. He pulled a steel trash can over from the corner so he could use it for ashes. I wondered how many times he had heard people tell him that smoking would stunt his growth. He cocked his head when he exhaled so that the blue smoke went up and hovered against the ceiling. He leaned forward across the table. "I don't know if you are some nut or not. Let me see some ID." We were going over the cliff. I took out my wallet and gave him my driver's license, press card, and DPD police pass. He eyed them all closely, but I knew he had already decided to listen to the story. There was something about Brooks' death that made Washington want to listen to a story from a reporter he didn't even know. "Okay," he said as he handed the IDs back. "So, you're legit. It still doesn't mean I have to believe a word you say." "No, but I think you believe it already. Look, you gonna tell your story or not?" Don't you think if there was something not right that I'd be on the fucking thing like, what do you know about it anyway? Not much, just what was in the papers. Washington stubbed the cigarette out on the side of the trash can and then dropped the butt in. Hey, Jack, tell your story. Otherwise, do me a big favor and just get the fuck out of here. I didn't need my notes. I told the story with every detail because I knew each one of them. It took a half hour, during which Washington smoked 2 more cigarettes but never asked a question. Each time he kept the cigarette in his mouth so the smoke curled up and hid his eyes. But I knew. Just like with Wexler, I was confirming something that he had felt inside his guts all along. You want Wexler's number? I asked at the end. Hell, I'll get it if I need it. Have any questions? No, not at the moment. He just stared at me. Then what's next? I'm going to check this out. Where you going to be? The Hyatt down by the river. Okay, I'll call you. Detective Washington, that's not good enough. How do you mean? I mean, I came here to get information, not just to give it and then go back to my room. I want to ask you about Brooks. Look, kid, we didn't have any kind of deal like that. You came here, you told the story. There was no... Look, don't patronize me by calling me kid like I'm some kind of hick from the sticks. I've given you something, and I want something back. That's why I came. I don't have anything for you now, Jack. That's bullshit. You can sit there and lie, Larry Legs, but I know you've got something. I need it. What, to make a big story that'll bring the rest of the jackals like you? I was the one who leaned forward this time. I told you, this isn't about a story. I leaned back, and we both looked at each other. I wanted a cigarette, but didn't have any, and I didn't want to ask him for one. The silence was punctuated when one of the detectives I had seen in the homicide room opened the door and looked in. Everything okay? He asked. Get the fuck out of here, Rezo, Washington said. After the door was closed, he said, nosy prick. You know what they're thinking, don't you? They're thinking maybe you're in here copping to doing the kid. It's the year anniversary, you know. Weird things happen. Wait till they hear this story. I thought of the photo of the boy in my pocket. I went by there on the way over, I said. There's flowers. They're always there, Washington said. The family goes by there all the time. I nodded and for the first time felt guilty about taking the photo. I didn't say anything. I just waited for Washington. He seemed to ease up some. His face became softer, relaxed. Look, Jack, I gotta do some checking and some thinking. If I tell you I'll call you, I'm gonna call you. Go back to the hotel, get a massage, whatever. I'll call you one way or the other in a couple hours. I nodded reluctantly, and he stood up. He held his arm across the table, his right hand out. I shook it. Pretty good work. For a reporter, I mean. I picked up my computer and left. The squad room was more crowded now, and a lot of them watched me go. I guess I had been in there long enough for them to know I wasn't a crackpot. Outside it was colder, and the snow was beginning to come down hard. It took me 15 minutes to flag down a cab. On the ride back, I asked the driver to swing by Wisconsin and Clark, and I jumped out and ran across the snow to the tree. I put the photo of Bobby Smathers back where I'd found it. 12. Larry Legs kept me twisting in the wind the rest of the afternoon. At 5, I tried calling him, but couldn't locate him at Area 3, or 1121, as the department's headquarters was known. The secretary in the homicide office refused to disclose his whereabouts or to page him. At 6, I was resigned to being blown off when there was a knock on my door. It was him. Hey, Jack, he said without stepping in. Let's take a ride. Washington had his car parked in the valet lane in the hotel drive-up. On the dash, he had placed a police business card, so there was no problem. We got in and pulled out. He crossed the river and started north on Michigan Avenue. The snow had not abated as far as I could tell, and there were drifts along both sides of the road. Many of the cars on the road had a 3-inch frosting on their horizontal surfaces. I could see my breath in Washington's car, and the heater was on high. Guess you get a lot of snow where you come from, Jack. Yeah. He was just making conversation.
I was anxious to see what he really had to say, but thought it better to wait, to let him tell me at his speed. I could always pull the reporter act and ask questions later. He turned west on Division and headed away from the lake. The sparkle of the Miracle Mile and the Gold Coast soon disappeared, and the buildings began to get a little more seedy and in need of repair and upkeep. I thought maybe we were heading toward the school Bobby Smathers had disappeared from, but Washington didn't say. It was completely dark now. We went under the L and soon passed a school. Washington pointed at it.
That's where the kid went. There's the yard." Just like that, he was gone. He snapped his fingers. "I staked it all day yesterday. A year since the disappearance, just in case something happened, or the guy, the doer, came back by." "Anything?" Washington shook his head and dropped into a brooding silence. But we didn't stop. If Washington wanted me to see the school, the view had been quick. We kept heading west and eventually came upon a series of brick towers that somehow looked abandoned in some way. I knew what they were: the projects. They were dimly lit monoliths against the blue-black sky. They had assuredly taken on the appearance of those that were housed within. They were cold and despairing, the have-nots of the city skyline. "What are we doing?" I asked. "You know what this place is?" "Yeah, I went to school here. In Chicago. Everybody knows Cabrini Green." "What about it?" "I grew up here. So did Jumpin' John Brooks." Immediately, I thought of the odds. First, of just surviving in such a place. Next, of surviving and then becoming a cop. Vertical ghettos, each one of them. Me and John used to say it was the only time when you had to take the elevator up when you were going to hell. I just nodded. This was out of my realm completely. "And that's only if the elevators were working," he added. I realized that I never considered that Brooks might be a black man. There was no photo in the computer printouts, and no reason to mention race in the stories. I had just assumed he was white, and it was an assumption I would have to analyze later. At the moment, I was trying to figure out what Washington was trying to tell me by taking me here. Washington pulled into a lot next to one of the buildings. There were a couple of dumpsters coated with decades of graffiti slogans. There was a rusted basketball backboard, but the rim was long gone. He put the car in park but left it running. I didn't know if that was to keep the heat flowing or to allow us a quick getaway if needed. I saw a small group of teenagers in long coats, their faces as dark as the sky, scurry from the building closest to us, then cross a frozen courtyard and hustle into one of the other buildings. "At this point, you're wondering what the hell you're doing here," Washington said then. "That's okay, I understand. A white boy like you." Again, I said nothing. I was letting him run out his line. "See that one, third on the right? That was our building. I was on 14 with my grandauntie, and John lived with his mother on 12, one below us. They didn't have no 13, already enough bad luck round here. Neither of us had fathers, at least ones that showed up." I thought he wanted me to say something, but I didn't know what. I had no earthly idea what kind of struggle the two friends must have had to make it out of the tombstone of a building he had pointed at. I remained mute. We were friends for life. Hell, he ended up marrying my first girlfriend, Edna. Then, on the department, after we both made homicide and trained with senior detectives for a few years, we asked to be partnered. And damn, it got approved. Story about us in the Sun-Times once. They stuck us in 3 because it included this place. They figured it was part of our expertise. A lot of our cases come out of here, but it's still on rotation. So we just happened to be the ones catching on the day that boy turned up without no fingers. Shit, the call came in right at 8. 10 minutes before, and it would have gone to night shift. He was silent for a while, probably thinking about what kind of difference it would have made if the call had gone to somebody else. Sometimes at night, when we'd been working a case or on a stake or something, men John would drive out here after shift, park right where we are now, and just look the place over. It occurred to me then what the message was. Larry Leggs knew Jumpin' John hadn't pulled the trigger on himself, because he had known the exact struggle Brooks had experienced coming out of a place like this. Brooks had fought his way out of hell, and he wasn't about to go back by his own hand. That was the message. This is how you knew, isn't it? Washington looked across the seat at me and nodded once. It was just one of those things, that's all. He didn't do it. I told them that in MIU, but they just wanted to get it the fuck away from them. So all you had was your gut. There was nothing out of line anywhere else? There was one thing, but it wasn't enough for them. They had the handwriting, his history with the shrink, all that in place. It fit too nicely for them. He was a suicide before they zipped up the bag and took him away. Cut and dried. What was the one thing? The 2 shots. What do you mean? Let's get out of here. Let's get some food. He put the car in drive and made a large circle in the lot, and then out onto the street. We headed north on streets I had never been on. I had an idea where we were going, though. After 5 minutes of this, I was tired of waiting for the next part of the story. What about the 2 shots? He fired 2 shots, right? Did he? It wasn't in the papers. They never put out all the details on anything. But I was there at the house. Edna called me after she found him. I got there ahead of MIU. There was 1 shot in the floor and 1 shot in the mouth. The official explanation was that the first shot was supposed to be him seeing if he could do it or something, like a practice, getting the courage up. Then the second time was when he went ahead and did it. It didn't make sense. Not to me. Why not? What did you think the 2 shots were for? I think the first one went in the mouth. The second one was for gunshot residue. The perp wrapped John's hand around the gun and fired it into the floor. John's hand gets GSR on it. The case goes suicide. End of story. But nobody agreed with you. Not until today. Not until you turn up with this Edgar Allan Poe thing. I went to major investigations to tell them what you've got. I reminded them of the problems with the suicide. My problems. They are going to reopen it and take another look. Tomorrow AM we've got a startup meeting over at 1121. The MIU chief is going to get me detached and put on the squad. That's great. I watched out the window and was silent for a while. I was excited. Things were falling into place. I now had the presumed self-inflicted deaths of 2 cops in 2 different cities being reinvestigated as possible murders and possibly connected. That was a story, a damn good one. And it was something I could use as a wedge in Washington to get into the Foundation records and even the FBI. That is, if I got there first. If Chicago or Denver went to the Bureau first, I'd likely be squeezed out because they wouldn't need me anymore. Why? I said out loud. Why what? Why is somebody doing this? What exactly are they doing? Washington didn't answer. He just drove through the cold night. We had dinner in a booth in the back of the Slammer, a cop bar near Area 3. Both of us ordered the special, roast turkey and gravy, good cold weather food. As we ate, Washington gave me a rundown on the MIU plan. He told me everything was off the record, and that if I wanted to write anything, I had to get it from the lieutenant who would eventually head up the squad. I had no problem with that. The squad was going to exist because of me.
The lieutenant would have to talk to me. Washington kept both elbows on the table while he ate. It looked like he was guarding his food. He spoke with his mouth full at times, but that was because he was excited. So was I. I was also wary of protecting my place in the investigation, in the story. Well, start off with Denver, Washington said. We'll work together, get our ducks lined up, and then see what happens. Hey, did you talk to Wexler? He was mad at you, boy. How come? Why you think? You didn't tell him about Poe, Brooks, Chicago. I think you lost a source there, Jack. Maybe. They got anything new there? Yeah, the Ranger. What about him? They did the hypnosis thing. Took him back to that day. He said your brother was wearing only 1 glove when he looked in the window of the car for the gun. Then that glove, with the GSR, somehow gets back on the hand. Wexler said they've got no doubts about it now. I nodded more to myself than to Washington. You and Denver, you'll have to go to the FBI, won't you? You're talking about crimes connected across state lines. We'll see. You gotta remember the locals here never get much excited about working with the G. We go to them and we get big-footed, every time, right up the ass. But you're right, it's probably the only way. If this is what I think it is, and what you think it is, the Bureau will eventually have to run the show. I didn't tell Washington I was going to the FBI myself. I knew I had to get there first. I pushed my plate aside, looked at Washington, and shook my head. This story was incredible. What's your feeling on this? What are we talking about? Only a few possibilities, Washington said. 1, we're talking about 1 guy, somebody out there killing people, then doubling back and taking out the lead cop working the case. I nodded. I was with him. 2nd, the first killings are unrelated, and our doer just comes into town, waits for a case he likes or sees on the TV, and goes after the cop who heads up the investigation. Yeah. And 3rd is we have 2 killers. In both cities, one does the first killing, and the second comes in and does the second, takes out the cop. Of the 3, I don't like this one. Too many questions. Do they know each other? Are they working together? It gets pretty far out there. They would have to know each other. How else would the second guy know where the first one has been? Exactly. So we are concentrating on possibilities 1 and 2. We haven't decided whether Denver is coming here, and we'll send some people there, but we've got to look at the boy and the college kid. Look for any connection, and if we find one, we go from there. I nodded. I was thinking of the first possibility. One person, one killer doing all of this. If it is just one guy, who is the real target? I asked, more to myself than Washington. Is it the first victim or the cop? Washington put the V back in his brow. Maybe, I said, we've got somebody who wants to kill cops. That's his objective, okay? So he uses the first killings, Smathers, Lofton, to draw out his prey, the cop. I looked around the table. Saying it out loud, though I had been thinking it since I was on the plane, sent a chill through me. Spooky, huh? Washington asked. Yeah, real spooky. And you know why? Because if this is the case, there's gotta be others. Every time a cop supposedly kills himself, the investigation is quick and quiet. No department wants that kind of story. So they go through the motions quick, and then that's it. So there's gotta be more of them out there. If the first possibility is the correct one, then this guy didn't begin with Brooks and end with your brother. There's more. I'd bet on it. He pushed his plate away. He was finished. A half hour later, he dropped me at the front of the Hyatt. The wind off the lake was chilling. I didn't want to stand outside, but Washington said he wasn't coming up to the room. He gave me a business card. I got my home and beeper on there. Call me. I will. Okay then, Jack. He put his hand out and I took it. And thanks, man. For what? For making believers out of them. I owe you one for that. So does Jumpin' John. 13. Gladden stared at the bright blue screen for several seconds before starting. It was an exercise he routinely followed to help clear his mind of the pressures and the hatred. But this time, it was hard. He was full of rage. He shook it off and pulled the computer onto his lap. He cleared the screen and rolled the ball with his thumb until the arrow moved from window to window on the screen and stopped on the terminal icon. He clicked the enter button and then chose the program he wanted. He clicked on dial and then waited while listening to the harsh screech of the computer's uplink. It was like birth, he thought, every time, the horrible screech of the newly born. After the connection was complete, the welcome template appeared on the screen. Welcome to the PTL Club. After a few seconds, the screen moved up and there was a coded prompt for Gladden's first password. He entered the letters, waited while they were acknowledged, then entered the second password when he got the prompt. In a moment, his entry was approved and the warning template appeared on the screen. Praise the Lord. Rules of the road. 1. Never ever use a real name. 2. Never provide systems numbers to acquaintances. 3. Never agree to meet another user. 4. Be aware that other users may be foreign bodies. 5. SysOp reserves the right to delete any user. 6. Message boards may not be used for discussion of any illegal activity. This is forbidden. 7. PTL network is not responsible for content. 8. Press any key to continue. Gladden pressed enter, and the computer informed him he had a private message waiting to be read. He lightly touched the appropriate keys, and the message from the systems operator filled the top half of the laptop screen. Thanks for the warning. Hope all is well, and most sorry to hear of you in harm's way. All is well on this end. If you are reading this, then I assume you are out and about. Bravo. Good luck, and stay in touch with yourself and others. Heh. PTL. Gladden typed in an R and hit enter, and a reply message template appeared on the screen. He typed out a message to the sender of the first message. Not to worry about me. All is taken care of. Yours truly is now out and about. PTL. That done, Gladden typed in command so that he could move to the main bulletin board directory. Finally, the screen filled with the directory of message boards. Each board was listed with the number of active messages available to be read. 1. General Forum, 89. 2. B9, 46. 3. B-9, 23. 4. G9, 12. 5. G-9, 6. 6. All's Fair, 51. 7. Musings, Whinings, 76. 8. Legal Beagles, 24. 9. Services by City, 56. 10. Barter Board, 91. He quickly typed in the necessary commands to move to the Musings Whinings board.
It was one of the most popular boards. He'd already read through most of the files and had contributed a few himself. The writers were all ranting about how unfair life was to them, how maybe in a different time their tastes and instincts would be accepted as normal. It was more whining than musing, Gladden had always thought. He called up the file marked Eidolon and began reading. I think they will know about me soon. My time in the light of public fascination and fear is near. I am ready. Each one of my kind eventually assumes the mantle. Anonymity will be lost. I will be given a name, a designation, not reflective of who I am, nor of my many skills, but simply determined by its ability to fit nicely into a tabloid newspaper headline and stimulate the masses to thoughts of fear. We study what we fear. Fear sells newspapers and television shows. Soon, it will be my turn to sell. I will be hunted soon, and I will be notorious. But they won't find me. Never. That's what they won't realize, that I have always been ready for them. I have decided it is time to tell my story. I want to tell it. I will input all that I have, all that I am.
Through these windows, you will see me live and die. My laptop Boswell makes no judgments, cringes not at a single word. Who better to hear my confession than Laptop Boswell? Who more accurate a biographer than Laptop Boswell? I will begin to tell you all now. Turn on your flashlights. I will live and die here in the dark. Man is sometimes extraordinarily, passionately in love with suffering. I didn't write that first, but I wish that I had. But it doesn't matter because I believe it. My suffering is my passion, my religion. It never leaves me. It guides me. It is me. I can see that now. I think what is meant by those words is that our pain is the pathway upon which we make our life's travels and choices. It paves the way, so to speak, for all that we do and become. Therefore, we embrace it, we study it, and, for all its harshness, we love it. We have no choice. I have a great feeling of clarity about this, of complete understanding. I can turn and look back on my path and see how the pain made all my choices. I look forward and can see where it will take me. I don't really walk along the path anymore. It moves beneath me, carrying me, like a great ribbon through time. It carried me here. My pain is the rock upon which I make my stand. I am the perpetrator, the eidolon. True identity is pain, my pain. Until death do we part. Drive safely, dear friends. He read it again and felt deeply moved by it. It touched his true heart. He went back to the main menu and switched into the barter board to see if there were any new customers. There weren't. He typed the G command for goodbye. He then turned off the computer and folded it closed. Gladden wished the cops hadn't taken his camera. He couldn't risk going to claim it, and he could barely afford to buy another one with the money he had left. But he knew that without a camera he could not fill orders, and there would be no more money. The anger building inside him felt like razors moving through his blood, cutting him from inside. He decided to wire money out from Florida, then go shopping for another camera. He went to the window and looked out at the cars slowly moving along Sunset. It was an endless moving parking lot. All that smoking steel, he thought, all that flesh. Where was it going? He wondered how many of them in those cars were like himself. How many had the urges, and how many felt the razors? How many had the courage to follow through? Again the anger pushed through his thoughts. It was something palpable inside him now, a black flower spreading its petals in his throat, choking him. He went to the phone and dialed the number Krasner had given him. Sweetser picked up after 4 rings. "Busy, Sweetser? Who's this?" "It's me. How are the kids?" "What? Who is this?" His instincts told Gladden to hang up right then. Don't deal with their kind. But he was so curious. "You have my camera?" he said. There was a short moment of silence. "Mr. Brisbane, and how are you?" "Fine, detective, thank you." "Yes, we have your camera, and you are entitled to have that back since you require it to make a living. Do you want to make an appointment to pick it up?"
Gladden closed his eyes and squeezed the phone until he thought he would crush it. They knew. If they didn't, they would have told him to forget the camera. But they knew something, and they wanted him to come in. The question was, how much did they know? Gladden wanted to scream, but a higher thought was to keep cool with Sweetser. No false moves, he told himself. Well, it looks like a nice camera. I'm not sure how it works, but I wouldn't mind having it. It's here if you want it. Fuck you, Sweetser. The anger overtook him. Gladden spoke the words through a clenched jaw. Look, Brisbane, I was doing my job. If you got a problem with that, come see me, and we'll do something about that. If you want your fucking camera, then you can come and get that too. But I'm not going to stay on the line while you got kids, Sweetser? The line was silent for a long moment, but Gladden knew the detective was there. What did you say? You heard me. Are you threatening my family, you motherfucking son of a bitch? Now Gladden was silent for a moment. Then a low sound started deep in his throat and grew into a maniacal laugh. He let it out uncontrolled until it was all he could hear and think about. Then, suddenly, he slammed the receiver down on the phone and cut the laughter off like a knife in the throat. He had an ugly grimace across his face, and he shouted to the empty room through clenched teeth, "Fuck you!" Gladden opened his laptop again and accessed the photo directory. The computer's screen was state-of-the-art for a laptop model, but the graphics chip still wasn't nearly the quality he'd have on a stationary PC. But the images were clear enough, and he was able to make do. He went through the file photo by photo. It was a macabre collection of the dead and the living. Somehow, he was able to find solace in the photos, a sense that he had control over things in his life. Still, he was saddened by what he saw before him and what he had done. These little sacrifices, offered up so that he could salve his wounds. He knew how selfish it was, how grotesquely warped it was. And the fact that he turned these sacrifices into money tore away his comfort, turned it into the self-loathing and disgust that always came. Sweetser and the others were right. He deserved to be hunted. He rolled onto his back and looked at the water-stained ceiling. Tears filled his eyes. He closed them and tried to sleep, tried to forget. But his best pal was there in the darkness behind his eyelids. As always, he was there, his face set, a horrible slash for lips. Gladden opened his eyes and looked at the door. There had been a knock. He quickly sat up as he heard the metal scrape of a key going into the outside knob. He realized his mistake. Sweetser had had a trace on the line. They knew he would call. The door to the room swung open. A small black woman in a white uniform stood in the doorway with 2 towels draped over her arm. "Housekeeping," she said. "I am sorry I'm so late today, but it's been a busy day. Tomorrow I'll do your room first." Gladden exhaled and noticed that he had neglected to put the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the outside knob. "It's okay," he said, quickly getting up to stop her entrance into the room. "Just the towels today, anyway." As he took the towels, he noticed embroidered on her uniform the name Evangeline. She had a lovely face, and he immediately felt sorry that this was her job, cleaning up after others. "Thank you, Evangeline." He noticed her eyes go past him into the room and fall down to the bed. It was still made. He hadn't pulled the covers down the night before. Then she looked back at him and nodded with what he guessed was a smile. "That'd be all you need?" "Yes, Evangeline. Have a nice day." Gladden closed the door and turned around. There on the bed was the open laptop computer. On the screen was one of the photographs. He moved back to the door, opened it, and stood under the doorframe where she had been. He looked at the computer. He could tell. The boy on the ground, and what else could that be against the perfect white canvas of snow but blood? He quickly went to the computer and hit the emergency kill button he had programmed himself. The door was still open. Gladden tried to think. Jesus, he thought, what a mistake. He walked to the door and stepped out. Evangeline was down the walkway, standing next to a housekeeping cart. She looked back at him, her face revealing nothing. But Gladden knew he had to be sure. He could not risk everything on reading this woman's face. "Evangeline," he said, "I changed my mind. The room could probably use a going over. I need toilet paper and soap anyway." She put down the clipboard she had been writing on and stooped to get toilet paper and soap out of the cart. As Gladden watched, he put his hands in his pockets. He noticed she was chewing gum and clicking it.
An insulting thing to do in front of someone else. It was like he was invisible. He was nothing. When Evangeline approached him with the items from the cart, he made no move to take his hands from his pockets. He took a step back to allow her to go into the room. After she stepped in, Gladden walked down to the cart and looked at the clipboard she had placed on top. After room 112 was the notation, "Just towels." Gladden looked around as he headed back to the room. The motel was a courtyard design with 2 floors of about 24 rooms each. He saw another housekeeping cart on the upper floor across the way. It was parked in front of an open door, but there was no sign of the maid. The pool at the center of the courtyard was empty of guests. Too cold. He saw no one else anywhere. He stepped into the room and closed the door, as Evangeline came out of the bathroom holding the bag from the trash can. "Sir, we have to keep the door open when we're working inside a room. Those are the rules." He blocked her way to the door. "Did you see the photograph?" "What?" "Sir, I have to open the— Did you see the photo on the computer? On the bed?" He pointed to the laptop and watched her eyes. She looked confused but didn't turn. "What photo?" She turned to look at the sagging bed and then back to him with a look of confusion and growing annoyance on her face. "I didn't take anything. You call Mr. Bars right now if you think I took something. I'm an honest lady. He can have one of the other girls search me. I don't got your photo. I don't even know what picture you mean." Gladden looked at her a moment and then smiled. "You know, Evangeline, I think maybe you are an honest lady, but I have to be sure. You understand." 14. The Law Enforcement Foundation was on 9th Street in Washington, D.C., a few blocks from the Justice Department and FBI headquarters. It was a large building, and I assumed other agencies and foundations funded from the public trough were housed here as well. Once I was in through the heavy doors, I checked the directory and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. It looked like the LEF had the entire 3rd floor. From the elevator, I was greeted by a large reception desk behind which sat a large woman. In the news business, we call them deception desks, because the women they hire to sit behind them rarely let you go where you want to go or see whom you want to see. I told her I wanted to speak to Dr. Ford, the foundation director quoted in the New York Times article about police suicides. Ford was the keeper of the database to which I had to get access. "He's at lunch. Do you have an appointment?" I told her I had no appointment and put one of my cards down in front of her. I looked at my watch. 1:45. "Oh, well, a reporter," she said, as if the profession were synonymous with convict. "That's entirely different. You have to go through the Public Affairs Office before it is even decided that you may speak to Dr. Ford." "I see. You think there's anybody in public affairs, or are they out to lunch too?" She picked up the phone and made a call. "Michael, are you there, or are you on lunch? I have a man here who says he is from the Rocky Mountain News in— No, he first asked to see Dr. Ford." She listened a few moments and then said, "Okay," and hung up. "Michael Warren will see you. He says he has a 1:30 appointment, so you'd better hurry." "Hurry where?" "Room 303. Go down the hall behind me, take your first right, and then it's the first door on the right." As I made the trek, I kept thinking that the name Michael Warren was familiar but couldn't place it. The door to 303 opened as I was reaching for it. A man of about 40 was about to step out when he saw me and stopped. "Are you the one from the Rocky?" "Yes. I was beginning to wonder if you took a wrong turn." "Come on in. I only have a few minutes. I'm Mike Warren. Michael, if you use my name in print, though I prefer you don't use it, and talk to the staff here instead. Hopefully I can help you with that." Once he was behind his cluttered desk, I introduced myself and we shook hands. He told me to take a seat. There were newspapers stacked on one side of the desk. On the other side were photos of a wife and 2 children, angled so that Warren could see them as well as his visitors. There was a computer on a low table to his left, and a photo of Warren shaking the president's hand on the wall above it. Warren was clean-shaven and wore a white shirt with a maroon tie. The collar was frayed a bit where his afternoon whiskers rubbed against it. His jacket was draped over the back of his chair.
His skin was very pale and set off by dark, sharp eyes and straight black hair. "So, what's up? Are you in the Scripps DC bureau?" He was talking about the parent company. It maintained a bureau of reporters that fed Washington stories to all papers in the chain. It was the office Greg Glenn had suggested I go through earlier in the week. "No, I'm out from Denver." "Well, what can I do you for?" "I need to talk to Nathan Ford, or maybe whoever is directly handling the police suicide study." Police suicide? That's an FBI project. Oline Fredericks, the researcher handling that with them. "Yes, I know the FBI is involved." "Let's see." He picked up the desk phone, but then put it back down. "You know, you didn't call ahead on this, did you?" "I don't recognize the name." "No, I just got into town. It's a breaking story, you could say." "Breaking story? Police suicide? That doesn't sound like deadline stuff. Why the hurry?" Then it struck me who he was. "Did you used to work for the LA Times, the Washington Bureau? You, that Michael Warren?" He smiled because he or his name had been recognized. "Yes, how'd you know?" "The Post-Times-Wire. I've been scrolling it for years. I recognize the name. You covered justice, right? Did good stuff." "Until a year ago. I quit and came here." I nodded. There was always a moment of uneasy silence when I crossed paths with somebody who had left the life and was now on the other side of the line. Usually they were burnouts, reporters who grew tired of the always-on deadline and always need to produce life. I once read a book about a reporter, written by a reporter, who described the life as always running in front of a thresher. I thought it was the most accurate description I'd read. Sometimes people got tired of running in front of the machine. Sometimes they got pulled in and were left shredded. Sometimes they managed to get out from in front of it. They used their expertise in the business to seek the steadiness of a job as a person who handled the media rather than was part of it. This is what Warren had done, and somehow I felt sorry for him. He had been damn good. I hoped he didn't feel the same regret. "You miss it?" I had to ask him, just to be polite. "Not yet. Every now and then a good story comes along, and I wish I was in there with everybody else, looking for the odd angle. But it can run you ragged." He was lying, and I think he knew I knew it. He wanted to go back. "Yeah, I'm beginning to feel it some myself." I returned the lie, just to make him feel better, if that was possible. "So, what about police suicides? What's your angle?" He looked at his watch. "Well, it wasn't a breaking story until a couple days ago. Now it is. I know you only have a few minutes, but I can explain it pretty quickly. I don't want to be insulting, but I'd like for you to promise me what I say here is in confidence. It's my story, and when it's ready, I'm going to break it." He nodded. "Don't worry, I understand completely. I won't discuss whatever it is you are going to tell me with any other journalist unless that other journalist specifically asks about the same thing. I may have to talk about it with other people here at the Foundation, or in law enforcement for that matter. I can't make any promise in that regard until I know what we are talking about." That's fair. I felt myself trusting him. Maybe because it is always easy to trust somebody who has done what you have done. Yes.
I also think I liked telling what I'd learned to somebody who would know its value as a story. It was a form of bragging, and I wasn't above it. I started. At the start of this week, I began working on a story about police suicide. I know, it's been done before, but I had a new angle. My brother was a cop, and a month ago he supposedly committed suicide. Oh, Jesus, I am sorry. Thank you, but I didn't bring it up for that reason. I decided to write about it because I wanted to understand what he had done, what the police in Denver said he had done. I went through the routine, pulled clips on a Nexus search, and, naturally, I came up with a couple references to the Foundation study. He tried to surreptitiously look at his watch, and I decided to get his attention. To make a long story short, in trying to find out why he killed himself, I found out he didn't. I looked at him. I had his attention. What do you mean, he didn't? My investigation has so far determined that my brother's suicide was a carefully disguised murder. Someone killed him. The case has been reopened. I have also linked it to a supposed cop suicide last year in Chicago. That one also has been reopened. I just came in from there this morning. The cops in Chicago and Denver, and I think that somebody might be moving around the country killing cops and making it look like suicide.
The key to finding the other cases may be in the information collected for the Foundation study. Don't you have all the records on cop suicides for the whole country over the last 5 years? We sat in silence for a few moments. Warren just stared at me. "I think you better tell me the long story," he finally said. "No, wait." He held up his hand like a crossing guard signaling stop, picked up the phone with the other, and pushed a speed dial number. "Drex, Mike. Listen, I know this is late, but I'm not going to make it. Something's come up over here. No. Well, have to reschedule. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks. Bye." He put down the phone and looked at me. "It was just a lunch. Now, tell me this story of yours." A half-hour later, after he had made some calls to set up a meeting, Warren led me through the labyrinth of the Foundation's hallways to a room marked 383. It was a conference room, and already seated there were Dr. Nathan Ford and Oline Frederick. The introductions were quick, and Warren and I sat down. Frederick looked like she was in her mid-20s, with curly blonde hair and an uninterested air about her. I immediately paid more attention to Ford. Warren had prepped me. He said any decisions would be made by Ford. The Foundation director was a small man in a dark suit, but he had a presence that commanded the room. He wore glasses with thick black frames and rose-tinted lenses. He had a full beard of uniform gray that perfectly matched his hair. He didn't move his head as much as he did his eyes when he followed our movements as we entered and took seats around the large oval table. He had his elbows on the table and his hands clasped together in front of him. "Why don't we get started?" he said once the introductions were over. "What I'd like to do is just have Jack tell you both what he told me a little while ago," Warren said, "and then we'll go from there. Jack, you mind going over it again?" "Not at all. I'm going to take some notes this time." I told the story in pretty much the same detail as I had with Warren. Every now and then I would remember something new, and not necessarily significant, but I would throw that in anyway. I knew I needed to impress Ford, because he would be the one to decide whether or not I got Oline Frederick's help. The only interruption during the telling came from Frederick. When I spoke of my brother's death, she mentioned that the protocol from the DPD on the case had been received the week before. I told her she could now toss it in the trash can. When I was finished reciting the story, I looked at Warren and raised my hands. "Anything I missed?" "I don't think so." We both looked at Ford then and waited. He hadn't moved much during the telling. Now he raised his clasped hands and gently bumped them repeatedly against his chin as he thought. I wondered what kind of doctor he was. What do you have to be to run a foundation? More politician than doctor, I thought. "It's a very interesting story," he said quietly. "I can see why you are excited. I can see why Mr. Warren is excited. He was a reporter for most of his adult life, and I think the excitement of the story remains in his blood sometimes, possibly to the detriment of his current profession." He didn't look at Warren as he delivered this blow. His eyes stayed on me. "What I don't understand, and therefore the reason I don't seem to share the same excitement as you two, is what this has to do with the Foundation. I'm not clear on that, Mr. McEvoy." "Well, Dr. Ford," Warren began, "Jack has to—" "No," Ford cut him off. "Let Mr. McEvoy tell me." I tried to think in precise terms. Ford didn't want a lot of bullshit. He just wanted to know how he would benefit from this. "I assume the suicide project is on a computer." "That is correct," Ford said. "Most of our studies are collated on computer. We rely on the great number of police departments out there for our field research. Reports come in, and the protocol Miss Frederick mentioned earlier. They are entered on the computer. But that means nothing. It is the skilled researcher who must digest these facts and tell us what they mean. On this study, the researcher is joined by FBI experts in reviewing the raw data." "I understand all of that," I said. "What I am saying is that you have a huge data bank of incidents of police suicide, going back 5-6 years, I believe. The work was started before Oline came on board. I need to go into your computer." "Why?" "If we're right, and I'm not just talking about me, the detectives in Chicago and in Denver are thinking this way too. We've got 2 cases that are connected." "The seemingly connected." "Right, seemingly connected. If they are, then the chances are that there are others. We're talking about a serial killer. Maybe there's a lot, maybe a few, and maybe none. But I want to check, and you've got the data right here. All the reported suicides in the last 6 years. I want to get inside your computer and look for the ones that might be the fakes, that might be our guy."
How do you propose doing that? Frederick said. We've got several hundred cases on file. The protocol that police departments fill out and send in, does it include the victim's rank and position in the department? Yes. Then we first look at all homicide detectives who killed themselves. The theory I'm working with is that this person is killing homicide cops. Maybe it's a hunted turns on the hunter sort of thing? I don't know the psychology of it, but that's where I'd start, with homicide cops. Once we have that breakout, we look at each case. We need the notes, the suicide notes. That's not on computer, Frederick said. In each incident, if we even have a copy of the note, it's in the hard copy protocols in file storage. The notes themselves aren't part of the study unless they have some allusion to the pathology of the victim. But you've kept the hard copies? Yes, all of them, in file storage. Then we go to them, Warren chimed in excitedly. His intrusion brought silence. Eventually, everyone's eyes were drawn to Ford's. One question, the director finally said. Does the FBI know about this? At the moment, I can't say for sure, I said. I know it is the intention of the Chicago and Denver police to retrace my steps, and then, once they are satisfied that I am on the right path, they are going to call in the Bureau. It will go from there. Ford nodded and said, Mr. McEvoy, could you step out and wait in the reception area for me? I want to talk to Miss Frederick and Mr. Warren privately before making any decision on this matter. No problem. I stood up and headed to the door, where I hesitated and looked at Ford. I hope we can do this. Anyway, thanks.
Michael Warren's face told the story before he said anything. I was sitting on a lumpy, vinyl-covered couch in the reception area when he came down the hallway with downcast eyes. When he saw me, he just shook his head. Let's go back to my office, he said. I followed silently behind him and took the same seat I had before. He looked as dejected as I felt. Why? I asked. Because he's an asshole, he whispered. Because the Justice Department punches our ticket, and the FBI is the Justice Department. It's their study. They commissioned it. He's not going to let you walk through it without telling them first. He's not ever going to do anything that might knock the gravy train off the tracks. You said the wrong thing in there, Jack. You should have said the FBI was made aware of this and took a pass. He wouldn't have believed that. The point is, he could have said he did. If it ever blew up on him that he was helping a reporter to information before the Bureau, he could have just put it on you and said he thought the Bureau passed. So what now? I can't just drop this? I wasn't really asking him. I was asking myself. You got any sources in the Bureau? Because I guarantee he's in his office calling the Bureau right now, probably going right to Bob Backus. Who's that? One of the big shots down there. The suicide project belongs to his team. I think I know that name. You probably know Bob Backus Sr., his father. He was some kind of super cop the Bureau brought in years ago to help set up the behavioral science services and the violent criminal apprehension program. I guess Bobby Jr. is trying to fill his shoes. The point is, as soon as Ford's off the phone with him, Backus will shut this thing down. Your only way in will be through the Bureau. I couldn't think. I was totally backed into a corner. I stood up and started pacing in the small office. Jesus Christ, I can't believe this. This is my story, and I'm getting pushed out of it by some dopey guy in a beard who thinks he's J. Edgar Hoover. Nah, Nat Ford doesn't wear dresses. It's not really that damn funny. I know, I'm sorry. I sat back down. He made no move to dismiss me, even though our business was done. It finally occurred to me what it was he expected me to do. I just wasn't sure about how to ask. I'd never worked in Washington and didn't know how it worked. I decided to do it the Denver way. To be blunt, you can get into the computer anyway, right? I nodded at the terminal to his left. He looked over at me for a moment before responding. No fucking way. I'm no deep throat, Jack. This isn't about anything other than a crime story. That's the bottom line. You just want to get there ahead of the FBI. You're a reporter. Former reporter. I work here now, and I'm not going to jeopardize my... You know it's a story that has to be told. If Ford's in there on the phone with the FBI, they'll be out here by tomorrow, and the story will be gone. You know how hard it was to get stuff from them. You were there. This ends completely right here, or is published as some half-assed story in a year, or maybe longer, with more conjecture than facts. That's if you don't get me on that computer.
I said no. Look, you're right. All it is a story that I want, the big scoop. But I deserve it. You know I do. The FBI wouldn't be coming around if it wasn't for me. But I'm getting shut out. Think about it. Think if it was you. Think if it was your brother that this happened to. I have, and I just said no. I stood up. Well, if you change your mind, I won't. Look, when I leave here, I'm going to check in at the Hilton, the one where Reagan got shot. That's all I said as I left him there, and he didn't say another word. 15. Passing the time in my room at the Hilton, I updated my computer files on what little I had learned at the foundation, and then called Greg Glenn to fill him in on everything that had transpired in Chicago and Washington. When I was done, he whistled loudly, and I pictured him leaning back in the chair, thinking of the possibilities. It was a fact that I already had a good story, but I was unhappy. I wanted to stay on the leading edge of it. I didn't want to have to rely on the FBI and other investigators to tell me what they felt like telling me. I wanted to investigate. I had written countless stories about murder investigations, but each time I was always an outsider looking in. This time I was inside and wanted to stay there. I was riding the front of the wave. I realized that my excitement must be the same as Sean felt when he was on a case, in the hunt, as he called it. "You there, Jack?" "What?" "Yeah, I was just thinking of something else. When can we do the story?" "Depends. Tomorrow's Friday. Give me till tomorrow. I have this feeling about the foundation guy. But if I don't hear anything by mid-morning tomorrow, I'll try the FBI. I've got a name of a guy. If that doesn't get me anywhere, I'll come back and write the story Saturday for Sunday." Sunday was the biggest circulation day. I knew Glenn would want to go big with it on a Sunday. "Well," he said, "even if we have to settle for that, what you've got is a hell of a lot. You've got a nationwide investigation of a serial killer of cops who's been operating with impunity for who knows how long. It's not that strong. Nothing is confirmed. Right now, it's a 2-state investigation into the possibility of a cop killer. It's still damn good. And once the FBI is in, it's nationwide. We'll have the New York Times, the Post, all of them following our ass." Following my ass, I felt like saying, but didn't. Glenn's words revealed the real truth behind most journalism. There wasn't much that was altruistic about it anymore. It wasn't about public service and the people's right to know. It was about competition, kicking ass, and taking names. What paper had the story, and which one was left behind? And which one got the Pulitzer at the end of the year? It was a dim view, but after as many years as I had been at it, my view pretty much wasn't anything else but cynical. Still, I'd be lying if I said I didn't savor the idea of busting out a national story and watching everybody follow. I just didn't like talking about it out loud like Glenn. And there was Sean, too. I was not losing sight of that. I wanted the man who did this to him. I wanted that more than anything. I promised Glenn I'd call if anything developed, and hung up. I paced around the room for a while, and I have to admit, I was thinking about the possibilities too. I was thinking about the profile this story could give me. It could definitely get me out of Denver if I wanted it to. Maybe to one of the big 3. LA, New York, Washington. To Chicago or Miami at the least. Then, beyond that, I even began to think about a publishing deal. True crime was a major market. I shook it off, embarrassed. It's lucky no one else knows what our most secret thoughts are. We'd all be seen for the cunning, self-aggrandizing fools we are. I needed to get out of the room, but couldn't leave because of the phone. I turned on the TV, and it was just a bunch of competing talk shows serving up the usual daily selection of white trash stories. Children of strippers on one channel, porno stars whose spouses were jealous on another, and men who thought women should be kept in line with occasional beatings on a third. I turned it off and thought of an idea. All I had to do was leave the room, I decided. It would guarantee that Warren would call because I wouldn't be there to take the call. It worked every time. I just hoped he would leave a message. The hotel was on Connecticut Avenue near DuPont Circle. I walked toward the circle and stopped into mystery books to buy a book called Multiple Wounds by Alan Russell. I'd read a good review of it somewhere and figured reading would take my mind off things. Before going back into the Hilton, I spent a few minutes walking around the outside of the hotel, looking for the spot where Hinckley had waited with a gun for Reagan.
I remembered the pictures of the chaos vividly, but I couldn't find the spot. It made me think the hotel had made some renovations, maybe so that the spot didn't become a tourist destination. As a police reporter, I was a tourist of the macabre. I moved from murder to murder, horror to horror, without blinking an eye, supposedly. As I walked back in through the lobby toward the bank of elevators, I thought about what this said about me. Maybe something was wrong with me. Why was the spot where Hinckley waited important to me? Jack? I turned around at the elevators. It was Michael Warren. Hey, I called your room. I thought you might be around. I was just taking a walk. I was beginning to give up on you. I said it with a smile and a lot of hope. This moment would determine a lot of things for me. He was no longer in the suit he had on at his office. It was blue jeans and a sweater. He had a long tweed coat over his arm. He was following the pattern of a confidential source, coming in person rather than leaving a possible phone record. You want to go up to the room or talk down here? He moved toward the elevators, saying, Your room. We didn't speak in the elevator of anything of consequence. I looked at his clothes again and said, You've already been home. I live off Connecticut on the other side of the Beltway, Maryland. Wasn't that far? I knew that was a toll call, and that was why he hadn't called first. I also figured that the hotel was on the way from his house to the foundation. I was beginning to feel the small tick of excitement in my chest. Warren was going to turn. There was a damp smell in the hallway that seemed to be the same in every hotel I had ever been in. I got out my card key and let him into my room. My computer was still open on the little desk, and my long coat and the one tie I had brought with me were thrown across the bed. Otherwise, the room was neat. He threw his coat on the bed, and we took the only chairs in the room. So, what's going on? I asked. I did a search. He started to take a folded paper out of his back pocket. I have access to main computer files, he said. Before I left for the day, I went in and searched the field reports for victims who were homicide detectives. There were only 13. I have names, departments, and dates of death here on a printout. He offered me the unfolded page, and I took it from him as gently as if it were a sheet of gold. Thank you, I said. Will there be a record of your search? I don't really know, but I don't think so. It's a pretty wide-open system. I don't know if there's a security trace option or not. Thank you, I said again. I didn't know what else to say. Anyway, that was the easy part, he said. Going through the protocols and file storage, that's going to take some time. I wanted to know if you'd want to help. You'd probably know better than me which ones were important. When? Tonight. It's the only time. The place will be closed up, but I have a key to file storage because sometimes I have to dig out old things for media requests. If we don't do it tonight, the hard copy files may be gone tomorrow. I have a feeling the FBI isn't going to like them sitting up here, especially knowing you asked for them. They'll come and grab them first thing tomorrow. Is that what Ford said? Not exactly. I heard it through O'Line. He talked to Rachel Walling, not Bacchus. He said she's... Wait a minute. Rachel Walling? I knew the name. I took a moment, but then I remembered she was the profiler who had signed the VICAP survey Sean had submitted on Teresa Lofton. Yes, Rachel Walling. She's a profiler down there. Why? Nothing. The name's familiar. She works for Bacchus, sort of the liaison between the center and the foundation on the suicide project. Anyway, O'Line says she told Ford she's going to take a look at all of this. She might even want to talk to you. If I don't talk to her first. I stood up. Let's go. Listen, one thing. He stood up. I did this, okay? You use these files as an investigative tool only. You never publish a story that says you had access to Foundation files. You never admit that you even saw a file. It could be my job. Do you agree? Absolutely. Then say it. I agree. To all of it. We headed toward the door. It's funny, he said. All those years procuring sources, I never really realized what they were risking for me. Now I do. It's kind of scary. I just looked at him and nodded. I was afraid if I said anything, he'd change his mind and go home. On the way to the foundation in his car, he added a few more ground rules. I am not to be a named source in your story, okay? Okay. And any information from me cannot be attributed to a Foundation source either. Just a source familiar with the investigation, okay? That gives me some cover. Okay. What you're looking for here are names that might be connected to your guy. If you find them, fine. But later on, you don't have to report on how you got them. Do you understand? Yeah, we've been over this. You're safe, Mike. I don't give up sources. Ever.
All I'll do is use what we get here to get other confirmation. It'll be the blueprint. It's no problem." He was quiet for a few moments before doubts must have crept into his mind. He's going to know it's me anyway. Then why don't we stop? I don't want to jeopardize your job. I'll just wait for the bureau. I didn't want to do that, but I had to give him the option. I wasn't that far gone yet that I'd talk a guy into losing his job just to get information for a story. I didn't want that on my conscience. There was enough there already. You can forget the FBI as long as it's Walling's case. You know her? She tough? Yeah, one of those as hard as nails with fingernail polish on. I tried shooting the shit with her once. She just shut me down. From what I hear from Oline, she got divorced or something a while back. I guess she's still in her men are pigs mode, and it's looking permanent to me. I held up saying anything. Warren had to make a decision, and I couldn't help. "Don't worry about Ford," he finally said. "He may think it's me, but he won't be able to do anything about it. I'll deny. So, unless you break the agreement, he'll have nothing but his suspicions. You've got nothing to worry about with me." He found a spot on Constitution a half block from the foundation and parked. Our breath was coming out in thick clouds when we got out. I was nervous whether or not he thought his job was in danger. I think we both were. There was no guard to be fooled, no staff members working overtime to surprise us. We got in the front door with Warren's key, and he knew right where we were going. The file storage room was about the size of a double-wide garage and was taken up by rows of 8-foot steel shelves stacked with manila files with different colored tabs. "How are we going to do this?" I whispered. He took the folded printout from his pocket. "There's a section on the suicide study. We look up these names, take the protocols to my office, and copy the pages we need. I left the copier on when I left. Won't even have to warm it up. And you don't have to whisper. There's nobody here." I noticed he said "we" one too many times, but I didn't say anything about it. He led me down one of the aisles, his finger out and pointing as he read the program headings printed on the shelves. Eventually, he found the heading for the suicide study. The files had red tabs on them. "These here," Warren said, raising his hand to point. The files were thin, yet they took up 3 complete shelves. Oline Frederick had been right. There were hundreds. Each red tag protruding from a file was a death. There was a lot of misery on the shelves. Now I had to hope that a few of them didn't belong there. Warren handed me the printout and I scanned the 13 names. Out of all of these files, only 13 were homicide cops? Yeah. The project has accumulated data on over 1,600 suicides, about 300 a year, but most are street cops.
Homicide dicks see the bodies, but I guess for them, the misery is over by the time they get there. They're usually the best and the brightest and the toughest. Seems like less of them eat the gun than the cops out on the beat. So I only came up with 13. Your brother and Brooks in Chicago also came up, but I figured you have that stuff. I just nodded. "They should be alphabetical," he said. "Read me the names on the list and I'll pull the files. And give me your notebook." It took less than 5 minutes to pull the files. Warren tore blank pages from my notebook and marked the spots in the stack so they could be slipped back in quickly when we were done. It was intense work. It wasn't meeting a source like Deep Throat in a parking garage to help take down a president, but my adrenaline was flowing anyway. Still, the same rules applied. A source, no matter what his information is, has a reason, a motive, for putting himself on the line for you. I looked at Warren and couldn't see the true motive. It was a good story, but it wasn't his story. He got nothing from helping other than knowing he had helped. Was that enough? I didn't know, but I decided that at the same time that we were entering this sacred bond of reporter and secret source, I had to keep him at arm's length, until I knew the true motive. Files in hand, we walked quickly down 2 hallways until we got to room 303. Warren suddenly stopped, and I almost rammed into him from behind. The door to his office was open 2 inches. He pointed to it and shook his head, signaling that he hadn't left it that way. I raised and dropped my shoulders, signaling back that it was his call. He leaned an ear toward the crack and listened. I heard something too. It sounded like the crunching of papers, then a swishing sound. I felt a cold finger moving over my scalp. Warren turned back to me with a curious look on his face when suddenly the door swung inward and open. It was like dominoes. Warren made a startled move, followed by me, and then the small Asian man who stood there in the doorway with a feather duster in one hand and a trash bag in the other.
We all took a moment to get our normal breathing going again. "Sorry, mister," the Asian man said. "I clean your office." "Oh yeah," Warren said, smiling. "That's fine, that's good. You left copy machine on." With that, he carried his goods down the hallway and used a key attached by a chain to his belt to get into the next office down. I looked at Warren and smiled. "You're right, you're no deep throat. You're no Robert Redford. Let's go." He told me to close the door, then turned the compact photocopier machine back on and moved around behind his desk, files in hand. I sat in the same chair I had been in earlier in the day. "Okay," he said, "let's start going through them. There should be a synopsis section in each protocol. Any kind of note or other significant detail should be there. If you think it fits, copy it." We started going through the files. As much as I liked him, I didn't like the idea of letting him decide in half of the cases if they fit into my theory. I wanted to look at all of them. "Remember," I said, "we're looking for any kind of flowery language that might sound like literature or a poem or whatever." He closed the file he was looking at and dropped it on the stack. "What? You don't trust me to do this?" "No, I want to make sure we're both on the same wavelength about this. That's all." "Look, this is ridiculous," he said. "Let's just copy them all and get out of here. You can take them to your hotel and go through them there. It's quicker and safer. You don't need me." I nodded and realized it was the way we should have done it all along. For the next 15 minutes, he operated the copier while I took the protocols from the files and replaced them after they were copied. It was a slow machine, not made for heavy use. When we were done, he turned off the machine and told me to wait in the office. I forgot about the cleaners. "It might be better if I just take these back to storage than come get you." "Okay." I started looking through the copied protocols while he was gone, but was too nervous to concentrate on them. I felt like running out the door with the copies and getting away before anything could go wrong. I looked around his office to try to pass the time. I picked up the photo of Warren's family. A pretty, petite wife and 2 kids, a boy and a girl, both of preschool age in the photo. The door opened while the frame was still in my hand. It was Warren, and I felt embarrassed. He paid no notice. "Okay, we're ready." And like 2 spies, we snuck out under cover of darkness. Warren was silent almost all the way back to the hotel. I think it was because his involvement was over, and he knew it. I was the reporter. He was the source. It was my story. I felt his jealousy and desire. For the story, for the job, for what he'd once been and had. "Why'd you really quit, man?" I asked. This time he dropped the bullshit. My wife, family, I was never home. One crisis after another, I had to cover them all. Finally, I had to make a choice. Some days I think I made the right one. Some days I don't. This is one of those that I don't. This is a hell of a story, Jack. Now I was silent for a while. Warren drove into the hotel's main entrance and headed around the circle to the doors. He pointed through the windshield to the right side of the hotel. "See down there? That's where Reagan got it. I was there, fucking 5 feet from Hinckley while we were waiting. He even asked me what time it was. Almost no other reporters were out there. Back then, most of them didn't bother staking his exits, but they did after that. Wow. Yeah, that was a highlight." I looked over at him and nodded seriously, and then we both laughed. We both knew the secret. Only in a reporter's world would it be a highlight. We both knew that probably the only thing better than witnessing a presidential assassination attempt as a reporter was witnessing a successful assassination, just as long as you didn't catch a bullet in the crossfire. He pulled over at the door, and I got out and leaned my head back into the car. "You're showing your true identity there, pal." He smiled. "Maybe." 16. Each of the 13 files was thin, containing the 5-page protocol questionnaire supplied by the FBI and the Foundation, and usually just a few more pages of ancillary notes or testimonials to the pressures of the job from colleagues of the deceased. Most of the stories were the same: job stress, alcohol, marital difficulty, depression, a basic formula for the police blues. But depression was the key ingredient. In almost all of the files, depression of one sort or another was reported as attacking the victim from inside the job. However, only a handful mentioned that the victims were troubled by any specific case, unsolved or otherwise, that they had been assigned to investigate. I did a quick read-through of the conclusion segment of each of the protocols and quickly eliminated several of the cases from my investigation because of varying factors, ranging from the suicides being witnessed by others to their taking place under circumstances precluding a setup. The remaining 8 cases were going to be more difficult to whittle down because each, at least in the summary remarks, seemed to fit. In each of these cases, there was some mention of specific cases burdening the victim.
The burden of an unsolved case and the quotes from Poe were really all I had as far as a pattern went. So I stayed with it and made it the standard by which I judged whether these 8 remaining cases could be part of a series of false suicides. Following this as my own protocol led to the dropping of 2 more cases when I found references to the suicide notes. In each, the victim wrote to a specific person, a mother in one, a wife in the other, and asked for forgiveness and understanding. The notes contained nothing resembling a line of poetry or actually any kind of literature.
I dropped them, and then I had 6. Reading one of the remaining files, I came across the victim's suicide note, one line, like those left by my brother and Brookson in an addendum containing the investigator's report. Reading the words sent a chilling, electric surge through me, for I knew them. I am haunted by ill angels. I quickly opened my notebook to the page where I had written the stanza from Dreamland that Laurie Prine had read to me from the CD-ROM. By a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I have reached these lands but newly, from an ultimate dim Thule, from a wild, weird clime that lieth, sublime, out of space, out of time. I had it cold. My brother and Morris Kotite, an Albuquerque detective who supposedly killed himself with a shot to the chest and another to the temple, left suicide notes that quoted the same stanza of poetry. It was a lock. But these feelings of vindication and excitement quickly gave way to a deep, growing rage. I was angry at what had happened to my brother and to these other men. I was angry at the living cops for not seeing this sooner, and my mind flashed to what Wexler had said when I had convinced him of my brother's murder. A fucking reporter, he had said. Now I knew his anger. But most of all, I realized my anger was for the one who had done this and for how little I knew about him. In his own words, the killer was an eidolon. I was chasing a phantom. It took me an hour to get through the remaining 5 cases. I took notes on 3 of them and dropped the other 2. One was rejected when I noticed the death occurred on the same day John Brooks was killed in Chicago. It seemed unlikely, given the planning each of the killings must have involved, that 2 could be carried out on one day. The other case was rejected because the victim's suicide had been attributed, among other things, to his despair over a heinous kidnap murder of a young girl on Long Island, New York. It initially appeared, though the victim had left no note, that the suicide would generally fit my pattern and require further scrutiny. But I learned when I read the report to the end that this detective had actually cleared the kidnap murder with the arrest of a suspect. This was outside the pattern, and of course didn't fit with the theory that Larry Washington had floated in Chicago and that I subscribed to, that the same person was killing both the first victim and the homicide cop. The final 3 that held my interest, in addition to the Kotite case, included Garland Petrie, a Dallas detective who put one shot into his chest and then another into his face. He left a note that read, "Sadly, I know I am shorn of my strength." Of course, I hadn't known Petrie, but I had never heard a cop use the word shorn before. The line he had supposedly written had a literary feel to it. I just didn't think it would have come from the hand and mind of a suicidal cop. The second of the cases was also a one-liner. Clifford Beltran, a detective with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Department in Florida, had supposedly killed himself 3 years earlier. It was the oldest of the cases, leaving behind a note that said simply, "Lord help my poor soul." Again, it was a conglomeration of words that sounded odd to me in the mouth of a cop, any cop. It was just a hunch, but I included Beltran on my list. Lastly, the third case was included on my list, even though there was no mention of a note in the suicide of John P. McCafferty, homicide detective with the Baltimore police. I put McCafferty on the list because his death eerily resembled the death of John Brooks. McCafferty had supposedly fired one shot into the floor of his apartment before firing the second and fatal shot into his throat. I remembered Lawrence Washington's belief that this was a way of getting gunshot residue on the victim's hands. 4 names. I studied them and the rest of the notes I had taken for a while, and then pulled the book on Poe I had bought in Boulder out of my flight bag. It was a thick book with everything that Poe had supposedly ever written. I checked the contents page and noted there were 76 pages containing his poetry. I realized that my long night was going to get longer.
I ordered an 8-cup pot of coffee from room service and asked them to bring some aspirin as well for the headache I felt sure I would get from the caffeine binge. I then started reading. I'm not one who has ever been afraid of aloneness or the dark. I've lived by myself for 10 years, I've even camped alone in the national parks, and I've walked through deserted, burned-out buildings to get a story. I've sat in dark cars on darker streets waiting to confront candidates and mobsters, or to meet timid sources. While the mobsters certainly put fear in me, the fact that I was out there by myself in the dark never did. But I have to say that Poe's words put a chill in me that night. Maybe it was being alone in a hotel room in a city I didn't know. Maybe it was being surrounded by the documents of death and murder, or that I felt the presence of my dead brother somehow near. And maybe also it was just the knowledge of how some of the words I was reading were now being used. Whatever it was, I put a scare on myself that didn't lift as I read, even when I turned the television on to provide the comforting hum of background noise. Propped against the pillows on the bed, I read with the lights on either side of me turned on and bright. But still, I bolted upright when a sudden sharp sound of laughter shot down the hallway outside my room. I had just settled back into the comfort of the shell my body had formed in the pillows and was reading a poem titled An Enigma when the phone rang and jolted me again with its double ring, so foreign to the sound of my phone at home. It was midnight, and I assumed it was Greg Glenn in Denver, 2 hours behind. But as I reached for the phone, I knew I was wrong. I hadn't told Glenn where I had checked in. The caller was Michael Warren. Just wanted to check in, I figured you'd be up, and see what you came up with. Again, I felt uneasy about his self-involvement, his many questions. It was unlike any other source that had ever provided me with information, on the sly. But I couldn't just get rid of him, given the risk he had taken. I'm still going through it all, I said, sitting here reading the poetry of Edgar Allan Poe. I'm scaring myself shitless. He laughed politely. But does any of it look good, as far as the suicides go? Just then I realized something. Hey, where are you calling from? Home. Why? Didn't you say you live up in Maryland? Yeah. Why? Then this is a toll call, right? It will be a record on your bill that you called me here, man. Didn't you think about that? I couldn't believe his carelessness, especially in light of his own warnings about the FBI and Agent Walling. Oh shit, I don't really think I care. Nobody's going to pull my records. It's not like I passed on defense secrets for crying out loud. I don't know. You know him better than me. So never mind that. What have you got? I told you I'm still looking. I've got a couple names that might be good. A few names. Well then, good. I'm glad it was worth the risk. I nodded, but realized he couldn't see me do this. Yeah, well, like I said before, thanks. I gotta get back to it now. I'm fading and want to get it done. Then I'll leave you to it. Maybe tomorrow, when you get a chance, give me a call to let me know what's going on. I don't know if that will be a good idea, Michael. I think we better lay low. Well, whatever you think, I guess I'll be reading all about it eventually anyway. You have a deadline yet? Nope, haven't even talked about it. Nice editor. Anyway, go back to it. Happy hunting. Soon I was back in the embrace of the words of the poet. Dead 150 years, but reaching from the grave to grip me. Poe was a master of mood and pace. The mood was gloom and the pace often frenetic. I found myself identifying the words and phrases with my own life. I dwelt alone in a world of moan, Poe wrote, and my soul was a stagnant tide, cutting words that seemed, at least at that moment, to fit me. I read on and soon felt myself gripped by an empathetic hold of the poet's own melancholy when I read the stanzas of the lake. But when the night had thrown her pall upon that spot as upon all, and the mystic wind went by, murmuring in melody, then I would awake to the terror of the lone lake. Poe had captured my own dread and fitful memory, my nightmare. He had reached across a century and a half to me and put a cold finger on my chest. Death was in that poisonous wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave. I finished reading the last poem at 3 o'clock in the morning. I had found only one more correlation between the poetry and the suicide notes. The line attributed in the reports to Dallas detective Garland Petrie, "Sadly I know I am shorn of my strength," was taken from a poem entitled For Annie. But I found no match of the last words attributed to Beltran, the Sarasota detective, with any poem that Edgar Allan Poe had written.
I began to wonder if through my fatigue I had simply missed it, but knew that I had read too carefully, despite the lateness of the hour. There simply wasn't a match. Lord help my poor soul. That was the line. I now thought that it had been the last true prayer of a suicidal man. I scratched Beltran from the list, thinking that his words of misery were truly his. I studied my notes while fending off sleep and decided that the McCafferty case of Baltimore and the Brooks case of Chicago were too similar to be ignored. I knew then what I would do in the morning. I would go to Baltimore to find out more. That night my dream came back, the only recurring nightmare of my entire life. As always, I dreamed I was walking across a vast frozen lake, the ice blue-black beneath my feet. In all directions I was equal distances from nowhere. All horizons were a blinding, burning white. I put my head down and walked. I hesitated when I heard a girl's voice, a call for help. I looked around, but she was not there. I turned and headed on. A step, two. Then the hand came up through the ice and gripped me. It pulled me toward the growing hole. Was it pulling me down or trying to pull its way out? I never knew. In all the times I'd had the dream, I never knew. All I saw was the hand and slender arm reaching up from the black water. I knew the hand was death. I woke up. The lights and the television were still on. I sat up and looked around, not comprehending at first, and then remembering where I was and what I was doing. I waited for the chill to pass and then got up. I flicked the TV off and went to the minibar, broke the seal and opened the door. I selected a small bottle of amaretto and sipped it without a glass. I checked it off on the little list they give you, $6. I studied the list and the exorbitant prices just to give myself something to do. Eventually, I felt the liquor start to warm me. I sat on the bed and checked the clock. It was 4:45. I needed to go back. I needed sleep. I got under the covers and pulled the book off the bed table. I turned to the lake and read it again. My eyes kept returning to the two lines. Death was in that poisonous wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave. Eventually, troubled thoughts gave way to exhaustion. I put the book down and collapsed back into my bed shell. I slept the sleep of the dead after that. 17. It was against Gladden's instincts to stay in the city, but he couldn't leave just yet. There were things he had to do. The wired funds transfer would land at the Wells Fargo branch in a few hours, and he had to get a replacement camera. That was a priority, and that couldn't be done if he was on the road, running to Fresno or someplace. So he had to stay in L.A. He looked up at the mirror over the bed and studied his image. He had black hair now. He hadn't shaved since Wednesday, and already the whiskers were coming in thick. He reached to the bed table for the glasses and put them on. He had dumped the colored contacts in the trash can at the In-N-Out where he'd eaten dinner the night before. He looked back up at the mirror and smiled at his new image. He was a new man. He glanced over at the television. A woman was performing fellatio on one man while another was having sex with her in the position instinctively favored by dogs. The sound was turned down, but he knew what the sound would be if it wasn't. The TV had been on all night. The porno movies that came with the price of the room did little in the way of arousing him because the performers were all too old and looked world-weary. They were disgusting. But he kept the TV on. It helped him remember that everyone had unholy desires. He looked back to his book and began to read the poem by Poe again. He knew it by heart after so many years and so many readings, but still he liked to see the words on the page and hold the book in his hands. He somehow found it comforting. In visions of the dark night I have dreamed of joy departed, but a waking dream of life and light hath left me broken-hearted. Gladden sat up and put the book down when he heard a car pull to a stop outside his room. He walked to the curtains and peeked through at the parking lot. The sun hurt his eyes. The car was just somebody checking in. A man and a woman, they both looked drunk already, and it wasn't yet noon. Gladden knew it was time to go out. He first needed to get a newspaper to see if there was a story about Evangeline, about himself. Then to the bank, then to find the camera. Maybe, if there was time, he'd go searching after that. He knew that the more he stayed inside, the better his chances were of avoiding detection. But he also felt confident that he had covered his tracks sufficiently. He had changed motels twice since leaving the Hollywood Star Motel. The first room, in Culver City, he used only to dye his hair. He cleaned up, wiped the place down, and left. He then drove to the Valley and checked into the dump in which he sat now, the Bonsoir Motel on Ventura Boulevard in Studio City. $40 a night, 3 channels of adult films included. He was registered under the name Richard Kidwell. It was the name on his last ID. He'd have to get on the net and trade for a few more. And he realized that would require him to set up a mail drop to receive the IDs, and that was another reason to stay in LA, at least for a while. He added the mail drop to his list of things to do. As he pulled on his pants, he glanced at the television. A woman with a rubber penis held to her abdomen with straps that went around her pelvis was having sex with another woman. Gladden tied his shoes, turned the TV off, and left the room. Gladden cringed at the sight of the sun. He strode across the parking lot to the motel office. He wore a white t-shirt with a picture of Pluto on it. The dog was his favorite cartoon animal. In the past, wearing the shirt had helped soothe the fears of the children. It always seemed to work. Behind the glass windows of the office sat a frumpy-looking woman with a tattoo on what had been at one time the upper curve of her left breast. Her skin was sagging now, and the tattoo was so old and misshapen it was hard to tell it wasn't a bruise. She had on a large blonde wig, bright pink lipstick, and enough makeup on her cheeks to frost a cupcake or pass for a TV evangelist. She was the one who had checked him in the day before. He put a dollar bill in the pass-through slot and asked for 3 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. He didn't know how much the papers cost in LA. In the other cities, they had ranged from a quarter to 50 cents. "Sorry, babe, I don't have change," she said, in a voice that begged for another cigarette. "Ah, shit," Gladden said angrily. He shook his head.
There was no service in this world anymore. What about in your purse? I don't want to have to walk down the fucking street for a paper. Let me check. And watch that mouth. You don't have to get so testy." He watched her get up. She wore a short black tube skirt that embarrassingly displayed a network of varicose veins running down the back of her thighs. He realized he had no idea how old she was, a used-up 30 or an over-the-hill 45. It seemed that when she bent over to get her purse out of a lower file drawer, she was intentionally giving him the view. She came up with the purse and dug around in it for change. While the large black bag swallowed her hand like an animal, she looked at him through the glass with appraising eyes. "See anything you like?" she asked. "No, not really," Gladden replied. "You got the change?" She pulled her hand out of the maw of the bag and looked at the change. "You don't have to be so rude. Besides, I only got 71 cents. I'll take it." He shoved the dollar through. "You sure? 6 of it is pennies." "Yes, I'm sure." "There's the money." She dropped the change into the slot, and he had a difficult time getting it all up because his fingernails were bitten away to nothing. "You're in room 6, right?" she said, looking at an occupancy list. "Checked in a single. Still by yourself?" "What, now is this 20 questions?" "Just checking." "What are you doing in there alone, anyhow? I hope you're not jerking off on the bedspread," she smirked. She had gotten him back. His anger boiled up and he lost it. He knew he should keep calm, not leave an impression, but he couldn't hold back. "Now who's being rude, huh? You know what you are. You are fucking disgusting. Those veins running up your ass look like the roadmap to hell, lady. Hey, you watch your... Or what? You kicking me out? Just watch what you say." Gladden got the last coin up, a dime, and turned to walk away without replying. Out on the street, he went to the newspaper box and bought the morning edition. Safely back inside the dark confines of his room, Gladden dug through the newspaper until he found the Metro section. The story would be here, he knew. He quickly scanned through the 8 pages of the section and found nothing about the motel murder case. Disappointed, he guessed that maybe the death of a black maid wasn't news in this town. He tossed the paper down on the bed. But as soon as it landed, a photograph on the front page of the section caught his attention. It was a shot of a young boy on his way down a sliding board. He picked the section back up and read the caption that went with the photo. It said that swing sets and other children's amusements had finally been replaced at MacArthur Park following the long period of their removal while a subway station construction project caused the closure of most of the park. Gladden looked at the photo again. The boy on the slide was identified as 7-year-old Miguel Arax. Gladden wasn't familiar with the area where the new park was located, but he assumed that a subway station would be approved only for a low-income area. That meant most of the children would be poor and with dark brown skin like the boy in the photo. He decided that he would go to the park later after taking care of his chores and getting situated. It was always easier with the poor ones. They needed and wanted so much.
Situated, Gladden thought. He knew then that getting situated was his real priority. He couldn't stay in this motel or any other, no matter how well he had covered his tracks. It wasn't safe. The stakes were constantly rising, and they would be looking for him soon. It was a feeling not based on anything other than his gut instinct. They would be looking soon, and he needed to find a safe place. He put the paper aside and went to the phone. The smoke-cured voice that answered after he dialed 0 was unmistakable. "This is, Richard in 6. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I was rude, and I apologize." She didn't say anything, and he pressed on. "Anyway, you were right. It's getting pretty lonely in here, and I was wondering if that offer you sort of made before was still out there?" "What offer?" She was going to make it difficult. "You know, you asked if I saw anything I liked." "Well, I did, actually." "I don't know. You were pretty testy. I don't like testy." "What you got in mind?" "I don't know, but I've got $100 to make sure it's a good time." She was silent for a moment. "Well, I get out of this dump at 4. Then I got the whole weekend. I could come over." Gladden smiled but kept it out of his voice. "Can't wait." "Then I'm sorry, too, about being rude and the things I said." "That's nice to hear." "See you soon." "Oh, you still there?" "Sure, baby. What's your name?" "Darlene." "Well, Darlene, I can't wait till 4. She laughed and hung up. Gladden wasn't laughing. 18. In the morning, I had to wait until 10 before Lori Prine was at her desk in Denver. By then, I was anxious to get on with the day, but hers was just starting, and I had to go through the greeting and questions about where I was and what I was doing before finally getting to the point. "When you did that run on police suicides for me, would that have included the Baltimore Sun?" "Yep, I assumed it would have, but had to check. I also knew that computer searches sometimes miss things." "Okay, then can you run a search of the Sun using just the name John McCafferty?" I spelled it for her. "Sure. How far back?" "I don't know, 5 years would be good." "When do you need it by?" "Last night." "I guess that means you're going to hold." "It does." I listened to the tapping of keys as she conducted the search. I pulled the Poe book onto my lap and reread some of the poems while I waited. With daylight coming through the curtains, the words did not have the same hold on me as the night before. "Okay, whoa, we've got a lot of hits here, Jack. 28. Anything in particular you're looking for?" No. What's the most recent?" I knew that she could scan the hits by having just the headlines print out on her screen. "Okay, last one. Detective fired for part in former partner's death." "That's weird," I said. "This should have come up in the first search you did. Can you read me some of that?" I heard her tap a few keys and then wait for the story to be printed on her screen. "Okay, here goes. A Baltimore police detective was fired Monday for altering a crime scene and attempting to make it appear that his longtime partner had not killed himself last spring. The action was taken by a Departmental Board of Rights panel against Detective Daniel Bledsoe after a 2-day closed hearing. Bledsoe could not be reached for comment, but a fellow officer who represented him during the hearing said that the highly decorated detective was being treated with undue harshness by a department he had served well for 22 years. According to police officials, Bledsoe's partner, Detective John McCafferty, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on May 8th. His body was found by his wife, Susan, who first called Bledsoe. Bledsoe, officials said, went to his partner's apartment, destroyed a note he found in the dead detective's shirt pocket, and altered other aspects of the crime scene to make it appear that McCafferty had been killed by an intruder who had grabbed the detective's gun. Police said, "Do you want me to keep reading, Jack?" "Yeah, go ahead." Police said Bledsoe went so far as to fire an additional shot into McCafferty's body, striking him in the upper leg. Bledsoe then told Susan McCafferty to call 911, and he left the apartment, feigning surprise when he was later informed that his partner was dead. In killing himself, McCafferty had apparently already fired one shot into the floor of his home before placing the gun in his mouth and firing the fatal shot. "Do you want me to keep reading, Jack?" "Yeah, go ahead." Police said Bledsoe went so far as to fire an additional shot into McCafferty's body, striking him in the upper leg. Bledsoe then told Susan McCafferty to call 911, and he left the apartment, feigning surprise when he was later informed that his partner was dead. In killing himself, McCafferty had apparently already fired one shot into the floor of his home before placing the gun in his mouth and firing the fatal shot.
Investigators contend that Bledsoe attempted to make the death appear to be a murder because Susan McCafferty stood to receive a higher amount of death, health, and pension benefits if it could be proved her husband had not killed himself. However, the scheme unraveled when suspicious investigators interviewed Susan McCafferty at length on the day her husband died. She eventually admitted to what she had watched Bledsoe do. Am I reading too fast? Are you taking notes? No, it's fine. Keep going. Okay. Bledsoe refused to acknowledge any part in the scheme during the investigation and declined to testify in his behalf during the Board of Rights hearing. Jerry Leibling, Bledsoe's fellow detective and defense representative during the hearing, said Bledsoe did what any loyal partner would do for a fallen comrade. All he did was try to make things a little better for the widow, Leibling said. But the department has gone too far. He tried to do the good thing and now he's lost his job, his career, his livelihood. What kind of message does this send to the rank and file? Other officers contacted Monday expressed similar feelings. But ranking officials said that Bledsoe had been treated fairly and cited the department's decision not to file criminal charges against Bledsoe or Susan McCafferty as a sign of compassion for the two. McCafferty and Bledsoe had been partners for 7 years and handled some of the higher-profile murders in the city during that time. One of those killings was attributed in part to McCafferty's death. Police said that McCafferty's depression over the unsolved killing of Polly Amherst, a first-grade teacher who was abducted from campus at the private Hopkins school, sexually mutilated and strangled, led him to thoughts of killing himself. McCafferty was also struggling with a drinking problem. So now the department hasn't lost one fine investigator, Leibling said after Monday's hearing, it has lost 2. They'll never find 2 guys that were as good as Bledsoe and McCafferty. The department really blew it today. That's it, Jack. Okay, I'm going to need you to send that to my computer basket. I have my laptop. I can get it. Okay, what about the other stories? Can you go back to the headlines? Are any of them about McCafferty's death, or are they all stories on cases? She took a half-minute to scroll through the headlines. It looks like they are all about cases. There are quite a few on the school teacher. Nothing else on the suicide. And you know what? The reason that story I just read didn't come up on my search on Monday was because the word suicide was never in it. That was the keyword I plugged in. I'd already figured that out. I asked her to ship the stories on the teacher to my computer basket, thanked her, and hung up. I called the main detective bureau of the Baltimore Police Department and asked for Jerry Leibling. Leibling, Autos. Detective Leibling, my name's Jack McEvoy, and I'm wondering if you can help me. I'm trying to reach Dan Bledsoe. That would be in regard to what? I'd rather talk to him about it. I'm sorry, I can't help you, and I've got another call. Look, I know what he tried to do for McCafferty. I want to tell him something that I think will help him. That's really all I can say. But if you don't help me, you are missing a chance to help him. I can give you my number. Why don't you call him and give it to him? Let him decide. There was a long silence, and I suddenly thought I had been talking to a dead line. Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Look, if Dan wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. You call him. He's in the book. What, the phone book? That's right. I gotta go. He hung up. I felt foolish. I never even considered the phone book because I never knew a cop who put his name in it. I dialed information for Baltimore again and gave the former detective's name. I have no listing for a Daniel Bledsoe, the operator said. I have Bledsoe Insurance and Bledsoe Investigations. Okay, give me those, and can I get the addresses, please? Actually, they are separate listings and numbers, but the same address in Fells Point. He gave me the information, and I called the investigations number. A woman answered, Bledsoe Investigations? Yes, can I speak to Dan? I'm sorry, he's unavailable. Do you know what he'll be in later today? He's in now, he's just on the line. This is his service. When he's out or on his line, it rings through. But I know he's there. He checked for messages not 10 minutes ago. But I don't know for how long. I don't keep his schedule. Fells Point is a spit of land east of Baltimore's Inner Harbor. The tourist shops and hotels give way to funkier pubs and shops, and then old brick factories and Little Italy. On some streets, the asphalt has worn off the underlying brick, and when the wind is right, there is the damp tang of the sea or the smell of the sugar factory just across the inlet. Bledsoe Investigations and Insurance was in a one-story brick building at Caroline and Fleet. It was a few minutes after 1. On the door of his small street front office was a plastic clock face with adjustable hands, and the words, "Be back at." The clock was set at 1. I looked around, saw no one making a run for the door to beat the deadline, and decided to wait for him anyway. I had nowhere else to go. I walked down the market on Fleet, bought a Coke, and went back to my car.
From the driver's seat, I could see the door to Bledsoe's office. I watched it for 20 minutes until I saw a man with jet black hair, a middle-aged paunch peeking through his jacket, and a slight limp walk up, unlock the door, and go in. I got out with my computer satchel and headed for him. Bledsoe's office looked as though it had once been a doctor's office, though I could not figure out why a doctor would have hung a shingle out in this working district. There was a little entry room with a sliding window and counter behind which I imagined a receptionist at one time sat. The window, glazed like a shower door, was closed. I had heard a buzz when I had opened the door, but no one responded to it. I stood there a few moments looking around. There was an old couch and a coffee table, not much room for anything else. A variety of magazines were fanned across the table, none of them fresher than 6 months old. I was about to call out a hello or knock on the door to the inner sanctum when I heard a toilet flush somewhere on the other side of the sliding window. Then I saw a blurred figure move behind the glass, and the door to the left opened. The man with the black hair stood there. I noticed now that he had a mustache as thin as a freeway on a map traveling over his lip. "Yes, can I help you? Daniel Bledsoe? That's right. My name's Jack McEvoy. I'd like to ask you about John McCafferty. I think we both might be able to help each other." John McCafferty was a long time ago. He was eyeing the computer satchel. "It's just a computer," I said. "Can we sit down someplace?" Sure, why not?" I followed through the door and down a short hallway that had 3 more doors lined along the right side. He opened the first one and we stepped into an office of cheap faux maple paneling. His state license was framed on the wall as well as some photos from his days as a cop. The whole thing seemed about as cheesy as his mustache, but I was determined to play it out. The thing I know about cops, and I guessed that it extended to former cops, was that looks were deceiving. I knew some in Colorado who would still be wearing pale blue polyester leisure suits if they made them anymore. But nevertheless, they were some of the best and brightest and toughest of their departments. I suspected it was that way with Bledsoe. He took a seat behind a desk with a black Formica top. It had been a poor choice when he'd bought it at the second-hand office furniture store. I could plainly see the dust build up on the shiny surface. I sat across from Bledsoe in the only other chair. He accurately registered my impressions. Place used to be an abortion clinic.
Guy went away for doing third trimester jobs. I took it over and don't care about the dust and looks. I get a lot of my work over the phone, selling policies to cops. And I usually go to clients, the ones that want an investigation. They don't come to me. The people that do come here usually just leave flowers out by the door. Memorials, I guess. I figure they must be working off old phone books or something. Why don't you tell me what you're looking for here? I told him about my brother and then about John Brooks in Chicago. I watched his face fill with skepticism as I talked. It told me I was maybe 10 seconds from being thrown out the door. "What is this?" he said. "Who sent you here?" "Nobody. But it's my guess that I'm maybe a day or so ahead of the FBI. But they'll be coming. I just thought you'd maybe talk to me first. I know what it's like, you see. My brother and me, we were twins. I've always heard that longtime partners, especially on homicide, became like brothers, like twins." I held up for a few moments. I had played everything but my ace, and I had to wait for the right moment. Bledsoe seemed to cool down a little. His anger was maybe giving way to confusion. "So what do you want from me?" "The note. I want to know what McCafferty said in the note." "There was no note." "I never said there was a note." "But his wife said there was." "Then go talk to her." "No, I think I'd rather talk to you. Let me tell you something. The doer on these cases somehow gets the victims to write out a line or two as a suicide note. I don't know how he does it or why they oblige him, but they do. And every time, the line is from a poem by the same writer, Edgar Allan Poe. I reached down to my computer satchel and unzipped it. I pulled out the thick book of Poe's works. I put it on the desk so that he could see it. "I think your partner was murdered. You came in, and it looked like a suicide because that was how it was supposed to look. That note you destroyed, I'd bet you your partner's pension that it's a line from a poem that's in that book." Bledsoe looked from me to the book and then back at me again. "You apparently thought you owed him enough to risk your job to make his widow's life a little easier. Yeah, look what it got me. A piece of shit office with a piece of shit license on the wall. I sit in a room where they used to cut babies out of women. It's not very noble. Look, everybody on the force knew there was something noble about what you did, else you wouldn't be selling any insurance. You did what you did for your partner. You should follow through now."
Bledsoe turned his head and looked at one of the photos on the wall. It was him and another man, arms around each other's neck, smiling with abandon. It looked like it had been taken in a bar somewhere during the good days. "The fever called living is conquered at last," he said, without looking away from the photo. I slapped my hand down on the book. The sound scared us both. "Got it," I said, and picked up the book. I had bent the pages of the poems where the killer's quotes had been taken. I found the page with the poem "For Annie" on it, scanned until I knew I was right, then put the book on the desk and turned it so he could read it. "First stanza," I said. Bledsoe leaned over to read the poem. "Thank heaven, the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and the fever called living is conquered at last." 19. As I hurried through the lobby of the Hilton at 4, I envisioned Greg Glenn slowly making his way out from behind his desk and heading toward the daily news meeting in the Metro conference room. I needed to talk to him, and I knew that if I didn't snag him first, he'd be holed up in that meeting and the weekend meeting that followed for the next 2 hours. As I approached the elevators, I saw a woman stepping through the open doors of the one available car and quickly followed her in. She had already pushed the 12 button. I moved to the rear of the car and checked my watch again. I thought I was going to make it. The editors' meetings never seemed to get off on time. The woman had moved to the right side of the car, and we had settled into the slightly uncomfortable silence that always comes when strangers are enclosed in an elevator. In the polished brass trim on the door, I could see her face. Her eyes watched the lights over the doors that marked our ascent. She was very attractive, and I found it hard to turn away from the reflection, even though I feared she would turn her eyes and catch me. I imagined that she knew I was watching her. I've always believed that beautiful women know and understand they are always being watched. When the elevator opened on 12, I waited for her to step out first. She turned to the left and headed down the hall. I turned right and headed to my room, stopping myself from taking a backward glance at her. As I approached my door, pulling the card key out of my shirt pocket, I heard light steps on the hallway carpet. I turned, and it was her. She smiled. "Wrong way." "Yeah," I said and smiled. After a while, it's all a maze. Dumb thing to say, I thought, as I opened the door and she passed behind me. As I entered the room, I felt a hand suddenly grip the back of my jacket collar, and I was shoved into the room. As this happened, another hand went up under my jacket and grabbed onto my belt. I was slammed face down onto the bed. I managed to hold on to the computer bag, not wanting to drop a $2,000 piece of equipment, but then it was roughly yanked out of my grasp. "FBI, you're under arrest. Don't move." While one hand stayed on the back of my neck and held me face down, the other hand patted my body in a search. "What the fuck is this?" I managed to say in a voice muffled by the mattress. Just as suddenly as they had gripped me, the hands were gone. "Okay, up. Let's go." I turned and raised myself until I was seated on the bed. I looked up. It was the woman from the elevator. My mouth dropped open a little. Something about being handled so easily by her, and her alone, burned me deeply, and anger flushed my cheeks. "Don't worry, I've done it to bigger and badder men than you. You better have an ID, or you're going to need a lawyer." She pulled a wallet out of her coat pocket and flipped it open in front of my face. "You're the one who needs the lawyer. Now, I want you to take the chair from the desk, put it in the corner, and sit there while I go through this place. It won't take long." She had what looked like a legitimate FBI badge and ID. It said Special Agent Rachel Walling. Once I read that, I began to get an idea of what was going on. "Come on, chop chop. In the corner you go. Let's see the search warrant." "You have a choice," she said sternly. "Go to the corner, or I take you into the bathroom and cuff you to the drain trap under the sink. Make it." I stood up and dragged the chair into the corner and sat down. "I still want to see the fucking warrant. Are you aware that your use of coarse language is a rather lame attempt to re-establish your sense of male superiority? Jesus. Are you aware that you are full of shit? Where's the warrant?" "I don't need a warrant. You invited me in and allowed me to search. Then I arrested you after I found the stolen property." She stepped back to the door, her eyes on me, and closed it. "I didn't invite you anywhere. You try that shit and you'll crash and burn. Do you believe any judge is going to believe I was stupid enough to invite a search if I had stolen property in here? She looked at me and smiled sweetly. "Mr. McCafferty, I am 5'5" and weigh 115 pounds. That's with my gun on. Do you think a judge will believe your version of what happened? Would you even want to reveal what I just did to you in open court?" I looked away from her and out the windows. The maid had opened the curtains. The sky was beginning to lose the light. "I didn't think so," she said. "Now, you want to save me some time? Where are the protocols you copied?" "In the computer bag." I committed no crime in getting them, and just having them is not a crime. I had to be careful of what I said. I didn't know if Michael Warren had already been found out or not. She was going through the satchel. She pulled out the Poe book, looked at it quizzically, and threw it on the bed. She then pulled out my notebook and the sheaf of copies of the protocols. Warren had been right. She was a beautiful woman. A hard shell, but beautiful just the same. About my age, maybe a year or two older. Her hair was brown and falling to just above her shoulders. Sharp green eyes and the strong aura of confidence. That was what was most attractive about her. "Breaking and entering is a crime," she said. "It came under my jurisdiction when it was determined that the documents stolen belonged to the Bureau. I didn't break into anything, and I didn't steal anything. What this is harassment. I've always heard that you Bureau people get upset when somebody else does your job for you." She was leaning over the bed, looking through the papers. She straightened up, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a clear plastic evidence bag with a single sheet of paper in it. She held it up for me to look at. I recognized it as having been torn from a reporter's notebook. There were 6 lines written on it in black ink. Pena, his hands, after how long? Wexler, the car, heater, lock, Riley, gloves. I recognized my own handwriting, and then it all tumbled together. Warren had torn sheets from my notebook to mark the spots of the file we had pulled. He had torn a page with old notes on it and somehow had left it behind when he returned the files. Walling must have seen the recognition in my face. Sloppy work. After we get the handwriting analyzed and compared, I think it'll be a slam dunk. What do you think? I couldn't even manage a "fuck you" this time. I'm seizing your computer, this book, and your notebooks as possible evidence. If we don't need any of it, you'll get it back. Okay, we're going now. My car's right out front. The one thing I'm willing to do for you to show I'm not such a mean girl is take you down without the cuffs. We've got a long ride down to Virginia, though we might beat some of the traffic if we get going now. Are you going to behave? One false move, as they say, and I'll put you in the back with the cuffs on as tight as a wedding ring. I just nodded and stood up. I was in a daze. I couldn't meet her eyes. I walked toward the door with my head down. "Hey, what do you say?" she said to me. I mumbled my thanks, and I heard her soft laughter behind me. She was wrong. We didn't beat the traffic. It was Friday evening. More people were trying to get out of the city than most nights, and we crawled along with them as we crossed the city to get to a freeway. For a half hour, neither of us spoke, except when she cursed at a traffic snarl or a red light. I was in the front seat, thinking the whole time. I had to make a call to Glenn as soon as possible. They had to get me a lawyer, a good one. I saw that the only way out was to reveal a source I had promised I would never reveal. I considered the possibility that if I called Warren, he would come forward and confirm that I hadn't broken into the foundation, but I discarded it. I had made a covenant with him. I had to honor it. When we finally made it south of Georgetown, the traffic opened up a little bit, and she seemed to relax, or at least remember I was in the car with her. I saw her reach into the ashtray and pull out a white card. She put the dome light on and held the card on the top of the steering wheel so she could read it while she drove. "You have a pen?" "What? A pen? I thought all reporters carried pens." "Yes, I have a pen." "Good. I'm going to read you your constitutional rights." "What rights? You've already violated most of them." She proceeded to read from the card and then asked if I understood them. I mumbled that I did, and she handed me the card. "Okay, good. I want you to take your pen and sign and date the back of that." I did as instructed and handed the card back. She blew on the ink until it dried and then put the card in her pocket. "There," she said. "Now we can talk, unless you want to call your lawyer." "How'd you get into the foundation?" "I didn't break in.
That's all I can say till I talk to a lawyer. You saw the evidence. Are you going to say that's not yours? It can be explained. Look, all I'm saying is I did nothing illegal to get those copies. I can't say anything more without... I didn't finish. I'd said enough. The old can't reveal my sources trick. Where were you all day today, Mr. McCafferty? I've been waiting since noon. I was in Baltimore. Doing what? That's my business. You have the originals on those protocols. You can figure it out. The McCafferty case. You know, interfering with a federal investigation can get you charged with additional crimes. I gave her my best fake laugh. Yeah, right, I said sarcastically. What federal investigation? You'd still be down there in your office counting suicides if I hadn't talked to Ford yesterday. But that's the Bureau's way, right? If it's a good idea, oh, that's our idea. If it's a good case, yeah, we made that case. Meantime, it's hear no evil, see no evil, and a lot of shit goes by unnoticed. Jesus, who died and made you the expert? My brother. She didn't see that coming, and it shut her down for a few minutes. It also seemed to have the effect of breaking through the shell she surrounded herself with. I'm sorry about that, she finally said. So am I. All the anger about what had happened to Sean welled up inside of me, but I swallowed it back. She was a stranger, and I couldn't share something so profoundly personal with her. I shoved it back and thought of something else to say. You know, you might have known him. You signed the VCAP survey and the profile he got from the Bureau on his case. Yes, I know, but we never spoke. How about if you answer a question now? Maybe. Go ahead. How did you find me? I was wondering if Warren had somehow put her on to me. If I could determine that he had, then all bets were off, and I wasn't going to go to jail protecting the person who had set me up in the first place. That was the easy part, she said. I had your name and pedigree from Dr. Ford at the foundation. He called me after your little meeting yesterday, and I came up this morning. I thought it might be wise to safeguard those files, and sure enough, I was right. Just a little late. You do quick work. Once I found the page from a reporter's notebook, it was pretty easy to figure out you'd been there. I didn't break in there. Well, everyone associated with the project denies talking to you. In fact, Dr. Ford specifically remembers telling you that you could not have access to the files until the Bureau signed off on it. And funny thing, here you are with the files. And how'd you know I was at the Hilton? Was that written on a piece of paper for you too? Bluffed your city editor like he was a copy boy. I told him I had important information for you, and he told me where you were. I smiled, but turned and looked out the window so she wouldn't see it. She had just made a mistake that was as telling as if she had said outright that Warren had revealed where I was. They don't call them copy boys anymore, I said. It's politically incorrect. Copy person. Close enough. With a straight face, I looked over at her for the first time while in the car. I felt myself making a comeback. The confidence she had so expertly stomped into the bedspread in the hotel room was getting a second life. Now I was playing her. I thought you people always worked in twos, I said. We were stopping at another red light. I could see the freeway entrance up ahead. I had to make my move. Usually, she said, but today was busy, a lot of people out, and actually, when I left Quantico, I thought I was just going up to the foundation to talk to O-Line and Dr. Ford and to pull the records. I wasn't counting on a custody arrest.
Her show was falling apart quickly. I was seeing it now. No cuffs, no partner, me in the front seat. And I knew that Greg Glenn didn't know where I was staying in D.C. I hadn't told him, and I hadn't made the reservation through the Rockies travel office because there hadn't been time. My computer satchel was on the seat between us. On top of it, she had stacked the copies of the protocol files, the Poe book, and my notebook. I reached over and pulled it all onto my lap. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm getting out of here." I tossed the protocols onto her lap. "You can keep those. I've got all the information I need." I pulled the door handle and opened the door. "Don't you fucking move." I looked at her and smiled. "Are you aware that your use of coarse language is a lame attempt to reestablish your superiority? Look, it was a nice play, but you ran out of the right answers. I'll just catch a cab back to the hotel. I've got a story to write." I got out of the car with the things and stepped onto the sidewalk. I looked around and saw a convenience store with a phone out front and started walking that way. Next, I saw her car cut into the parking lot and park in my path. She jerked it to a stop and jumped out. "You're making a mistake," she said, coming quickly toward me. "What mistake? You made the mistake. What was that charade all about?" She just looked at me. She was speechless. "Okay, I'll tell you what it was," I said. "It was a scam." "Scam? Why would I scam you?" "Information. You wanted to know what I had. Let me guess. Once you had what you wanted, you were going to come in and say, 'Oh gee, sorry, your source just copped. Never mind, you're free to go, and sorry about the little misunderstanding. Well, you better go back down to Quantico and practice your act.'" I walked around her and headed to the payphone. I picked the receiver off the hook, and the phone was dead. I didn't let on, though. She was watching me. I dialed information. "I need a cab company," I said to a non-existent operator. I dropped a quarter in the slot and dialed a number. I then read the address off the phone and asked for a cab. When I hung up and turned around, Agent Walling was standing there, very close. She reached past me and picked up the phone. After holding it to her ear for a second, she smiled slightly and hung it back up. She pointed to the side of the box to where the receiver cable was attached. It was severed, the wires tied together in a knot. "Your act could use some polish, too." "Fine, just leave me alone." I turned away and started looking through the store windows to see if there was another phone inside. There wasn't. "Look, what did you want me to do?" she asked my back. "I need to know what you know." I whipped around on her. "Then why didn't you just ask? Why'd you have to try to humiliate me? You are a reporter, Jack. Are you going to tell me you were just going to open your files and share with me? Maybe. Yeah, right. That'll be the day when one of you people do that. Look at Warren. He's not even a reporter anymore, and he was acting like one. It's in the blood. Hey, speaking of blood, there's more at stake here than a story, okay? You don't know what I would have done if you would have approached me like a human being." "Okay," she said softly. "Maybe I don't. I'll grant you that." We did a little pacing in opposite directions until she spoke. "So what do we do? Here we are, you found me out, and now you have a choice. I need to know what you know. Are you going to tell me, or are you going to take your ball and go home? You do that and we both lose out. So does your brother." She had skillfully backed me into a corner, and I knew it. On principle, I should have walked off, but I couldn't. Despite everything, I liked her. I silently walked to the car, got in, and then looked at her through the windshield. She nodded once and came around to the driver's side. After getting in, she turned to me and held out her hand. "Rachel Walling." I took it and shook it. "Jack McCaffrey. I know. Nice to meet you. Likewise." As a show of good faith, Rachel Walling went first, after extracting a promise from me that the conversation was off the record until her team supervisor decided how much cooperation, if any, the Bureau would give me. I didn't mind making the promise, because I knew I was holding the high hand. I already had a story, and the Bureau would likely not want a story published yet. I figured that gave me a lot of leverage, whether Agent Walling realized it yet or not. For a half hour while we moved slowly south on the freeway toward Quantico, she told me what the Bureau had been doing for the last 28 hours. Nathan Ford of the Law Enforcement Foundation had called her at 3 o'clock Thursday to inform her of my visit to the foundation, the findings of my own investigation to that point, and my request to see the suicide files. Walling concurred with his decision to rebuff me, and then consulted with Bob Backus, her immediate supervisor. Backus gave her the go-ahead to drop the profiling work she had been assigned and proceed with a priority investigation of the claims I had made in my meeting with Ford. At this time, the Bureau had not yet heard from anyone from the Denver or Chicago police departments. Walling started her work on the Behavioral Science Services computer, which had a direct tie to the Foundation computer. "Basically, I did the same search Michael Warren did for you," she said. "In fact, I was online in Quantico when he went in and did it. I just ID'd the user and literally watched him do it on my laptop. I guessed right then that you had turned him as a source, and he was doing the search for you. This became a problem of containment, as you can imagine. I didn't need to go up to the city today because we have hard copies of all the protocols at Quantico, but I had to see what you were doing. I got a second confirmation that Warren was leaking to you and that you had copies of the protocols when I found your notebook page left in the files." I shook my head. What's going to happen to Warren? After I told Ford, we confronted him this morning. He admitted what he had done, even told me what hotel you were at. Ford asked for his resignation, and Warren gave it. Shit.
I felt a pang of guilt, yet I was not overwrought by what had happened, for I wasn't sure if Warren hadn't somehow engineered his own dismissal. Maybe it was a self-derailment. At least, that's what I told myself. It was easier to handle that way. "By the way," she said, "where did I go wrong with my act? My editor didn't know where I was staying. Only Warren knew." She was quiet for a few moments until I prompted her to continue the chronology of her investigation. She told me that on Thursday afternoon, when she ran the computer search, she'd come up with the same 13 names of dead homicide detectives that Warren had gotten from me, plus my brother and John Brooks of Chicago. She then pulled the hard copies of the protocols and looked for ties, keen on the suicide notes as I had told Ford I wanted to do. She had the aid of a bureau cryptologist and the FBI cipher computer, which had a database that made the Rockies look like a comic book. "Including your brother and Brooks, we came up with a total of 5 direct connections through the notes," she said. "So, in about 3 hours, you did what it took me all week to do. How'd you get McCafferty without the note in the file?" She took her foot off the gas and looked over at me. Only for a moment, then she took the car back up to speed. "We didn't count McCafferty. There are agents from the Baltimore field office on that now." This was puzzling because I had 5 cases, including McCafferty. Then what 5 have you got? Let me think. Okay, my brother and Brooks, that's 2. I was opening my notebook as I said this. Right, reading my notes, I said. "You got Kotide in Albuquerque? Haunted by ill angels?" "Right, we have him." "There was one in Dallas, Garland Petrie. Sadly, I know I am shorn of my strength."
From For Annie. Yeah, got that. And then I had McCafferty. Who'd you have? Something or other from Florida. It was an old one. He was a sheriff's deputy. I need my notes. Wait a minute. I flipped through a few pages of my notebook and found it. Clifford Beltran, Sarasota County Sheriff's Department. He. That's it. But wait a minute. I've got his note as, "Lord help my poor soul." I read all the poems. That wasn't in any of them. You're right. We found it somewhere else. Where? One of the short stories? No. They were his last words. Poe's last words. "Lord help my poor soul." I nodded. It wasn't a poem, but it fit. So now there were 6. I was quiet a moment, almost in respect to the new man added to the list. I looked down at my notes. Beltran had been dead 3 years. A long time for a murder to go unnoticed. Was Poe a suicide? No, though I suppose his lifestyle might be considered a long suicide. He was a womanizer and a heavy drinker. He died at 40, apparently after a lengthy drinking bout in Baltimore. I nodded, thinking about the killer, the phantom, and wondering if he drew corollaries to Poe's life. "Jack, what about McCafferty?" she asked. "We had him as a possible, but no note according to the protocol. What did you get?" Now I had another problem. Bledsoe. He had revealed something to me that he had not revealed to anyone before. I didn't feel I could just turn around and give it to the FBI. I've got to make a call first before I can tell you. "Oh, Jesus, Jack, you're going to pull that shit after all I just told you? I thought we had a deal." "We do. I just have to make a call first and clear something with a source. Get me to a phone and I'll do it right then. I don't think it will be a problem. Anyway, the bottom line is McCafferty is on the list. There was a note." I looked through my notebook again and then read from it. "The fever, called living, is conquered at last." That was the note. It's from For Annie, just like Petrie in Dallas. I looked over at her and could tell she was still upset. "Look, Rachel, can I call you that? I'm not going to hold back on you. I'll make the call. Your agents from the field office probably already got this anyway." "Probably," she said, in a voice that seemed to say, "Anything you can get, we can get better." "Okay, so go on then. What happened after you came up with the list of 5? She told me that 6 o'clock Thursday evening, she and Backus had convened a meeting of BSS and Critical Incident Unit agents to discuss her preliminary findings. After she trotted out the 5 names she had and explained the connections, her boss, Backus, became agitated and ordered a full-scale priority investigation. Walling was named lead agent, reporting to him. Other BSS and CIU agents were assigned to victimology and profiling tasks, and VICAP liaison agents from local field offices in the 5 cities where the deaths occurred were scrambled to immediately begin gathering and shipping data on the deaths involved. The team had literally worked through the night. The poet. What? We're calling him the poet. Every task force investigation gets a code name. Jesus, I said, the tabloids are going to love that. I can see the headlines. The poet kills without rhyme or reason. You guys are asking for it. The tabs will never know about it. Bacchus is determined to get this guy before he's spooked by any press leaks. There was silence while I thought of how to answer that. Aren't you forgetting something? I finally asked. Jack, I know you're a reporter, and you're the one who started this whole thing, but you've got to understand, if you start a media firestorm about this guy, we'll never get him. He'll get spooked and go back underneath his rock. We'll lose our chance. Well, I'm not on the public payroll. What I am, though, is paid to report and write stories. The FBI cannot tell me what and when to write. You can't use anything I just told you. I know it. I agreed, and I'll keep my word. I don't need to use it. I already had it. Most of it. All except for Beltran, and all I have to do is read the bio section of this book, and I'll find his last words. I don't need the FBI's information or permission for this story. That brought the silence back. I could tell she was steaming, but I had to stand my ground. I had to play my cards as shrewdly as I could. In this kind of game, you don't get a second deal. After a few minutes of this, I started seeing the freeway signs for Quantico. We were close. Look, I said, we will talk about the story later. I'm not going to run off and start writing. My editor and I will calmly talk about it, and I will let you know what we are going to do. Is that okay? That's fine, Jack. I hope you're thinking about your brother when you have that discussion. I'm sure your editor won't be. Look, do me a favor. Don't talk to me about my brother and my motives, because you don't know a thing about me or him or what I'm thinking about. Fine. We drove a few miles in solid silence. My anger wore off a bit, and I began wondering if I'd been too harsh. Her goal was to capture this person they now called the poet. It was mine, too. Look, I'm sorry about the speech, I said. I still think we can help each other. We can cooperate and maybe catch this guy. I don't know, she replied. I don't see the point in cooperating when what I say is just going to show up in the newspapers, and then the TV, and then the tabloids. You're right. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know you, and I don't think I can trust you. She didn't say another word until we got to the gatehouse at Quantico. 21. It was dark, and I couldn't see the grounds well as we drove in. The FBI Academy and the Research Center were located in the heart of a U.S. Marine base. It consisted of 3 sprawling brick buildings connected by glassed walkways and atriums. Agent Walling pulled into a lot marked for FBI agents only and parked. She continued her silence as we got out. It was getting to me. I did not want her unhappy with me or thinking of me as self-serving. Look, my main priority is obviously to get this guy, I tried. Let me just use a phone. I'll call my source and my editor and we'll work something out, okay? Sure, she said grudgingly. One word, and I was happy just to have finally leveraged something out of her. We went into the center building and took a series of hallways to a set of stairs, which we took down. To the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime. It was the basement. She led me past a reception area into a large room that didn't look much different from a newsroom. There were 2 rows of desks and workspaces with sound partitions between them, and a row of private offices running down the right side. She stepped back and pointed me into one of the private offices. I assumed it was hers, though it was austere and impersonal. The only photo I saw anywhere was the one of the president on the rear wall. Why don't you sit there and use the phone, she said. I'm going to find out where Bob is and see what's been going on. And don't worry, the phone's not tapped. As I noted the sarcasm in her voice, I saw her eyes scan the desk, making sure I would not be left alone with any important documents lying about. Satisfied there was nothing, she left. I sat behind the desk and opened my notebook to the numbers Dan Bledsoe had given me. I got him at home. It's Jack McEvoy. From today. Right, yeah. Listen, I got picked up by the FBI after I got back into D.C. They're doing a major deal on this guy, and they've connected up 5 cases. But they don't have McCafferty yet because of no note. I can give it to them, and they'll go from there. But I wanted to check with you first about it. They'll probably come talk to you if I tell them. They'll probably come even if I don't. While he thought about this, my eyes scanned the desk as Walling had done. It was very clean, taken up mostly by a monthly calendar that also served as a blotter.
I noted that she has just come back from a vacation, the date blocks for the prior week having VAC written in each one. There were abbreviated notations in the blocks for other dates of the month, but they were indecipherable to me. Give it to him, Bledsoe said. You sure? Sure. If the Bureau comes out and says Johnny Mac was murdered, then his wife gets the bread.
That's all I wanted in the first place, so tell 'em. They're not going to do anything to me. They can't. What's done is done. I already heard from a friend that they were up here going through records today. Okay, man, thanks. You gonna get a piece of it? I don't know. I'm working on it. It's your case. Hang in there. But don't trust the G, Jack. They'll use you and what you got and then leave you on the sidewalk like dog shit. I thanked him for the advice, and as I hung up, a man in the standard-issue gray FBI suit walked by the open door of the office, noticed me behind the desk, and stopped. He stepped in, a curious look on his face. "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" "Waiting for Agent Walling." He was a large man with a sharp and ruddy face and short black hair. "And you are?" "My name is Jack McEvoy." "She just don't sit behind the desk." He made a twirling motion with his hand, indicating I should come around to the front of the desk and take one of the chairs there. Rather than argue the point, I followed his instructions. He thanked me and left the office. The episode served as a reminder to me of why I never liked dealing with FBI agents. In general, they all carried anal retentive genes, more than most. After I was sure he was gone, I reached across the desk to Walling's phone and punched in Greg Glenn's direct number. It was shortly after 5 in Denver, and I knew he would be busy supervising deadline, but I had no choice of when I could call. "Jack, can you call back?" "No, I've got to talk to you." "Okay, hurry. We had another clinic shooting and we're bending deadline." I quickly brought him up to date on what I had and what had happened with the FBI. He seemed to forget all about the clinic shooting and the deadline, repeatedly saying that what I had was fantastic and was going to be a fantastic story. I left out the part about Warren losing his job and Walling's attempt to scam me. I told him where I was and what I wanted to do. He approved it. "We're probably going to need the whole news hole for this clinic stuff anyway," he said. "At least the next couple of days. It's going crazy here. I could use you on rewrite." "Sorry." "Yeah. Well, you go ahead and play it out and see what you get, then let me know." "This is going to be great, Jack." "Hope so." Glenn started talking about the possibilities again, in terms of journalism awards and kicking the competition's ass, breaking a national story. While I listened, Walling stepped into the office with a man I assumed was Bob Backus. He also wore a gray suit, but had the air of the man in charge. He looked like he was in his mid to late 30s and was still in good shape. He had a pleasant look on his face, short-cropped brown hair, and piercing blue eyes. I held one finger up to signal I was almost done. I cut in on Glenn. "Greg, I gotta go." "Okay, well, let me know. And one thing, Jack." "What?" "Get me some art." "Right." As I hung up, I thought that might be a little too hopeful on his part. Getting a photographer in on this would be a long shot. I had to worry about getting myself in first. "Jack, this is Bob Backus, Assistant Special Agent in charge. He leads my team." "Bob, Jack McEvoy of the Rocky Mountain News." We shook hands, and Backus had a vice for a grip. That was as standard FBI macho as the suit. As he spoke, he reached down absent-mindedly to the desk and straightened the calendar. "Always glad to meet one of our friends in the Fourth Estate, especially one that doesn't come from inside the Beltway." I just nodded. It was bullshit, and everybody there knew it. "Jack, why don't we go over to the boardroom and get a cup of coffee?" Backus said. "It's been a long day. I'll show you around a little on the way." As we went upstairs, Backus said nothing of consequence other than to express condolences about my brother. After the three of us were seated with our coffee at one of the tables in the cafeteria called the boardroom, he got down to business. "Jack, we are off the record," Backus said. "Everything that you see or hear while in Quantico is off the record. Are we clear on that?" "Yes, for the time being." "Okay. If you want to talk about changing the agreement, talk to me or Rachel and we'll hash it out. Would you be willing to sign an agreement to that effect?" "Sure, but I'm going to be the one who writes it." Backus nodded, as if I had scored a point in a debate final. "Fair enough." He moved his coffee cup to the side, brushed some unseen impurity off his palms, and leaned across the table toward me. "Jack, we've got a status meeting in 15 minutes. As I am sure Rachel has told you, we are going full speed. We'd be criminally negligent, in my opinion, if we proceeded with this investigation in any other way. I've got my entire team on it, 8 other BSS agents on loan, 2 techs assigned full-time, and 6 field offices involved. I can't remember when we've had that kind of commitment to an investigation before. I'm glad to hear that, Bob." He didn't seem to flinch at my use of his first name.
It had been a small test. He was seemingly treating me as an equal, calling me by my first name often. I decided to see what would happen if I did the same. So far, so good. You have done some very fine work, Bacchus continued. What you have done has given us a solid blueprint. It's a start, and I want to tell you, we're already more than 24 solid hours into it. Behind Bacchus, I saw the agent who had spoken to me in Walling's office sit down at another table with a cup of coffee and a sandwich. He watched us as he began to eat. We are talking about a tremendous amount of resources being committed to the investigation, Bacchus said. But right now, our number one priority is one of containment. It was going exactly the way I had expected, and I had to struggle to keep a look on my face that did not give away that I knew I held sway over the FBI and the investigation. I had leverage. I was an insider. You don't want me to write about it? I said quietly. Yes, that's exactly right. Not yet, at least. We know that you have enough, even without what you've learned from us, to write a hell of a story. It's an explosive story, Jack. If you write about it out there in Denver, it is going to attract attention. Overnight, it will be on the network and in every newspaper. Then hard copy and the rest of the TV tabloids. Anybody who doesn't have his head in the sand is going to know about it. And Jack, plain and simple, we can't have that. Once the offender knows we know about him, he could disappear. If he is smart, and we already know he's damn smart, he will disappear. We'll never get him then. You don't want that. We're talking about the person who killed your brother. You don't want that, do you? I nodded that I understood the dilemma and was silent a moment as I composed my reply. I looked from Bacchus to Walling and then back to Bacchus. My paper has already invested a lot of time and money, I said. I've got the story down cold. Just so you understand, I could write a story tonight that says authorities are conducting a nationwide investigation into the likelihood that a serial killer of cops has been operating for as long as 3 years without detection. As I said, you've done very good work, and nobody's arguing what kind of story this is. So then what are you proposing? I just kill it and walk away? Wait for you to hold a press conference one day when and if you get this guy? Bacchus cleared his throat and leaned back. I glanced over at Walling, but her face showed nothing. I won't sugarcoat it, Bacchus said. But, yes, I want you to sit on the story for a little while.
Until when? What's a little while? Bacchus looked around the cafeteria as if he had never been there. He answered without looking at me. Until we get this person. I whistled low. And what would I get for sitting on the story? What would the Rocky Mountain News get? First and foremost, you'd be helping us catch your brother's killer. If that is not enough for you, I'm sure we could work out some sort of exclusivity agreement on the arrest of the suspect. No one spoke for a long moment because it was clear the ball was in my court. I weighed my words carefully before finally leaning forward across the table and speaking. Well, Bob, as I think you know, this is one of those rare occasions when you guys don't hold all the cards and can't call all of the shots. This is my investigation, you see. I started it, and I'm not just going to drop out. I'm not going to go back to Denver and sit behind my desk and wait for the phone to ring. I'm in, and if you don't keep me in, then I go back to write the story. It will be in the paper Sunday morning. It's our best circulation day. You do that to your own brother? Walling said, the words tight with anger. Don't you give a shit? Rachel, please, Bacchus said. It's a good point. I give a shit, I said. I was the only one who did. So don't try to lay any guilt on me. My brother stays dead whether you find this guy or not, and whether I write the story or not. Okay, Jack, we're not questioning your motives here, Bacchus said, his hands raised in a calming gesture. We seem to have gotten into an adversarial stance, and I don't want that. Why don't you clearly tell me what you want? I'm sure we are going to work this out right here, before the coffee even gets cold. It's simple, I said quickly. Put me on the investigation. Complete access as an observer. I won't write a word until we either get the son of a bitch or give up. That's blackmail, Walling said. No, it's the agreement I'm offering to make, I responded. It's actually a concession because I have the story now. Having to sit on it is against my instincts and against what I do. I looked at Bacchus.
Walling was angry, but I knew it didn't matter. Bacchus would make the call. "I don't think we can do that, Jack," he finally said. "It's against bureau regulations to bring somebody in like that. It could be dangerous to you as well." "I don't care about that. Any of it. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. Call whoever you've got to call, but that's the deal." Bacchus pulled his cup in front of him and looked down into the still steaming blackness. He hadn't even sipped it. "This proposal is well above my level of authority," he said. "I'll have to get back to you." "When?" "I'll make the call right now." "What about the status conference? They can't start without me." "Why don't both of you wait here? This shouldn't take long." Bacchus stood up and carefully slid his chair into the table. "Just so we're clear," I said before he turned away, "if allowed into this as an observer, with 2 exceptions, I will not write about the case until we have an arrest or you determine it is fruitless and focus your primary efforts on other cases." "What are the exceptions?" Bacchus asked. "One is if you ask me to write about it. There may come a time that you'll want to flush this guy out with a story. I'll write it then. The other exception is if the story leaks. If this shows up in any other paper or on TV, all bets are off. Immediately. If I even get wind that somebody else is about to break it, I'll break it myself first. This is my goddamn story." Bacchus looked at me and nodded. "I won't be long." After he left, Walling looked at me and quietly said, "If that had been me, I would have called your bluff." "That was no bluff," I said. "That was for real." "If that's true, that you'd trade catching the guy who killed your brother for a story, then that makes me feel very sad for you. I'm going to get more coffee." She got up then and left me. As I watched her walk back to the concession counter, my mind wandered over what she had said, and then came to rest on the lines by Poe that I had read the night before and that would not leave my memory. "I dwelt alone, in a world of moan, and my soul was a stagnant tide." 22. When I entered the conference room with Bacchus and Walling, there were few seats in the room without agents in them. The status meeting was set up with agents sitting around the long table, and then an outside layer of sitters on chairs lining the walls. Bacchus pointed to a chair on the outer rim and signaled me to sit. He and Walling then went to the 2 remaining slots at the center of the table. The chairs had apparently been exclusively reserved for them. I felt a lot of eyes on me as the stranger, but I reached down to the floor and fiddled with my computer satchel, acting like I was looking for something so I did not have to meet any of their stares. Bacchus had taken the deal, or rather, whoever he had called had taken the deal. I was along for the ride, with Agent Walling assigned to babysit, she called it. I had written out and signed an agreement stating that I would not write about the investigation until its fruition or disbanding, or in the event of the occurrence of either of the exceptions I had mentioned earlier. I had asked Bacchus about a photographer joining me, and he said that wasn't part of the deal. But he did agree to consider specific requests for photography. It was the best I could do for Glenn. After Bacchus and Walling were settled in their seats, and interest in me lagged, I looked about. There were a dozen other men and 3 women in the room, including Walling. Most of the men were in shirt sleeves and appeared to have been at whatever they were doing for a while. There were a lot of styrofoam cups, a lot of paperwork on laps and on the table. A woman was making her way around the room handing out a sheaf of papers to each agent. I noticed one of the agents was the sharp-faced man I had encountered in Walling's office and then had seen again in the cafeteria. When Walling had gone to refill her coffee cup, I had seen him get up from his meal and go to the food counters to talk to her. I couldn't hear what was said, but I could tell she had dismissed him, and he didn't seem too happy about it. "Okay, people," Bacchus said, "let's get this going if we can. It's been a long day, and they're probably only going to get longer from here." The murmur of conversation abruptly halted. As smoothly as possible, I reached down to my computer bag and slid out a notebook. I opened it to a fresh page and got ready to take notes. "First of all, a short announcement," Bacchus said. "The new man you see seated against the wall is Jack McEvoy. He is a reporter from the Rocky Mountain News, and he plans to be with us until this is over. It is his fine work that resulted in this task force being formed. He discovered our poet. He has agreed not to write about our investigation until we have the offender in custody. I want all of you to extend him every courtesy. He has the special agent in charge's blessing to be here." I felt the eyes on me again, and I sat frozen with my notebook and pen in hand, as if I had been caught at a crime scene with blood on my hands. If he's not going to write, how come he's got the notebook out? I looked toward the familiar voice and saw it was the sharp-faced man from Walling's office who had asked the question. "He needs to take notes so that when he does write, he has the facts," Walling said, unexpectedly coming to my defense. "That'll be the day one of them reports the facts," the agent threw back at her. "Gordon, let's not make Mr. McEvoy uncomfortable," Backus said, smiling. "I trust he will do a good job. The special agent in charge trusts that he will. And, in fact, he has done an excellent job up until now, so we are going to give him both the benefit of the doubt and our cooperation." I watched the one called Gordon shake his head in dismay, his face darkening. At least I was getting clues right away about whom to steer clear of.
The next came when the woman with the handouts passed by me without giving me anything. "This will be our last group meeting," Backus said. "Tomorrow, most of us separate, and the OC for this investigation will move to Denver, site of the latest case. Rachel will remain case agent and coordinator. Brass and Brad will stay here to do the collating and all that good stuff. I want hard copy reports from all agents by 1800 Eastern to Denver and Quantico every day. For now, use the fax of the Denver field office. The number should be on the printout you just received. We'll set up our own lines, and we'll get those numbers to you as soon as we do. Now, let's go over what we've got. It's very important that we're all on the same wavelength. I don't want anything to slip through the cracks on this one. We've had enough of that already. We better not screw up," Gordon said sarcastically. "We've also got the press watching us." A few people laughed, but Backus cut it off. All right, Gordon. You've made your disagreement loud and clear. I'm going to yield to Brass for a few minutes, and she'll go over what we've got so far." A woman across the table from Backus cleared her throat. She spread 3 pages of what looked like computer printouts in front of her on the table and stood up. "Okay," she said. "We have 6 dead detectives in 6 states. We also have 6 unsolved homicides that the detectives had been working individually at the time of their own death. The bottom line is, we don't feel comfortable yet making a firm commitment to whether we have 1 or 2 offenders out there, or possibly even more, though this seems unlikely. Our hunch, however, is that we are dealing with 1, but at the moment I don't have a lot backing that up. What we do feel comfortable with is that the deaths of the 6 detectives are certainly linked, and therefore most likely the work of one hand. For the moment, our emphasis is on this offender, the one we are calling the poet. Beyond that, we only have the theory of linkage to the other cases. We'll talk about them first. First, let's start with the detectives. Take a look at the first PVR in your package for a few seconds, and then I'll point out some things. I looked at everyone studying the handout and felt annoyed at being left out. I decided that after the meeting I would talk to Backus about it. I looked over at Gordon and saw him looking at me. He winked at me and then turned his face to the reports in front of him. I then saw Walling get up and come around the table to my side of the room. She handed me a copy of the printout. I nodded my thanks, but she had already headed back to her spot. I noticed that as she walked back, she glanced at Gordon and their eyes locked in a long stare. I looked at the pages in my hands. The first sheet was just an organizational structure with the names of the agents involved and their assignments. There were also the phone and fax numbers for the field offices in Denver, Baltimore, Tampa, Chicago, Dallas, and Albuquerque. I ran my eyes down the list of agents and found only one Gordon Thorson. I saw that his assignment simply read Quantico Go. Next, I looked for Brass on the list and guessed easily enough that she was Brasilia Doran, assigned on the sheet as Victim Coordinator, Profiling. Other assignments to agents were listed. There were handwriting and cryptology assignments, but most were just noted as cities of assignment followed by a victim's name. Apparently, 2 BSS agents would go to each city where the poet had been to coordinate investigations of those cases with agents from the city's field office and local police. I turned the page to the next sheet, which was the one everybody else was reading. Preliminary Victimology Report, The Poet. BSS 95-17, Vict 1.
Clifford Beltran, Sarasota County Sheriff's Department homicide. WM, DOB 31434, DOD 4192. Weapon, SW 12-gauge shotgun, 1 shot, head, POD, residence. No witness. 2. John Brooks, Chicago Police Department, homicide, Area 3. BM, DOB 7154, DOD 103093. Weapon, service, Glock 19, 2 shots, 1 impact head. POD, residence. No witness. 3. Garland Petrie, Dallas Police Department, homicide. WM, DOB 111151, DOD 32894. Weapon, service, Beretta 38, 2 shots, 2 impacts, chest and head. POD, residence. No witness. 4. Morris Kotite, Albuquerque Police Department, homicide. HM, DOB 91456, DOD 92494. Weapon, service, SW 38, 2 shots, 1 impact head. POD, residence. 5. Sean McEvoy, Denver Police Department, homicide. WM, DOB 52161, DOD 21095. Weapon, service, SW 38, 1 shot, head, car, no witness. The first thing I noticed was that they didn't have McCafferty on the list yet. He'd be number 2. I then realized that the eyes of many of those in the room were falling on me again as people read the last name and apparently realized who I was. I kept my eyes on the page in front of me, staring at the notes under my brother's name. His life had been reduced to short descriptions and dates. Brasilia Doran finally rescued me from the moment. Okay, FYI, these were printed up before the 6th case was confirmed, she said. If you want to put it on your sheet now, it will be between Beltran and Brooks. The name is John McCafferty, a homicide detective with the Baltimore Police Department. We'll get more details later. Anyway, as you can see, not a lot of things are consistent through these cases. The weapons used differ, places of death differ, and we have 3 whites, 1 black, and 1 Hispanic as victims. The additional case, McCafferty, is a white male, 47 years old. But there are limited common denominators to the physical scene and evidence. Each victim was a male homicide detective who was killed by a fatal headshot, and there were no eyewitnesses to these shootings. From there, we get into the 2 key commonalities that we want to exploit. We have a reference to Edgar Allan Poe in each case. That's 1. The second key is that each victim was believed by his colleagues to have been obsessive about a particular homicide case. 2 of them to the point that they had sought counseling. If you turn to the next page, the sound of pages turning whispered through the room. I could feel a grim fascination settling over everyone. It was a surreal moment for me. I felt like maybe a screenwriter does when he finally sees his movie on the screen. Before, all of this was something hidden in my notebooks and computer and head as part of the far realm of possibility. But here was a room crowded with investigators openly talking about, looking at printouts, confirming the existence of this horror. The next page contained the suicide notes, all the quotes from Poe's poems that I had found and written down the night before. This is where the cases irrefutably come together, Doran said. Our poet likes Edgar Allan Poe. We don't know why yet, but it's something we'll be working on here at Quantico while you people go traveling. I'm going to defer to Brad for a moment to have him tell you a little about this. The agent sitting directly next to Doran stood up and took up the lead. I flipped to the front page of the package and found an Agent Bradley Hazelton listed. Brass and Brad. What a team, I thought. Hazelton, a gangly man with acne-scarred cheeks, poked his glasses back on his nose before speaking. What we've got here are that the 6 quotes in these cases, that's including the Baltimore case, come from 3 of Poe's poems, as well as his own last reported words. We are looking at these to determine if we can get some kind of common fix on what the poems were about and how they may relate to this offender. We're looking for anything there. It seems pretty clear that this is where the offender's playing with us and where he is taking the risk. I don't think we'd be here today, or Mr. McEvoy would have found a connection among these cases if our guy didn't decide to quote Edgar Allan Poe. So, then, these poems are his signature.
Well, be trying to find out why he chose Poe as opposed to, say, Walt Whitman. But I'll tell you why, said an agent sitting at the far end of the table.
Poe was a morbid asshole, and so is our guy. A few people laughed. Yes, probably. That's correct in a general sense, Hazelton said, oblivious that the comment was made to lighten everyone up. Nevertheless, Brass and I will be working on this, and if you have any ideas, I'd like to hear them. As for right now, a couple of things to throw out. Poe is credited with being the father of detective fiction, with the publication of The Murders in the Rue Morgue, which is basically a mystery story. So we may have an offender out there who is looking at this as some kind of mystery puzzle. He simply likes to taunt us with his own sort of mystery, by using Poe's words as clues. Also, I've started reading through some of the established criticism and analysis of Poe's work and found something interesting. One of the poems that our guy used is called The Haunted Palace. This poem was contained within a short story called The Fall of the House of Usher. I'm sure you've all heard of it or read it. Anyway, the standard analysis of this poem is that while at face value it serves as a description of the House of Usher, it is also a disguised or subconscious description of the story's focal character, Roderick Usher. And that name, you know, if you were at last night's briefing, came up in the death of victim number 6. I'm sorry, that's Sean McEvoy. He's not just a number. He looked over at me and nodded, and I nodded back. The description in the poem... Hold on. Hazelton was looking through his notes, then found what he needed, pushed his glasses back again, and continued. Okay, we've got banners yellow, glorious, golden. On its roof did float and flow. And then later on we have, along the ramparts plumed and pallid. Okay, and then a few lines later we have mention of 2 luminous windows, blah blah blah. Anyway, what this translates to, as far as a description goes, is that of a reclusive white male with blonde hair, perhaps long or curly blonde hair, and eyeglasses. There's your start on the physical profile. There was a roll of laughter through the room, and Hazelton seemed to take it personally. It's in the books, he protested. I'm serious, and I think it's a place to start. Wait a minute, said a voice from the outer rim. A man stood up so he'd have the attention of the whole room. He was older than most of the other agents and carried the no-nonsense air of a veteran. What are we talking about here? Yellow banners flowing? What is this shit? This Poe stuff is great. It'll probably help that kid over there sell a lot of papers. But nothing's convinced me in the last 20 hours that I've been here that there's some mope out there on the street who somehow, someway got the drop on 5-6 veteran dicks and put their own weapons in their mouths. I'm having a hard time seeing it, is what I'm saying. What do you got on that? There was a hum of agreeing comments and nods in the room. I heard someone call the agent who had started the ball rolling Smitty, and I saw a Chuck Smith listed on the front page of the Pocket. He was heading to Dallas. Brass Doran stood up to address the issue. We know that's the rub, she said. Methodology is what we are least prepared to discuss at this point. But the Poe correlation is definitive in my judgment, and Bob agrees. So what's our alternative? Do we say this is impossible and drop it? No, we act as if other lives may be at stake, because they may very well be. The questions you have will, hopefully, be answered as we go. But I agree it is something we need to be considering, and it is always healthy to be skeptical. It's a question of control. How does the poet get control of these men? She turned her head and scanned the room. Smitty was silent now. Brass, Bacchus said, let's go on to the first victims. Okay, folks, next page. The page we turned to contained information on the murders that had obsessed the detectives the poet killed. These were called secondary victims on the report, even though in each city they had actually died first. I noticed that once again the sheet was not up to date. Polly Amherst, the woman whose murder had obsessed John McCafferty in Baltimore, had not yet made the list. Secondary victimology, preliminary. 1. Gabriel Ortiz, Sarasota FL, student, HM, DOB 6182, DOD 21492. Ligature strangulation, molestation, Kapok fiber. 2. Robert Smathers, Chicago student, BM, DOB 81181, DOD 81593. Manual strangulation, mutilation, antemortem. 3. Althea Grenadine, Dallas student, BF, DOB 101084, DOD 1494. Multiple stabbing, chest, mutilation, antemortem.
4. Manuela Cortez, Albuquerque NM, housekeeper, HF, DOB 41146, DOD 81694. Multiple blunt force, mutilation, postmortem, kapok fiber. Okay, once again we are missing one, Doran said. Baltimore. I understand the case was not a child, but a teacher. Polly Amherst. Ligature strangulation and postmortem mutilation. She waited a beat in case people were writing notes. We are still in the process of having files and data faxed in on these cases, she continued. This was just put together for the meeting. But preliminarily, what we are looking at as far as these secondary cases go is a commonality involving children. 3 victims were children, 2 worked directly with children, and the last one, Manuela Cortez, was a housekeeper who was abducted and murdered at some point while going to the school her employer's children attended to walk them home. The extrapolation is that the intended targets in this chain were children, but in half the cases, perhaps something went wrong. The stalking pattern was somehow interrupted by the adult victims, and they were eliminated. What is to be made from the mutilation? An agent on the outer rim asked. Some of it's post, and with the kids it wasn't. We're not sure, but a guess at this time is that it might be part of his cloaking. By using different methodology in pathology, he has been able to camouflage himself. On this page, these cases may look similar, but the more complete the analysis, the more different they are. It is as if 6 different men with differing pathologies killed these victims. In fact, all the cases were submitted on VICAP questionnaires by the local agencies, but none drew matches to the others. Remember, the questionnaire is now up to 18 pages. Bottom line, I think this offender's read up on us. I think he knew how to do things differently enough with each of these victims so that our trusty computer never scored a match. The only mistake he made was the kapok fibers. That is how we have him. An agent on the outer rim raised his hand and Doran nodded at him. If there were 3 incidents of kapok fiber being recovered, why didn't we get a match on the VICAP computer if all cases were entered like you said? Human error. In the first case, the Ortiz boy, kapok was indigenous to the area and dismissed. It wasn't put on the questionnaire. In the Albuquerque case, the fibers were not identified as kapok. The survey was not updated. An oversight. We missed the match. We only got that from the field office today. Only in the Denver case was the kapok seen as significant enough to include on the VICAP request. There was a groan from several of the agents, and I felt my own heart sink a bit. The possibility of confirming that there was a serial killer at work as early as the Albuquerque case had been missed. What if it hadn't been missed, I wondered? Maybe Sean would be alive. That brings us to the big question, Doran said. How many killers have we got? One who does the first string and another who does the detectives? Or just one who does them all?
For the moment, based primarily on the logistical improbabilities associated with 2 killers, we are pursuing a theory of linkage. Our assumption is that in each city the 2 deaths are linked. What's the pathology? Smitty asked. We're only guessing now. The obvious one is that he sees killing the detective as a way of covering his tracks, ensuring his escape. But we have another theory as well. That is that the first homicide was committed by the offender in order to draw a homicide detective into the frame. In other words, the first kill is bait, presented in such a horrific fashion as to attract a homicide detective's obsession. We are assuming that the poet then stalked each one of these officers and learned their habits and routines. That enabled him to get close and carry out the eventual murder without detection. This silenced the room. I got the feeling that many of the agents, though surely veterans of numerous investigations of serial killings, had never before encountered a predator like the one they were calling the poet. Of course, Brass said, all we have is theory for the time being. Bacchus stood up. Thank you, Brass, he said. Then, addressing the room, added, quickly now, because I want to do some profiling and get this wrapped up. Gordon, you had something for us? Yes, real quick, Thorson said, standing up and moving to an easel with a large drawing pad on it. The map in your package is outdated because of the Baltimore connection, so if I can have your attention up here for a moment. He quickly drew the outline of the United States with a thick black marker. Then, with a red marker, he began to draw the poet's trail. Starting in Florida, which he had drawn proportionately small compared to the rest of the country, the line went up to Baltimore, then over to Chicago, then down to Dallas, then up to Albuquerque, and finally up further to Denver. He picked up the black marker again and wrote the dates of the killings in each of the cities.
It's pretty self-explanatory, Thorson said. Our man is heading west, and he's obviously pissed off at homicide cops about something. He raised his hand and waved it over the western half of the country he had drawn. Well, look for the next hits out here, unless we get lucky and get him first. Looking at the terminus of the red line Thorson had drawn gave me a strange feeling about what was ahead. Where was the poet? Who was next? Why don't we just let him get to California so he can be among his own kind? End of problem. Everyone laughed at the joke from one of the agents seated in the outer rim. The humor emboldened Hazelton. "Hey, Gordo," he said, reaching back to the easel and tapping a pencil on the small rendering of Florida. "I hope this map wasn't some kind of Freudian slip on your part." That brought the loudest laughter of the meeting, and Thorson's face reddened, though he smiled at the joke at his expense. I saw Rachel Walling's face light up with delight. "Very funny, Hazel," Thorson loudly retorted. "Why don't you go back to analyzing the poems? You're good at that." The laughter dried up quickly, and I suspected that Thorson had taunted Hazelton with a barb that was more personal than witty. "Okay, if I can continue," Thorson said. "FYI, tonight we'll be alerting all the FOs, particularly in the West, to be on watch for something like this. It would help us a lot if we could get an early notice on the next one and get our lab into one of the scenes. We'll have a go team ready, but right now we are relying on the locals for everything. Bob?" Backus cleared his throat to continue the discussion. "If nobody has anything else, we come to profiling. What can we say about this offender? I would like to put something on the alert Gordon sends out." Then came a procession of throw-out observations, a lot of them free-form non-sequiturs, some of them even bringing laughter. I could see there was a lot of camaraderie among the agents. There was also some strife, as exhibited by the play between Thorson and Walling, and then Thorson and Hazelton. Nevertheless, I got the feeling that these people had sat around the table in this room doing this before. Sadly, many times before. The profile that emerged would be of small use in catching the poet. The generalities the agents threw into the ring were primarily interior descriptions. Anger, isolation, above-average education and intelligence. How do you identify these things among the masses, I thought. No chance. Occasionally, Backus would step in and throw out a question to get the discussion back on course. If you subscribe to Brass's last theory, why homicide cops? You answer that and you've got him in a box. That's the mystery. This poetry stuff is the diversion. Rich or poor, he's got money. He has to. Wherever he goes, he's not staying long. No job killing is his job. He's got to have a bank account or rich parents, something. And he's got wheels, and he needs money to put gas in the tank. The session went on for another 20 minutes, with Doran taking notes for the preliminary profile. Then Backus ended it and told everyone to take the rest of the night off before traveling in the morning. As the meeting broke up, a few people came up to me and introduced themselves, expressed condolences for my brother and admiration for my investigation. But it was only a few, and they included Hazelton and Doran. After a few minutes of this, I was left alone and was looking about for Walling when Gordon Thorson approached. He held his hand out, and after hesitating, I shook it. "Didn't mean to give you a hard time," he said, smiling warmly. "That's okay. It was fine." He had a tight grip, and after the standard 2-second shake, I tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go. Instead, he pulled my hand toward him and leaned forward so that only I would hear what he had to say next. "It's good that your brother isn't around to see this," he whispered. "If I did what you did to get on this case, I'd be ashamed. I couldn't live with myself." He straightened up, always continuing to smile. I just looked at him and inexplicably nodded. He dropped my hand and stepped away. I felt humiliated in that I had not defended myself. I had stupidly just nodded my head. What was that about? I turned. It was Rachel Walling. Nothing. Nothing. Whatever he said, forget it. He can be an asshole." I nodded. "Yeah, I was getting that idea. Come on, let's go back to the boardroom. I'm starved." In the hallway, she told me the travel plans. "We're leaving early tomorrow. It's better if you stay here tonight instead of going all the way back to the Hilton. The visitor dorms mostly clear out on Fridays. We can put you in one of those and have the Hilton just clear your rooms and send your stuff to Denver. Will that be a problem?" No. I guess I was still thinking about Thorson. Fuck him. What? That guy, Thorson, he is an asshole. Forget about him. We're leaving tomorrow, and he's staying here. What about the Hilton? Yeah, fine. I've got my computer and everything else that's important already with me. I'll see about getting you a fresh shirt in the morning.
"Oh, my car. I've got a rental in the Hilton's garage. Where are the keys?" I pulled them out of my pocket. "Give 'em to me. We'll take care of it." 23. In the early hours, when dawn was still only a hint around the curtains, Gladden moved about Darlene's apartment, too nervous to sleep, too excited to want to. He paced through the small rooms, thinking, planning, waiting. He looked in on Darlene in the bedroom, watched her on the bed for a few moments, and then returned to the living room. Unframed posters from old porno movies were taped to the walls, and the place was filled with bric-a-brac souvenirs of a worthless life. There was a nicotine veneer on everything. Gladden was a smoker, but still found it disgusting. The place was a mess. He paused in front of one of the posters, from a film called Inside Darlene.
She had told him she'd been a star in the early 80s before video revolutionized the business, and she started looking old, the wear and tear of the life showing around her eyes and mouth. She pointed with a wistful smile to the posters where the airbrushed photos showed her body and face smooth and unlined. She was billed simply as Darlene, no last name needed. He wondered what it was like living in a place where the images of your former glorious self mocked your present self from the walls. He turned away and noticed her purse on the card table in the dining room and looked through it. It was full of makeup, mostly, and empty cigarette packages and matchbooks. There was a small spray can for repelling attackers, and her wallet. She had $7. He looked at her license and discovered for the first time what her full name was. "Darlene Kugel," he said out loud. "Pleased to meet you." He took the money and put everything else back in the purse. $7 wasn't much, but it was $7. The man at the Digitime dealership had made him pay in advance to order the camera. Gladden was now down to a few $100s, and he figured 7 more couldn't hurt. He put his money worries aside and began to pace again. He had a problem of timing. The camera had to be shipped from New York. It wouldn't be in until Wednesday. 5 more days. He knew that to be safe, he'd have to wait it out right here in Darlene's apartment. And he knew he could do it. He decided to make a list for the store. Darlene's shelves were almost empty except for tuna fish, and he hated that shit. He'd have to go out, get supplies, and then dig in until Wednesday. He wouldn't need much. Spring water. Darlene apparently drank tap water. Also, Fruit Loops, maybe some Chef Boyardee. He heard a car drive by outside. He moved toward the door to listen, and finally he heard the sound he had been waiting for. The newspaper hitting the ground. Darlene had told him the tenant in the apartment next door got the paper. Gladden was proud of himself for having thought to ask. He went to the window now and peered through the blinds to the street. Dawn was coming up, gray and misty. He saw no activity outside. After turning the 2 locks, Gladden opened the door and stepped out into the crisp morning air. He looked around and saw the folded newspaper on the sidewalk in front of the apartment next door. No lights were on behind the apartment's doors. Gladden quickly walked to the newspaper, picked it up, and returned to the apartment he had come from. On the couch, he quickly went to the Metro section of the paper and flipped through the 8 pages. There was no story, nothing on the Maid. He tossed the section aside and picked up the front section. He turned the section over, and there it was at last, his own photo at the bottom right corner of the front page. It was the mugshot from the Santa Monica arrest. He pulled his eyes away from his own image and started reading the story. He was overjoyed. He had made the front page again, after so many years. His face flushed as he read. "Motel Murder Suspect Escaped the Law in Florida" by Keisha Russell, Times staff writer. A Florida man who authorities said escaped justice as a child molester in Florida has been identified as the suspect in the brutal mutilation murder of a Hollywood motel maid, Los Angeles police said Friday. William Gladden, 29, is being sought in the death of Evangeline Crowder, whose body was found in Gladden's room at the Hollywood Star Motel. The 19-year-old victim's body had been cut into pieces and placed in 3 drawers of a bureau in the room. The body was discovered after Gladden checked out of the motel. A motel employee who was looking for the missing maid entered the room and saw blood seeping from the bureau, police said. Crowder was the mother of an infant boy. Gladden was registered at the hotel under the name Bryce Kidder, but police said that analysis of a fingerprint found in the room identified the suspect as Gladden.
Gladden was sentenced to 70 years in prison after a highly publicized child molestation trial in Tampa, Florida, 7 years ago. However, after serving only 2 years in prison, he was released when his conviction was overturned on appeal. Key evidence, photos of nude children, was ruled illegally obtained by authorities. After the legal setback, prosecutors allowed Gladden to plead guilty to lesser charges. He was released on probation for time already served in prison. In another irony, police have also learned that Gladden was arrested in Santa Monica 3 days before the motel murder was discovered. He was taken into custody on a variety of minor charges stemming from a complaint that he was taking photos of children being washed at beach showers and at the carousel on the pier. However, he was arraigned and released on bail before his true identity was learned. Continued, page 14a. Gladden had to open the section and follow the story to an inside page. There he saw another photograph of himself staring out at the reader. This was of the thin-faced and red-haired 21-year-old he had been before the persecution had begun in Florida. And there was another story about him as well. He quickly finished reading the first story. Continued from 1a. Police said they have not determined a motive for Crowder's slaying. Though the motel room where Gladden had stayed for nearly a week had been meticulously wiped clean of fingerprints, LAPD Detective Ed Comas said Gladden made one mistake that led to his identification. That was leaving a single fingerprint behind on the underside of the toilet's flush handle. It was a lucky break, Thomas said. That one print was all we needed. The print was fed into the department's automated fingerprint identification system, part of a nationwide computer network of fingerprint data. A match was found to Gladden's fingerprints, which were on file with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement computer. According to Thomas, Gladden has been wanted on probation violation for nearly 4 years. The violation was filed when he stopped regular visits to a probation officer in Florida and disappeared. In the Santa Monica case, detectives arrested Gladden on Sunday after a chase from the carousel at the pier, where they observed him watching young children on the popular ride. While attempting to run from police, he threw a trash can off the pier into the bay. He was finally captured in a restaurant on the 3rd Street Promenade. Gladden, who had used the name Harold Brisbane when arrested, was charged with pollution of public waterways, vandalism of city property, and evading a police officer. However, the district attorney's office declined to file any charges relating to his alleged photographing of children, citing insufficient evidence of a crime. SMPD detective Constance Delpy said she and her partner began watching the carousel ride after receiving a complaint from an employee who had described Gladden as loitering near children and taking pictures out on the beach of nude children being washed at the showers by their parents. Though Gladden was fingerprinted upon his arrest, Santa Monica does not have its own fingerprint computer and relies on use of a Department of Justice computer and other departments, including the LAP, to run prints on the APHIS network. The process usually takes days because departments run their own prints as priorities. In this case, the Santa Monica prints taken of the man originally identified as Brisbane were not run by the LAP until Tuesday. By then, Gladden, who had spent Sunday night in the county jail, had bailed out by posting a $50,000 bond. The LAP then also identified Gladden late Thursday through the print taken from the motel room. Detectives involved in the two cases were left to wonder about the sequence of events and how they allegedly took a murderous turn.
There is always second-guessing when things like this happen, said Delpy of the SMPD Exploited Child Unit. What could we have done better to keep him locked up? I don't know. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose. Thomas said the real crime was in Florida, where Gladden was allowed to go free. Here you have a man, an obvious pedophile, and the system lets him go, Thomas said. When the system doesn't work, it always seems to be a case like this, where somebody innocent pays the price. Gladden quickly went on to the other story. He felt a weird sense of elation as he read about himself. He reveled in the glory of it. Suspect did an end run around justice in Florida by Keisha Russell, Time staff writer. A gifted jailhouse lawyer, according to authorities, William Gladden used his prison-learned wiles to subvert the justice system and then disappear until this week. Gladden worked at the Little Ducks Child Care Center in Tampa 8 years ago when he was arrested and charged with molesting as many as 11 children over a 3-year period. The arrest spawned a highly publicized trial, resulting in his conviction on 28 of the charges 2 years later. By all accounts, the key evidence leading to the convictions was a cache of Polaroid pictures of 9 of the young victims. In the photos, the children were seen in various stages of undress in a closet at the now-defunct child care center. The telling thing about the pictures, however, was not that some of the children were nude, but the looks on their faces, according to Charles Hounshell, the former Hillsborough County prosecutor who was assigned to the case. All the kids were scared, Hounshell said Friday in a telephone interview from Tampa, where he is now in private practice. These kids didn't like what was being done, and it showed. It really went to the truth of the case. What their faces said in the photos matched the things they told the counselors. But at trial, the photos were more important than the counselors and what the children had told them. Despite objections from Gladden that the photos had been discovered during an illegal search of his apartment by a police officer whose son was one of the alleged molestation victims, the judge allowed the photos into evidence. Jurors said afterward that they relied almost exclusively on the photos to convict Gladden because the 2 counselors who dealt with the children had been discredited by the attorney representing Gladden for their alleged methods of leading the children into voicing accusations against Gladden. After his conviction, Gladden was sentenced to 70 years imprisonment to be served at the Union Correctional Institute at Rayford. In the prison, Gladden, who already had a degree in English literature, studied poetry, psychology, and the law. It appears that it is in the law that he excelled. The convicted molester quickly learned the skills of a jailhouse lawyer, according to Hounshell, and helped other inmates with appellate briefs while composing his own. Among his more celebrated clients in the prison's sexual offender ward were Donald Forks, the so-called pillowcase rapist of Orlando, former Miami surfing champion Alan Janine, and Las Vegas stage hypnotist Horace Gomble. All 3 are serving time for multiple rape convictions, and Gladden was unsuccessful in his attempts to win them freedom or new trials with appeals he wrote while serving time with them. But within a year of his imprisonment, Hounshell said, Gladden filed a thoroughly researched appeal of his own conviction, which challenged once again the search that led to the discovery of the incriminating photos. Hounshell explained that Raymond Gomez, the officer who found the photos, had gone to Gladden's home in a rage after his 5-year-old son revealed that he had been molested by a man who worked at the boys' child care center. Receiving no answer after knocking, the off-duty officer said he found a door unlocked and entered. Gomez later testified in a hearing on the matter that he found the photos spread out on a bedspread. He quickly extricated himself from the house and reported his knowledge to detectives, who then obtained a search warrant. Gladden was arrested after the detectives went back later that day with the warrant and found the photos hidden in a closet. Gladden maintained at trial that the door was not unlocked when he had left his apartment, and the photos were not on display. Regardless of whether the door was unlocked and the photos left out, he argued, the search by Gomez was a clear breach of his constitutional rights to protection from unlawful search and seizure. However, the trial judge ruled that Gomez was acting as a father, not a police officer, when he entered the apartment. The accidental discovery of the key evidence was therefore not a breach of the Constitution. An appeals court later sided with Gladden, saying that Gomez had knowledge through his police training of search and seizure laws and should have known better than to enter the premises without authority. The Florida Supreme Court later refused to reverse the appeals court, clearing the way for a new trial without the use of the photos as evidence. Faced with the difficult task of winning a case without key evidence the first jury said was vital, authorities allowed Gladden to plead guilty to 1 count of lewd behavior with a child. The maximum sentence for such a crime is 5 years in prison and 5 years of consecutive probation. By that point, Gladden had served 33 months in prison and had earned an equal amount of good behavior gain time. At his sentencing, he received the maximum penalty but still walked out of court a free man on probation. It was an end run around justice, Hounshell the prosecutor recalled. We knew he did it, but we couldn't use the evidence we had in our hands. After that sentencing, it was hard for me to look at those parents and their children, because I knew this guy would be out there and that he'd probably want to do it again. Within a year of his release, Gladden disappeared and a warrant was issued for probation violation. He resurfaced this week in Southern California with what authorities here called deadly consequences. Gladden read the story completely through a second time.
He was fascinated by its thoroughness and the credit it gave him. He also liked how, if you read between the lines, it questioned the story of the cop Gomez. That liar, Gladden thought. He broke in and he ruined the case. Served him right. He was almost tempted to pick up the phone and call the reporter to thank her for the story, but decided against it. Too risky. He thought of Hounshell, the young prosecutor. "End run," he said aloud. Then he yelled it out. "End run!" His mind raced and filled with joy. There was so much they didn't know, and already he was on the front page. They would certainly learn soon. They would know. His moment of glory was coming. Soon now. Gladden got up and went into the bedroom to prepare to go to the store. He thought it would be best to go early. He looked at Darlene again. Bending over the bed, he touched her wrist and tried to lift her arm. Full rigor mortis had set in. He looked at her face. The jaw muscles were already contracting, pulling her lips back into an ugly grin. Her eyes appeared to be staring at their own reflection in the mirror over the bed. He reached over and pulled the wig off her head. Her real hair was reddish-brown and short, unattractive. He noticed some of the blood had gotten on the lower fringe of blonde curls, and he took the wig into the bathroom to wash it off and to get himself ready. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom and gathered the things from the closet he would need to go to the store. Glancing back at the body as he was leaving the room, Gladden realized he had never asked her what the tattoo was supposed to be. Now it was too late. Before closing the door and leaving the room, he turned the air conditioner on high.
In the living room, as he changed clothes, he made a mental note to pick up some incense at the store. He decided he would use the $7 he had taken from her purse. She was creating the problem, he thought. She should pay to fix it. 24, Saturday morning, we took a helicopter from Quantico to National and boarded a small bureau jet bound for Colorado. It was where my brother had died. It was where the freshest trail was. It was me, Backus, Walling, and a forensic specialist named Thompson I recognized from the meeting the evening before. Beneath my jacket, I was wearing a light blue pullover shirt with the FBI seal on the left breast. Walling had knocked on the door of my dorm that morning and presented it to me with a smile. It was a nice gesture, but I couldn't wait to get to Denver so I could change into my own clothes. Still, it beat wearing the same shirt I had already worn for 2 days. The ride was smooth. I sat in the back, 3 rows behind Backus and Walling. Thompson sat behind them. I passed the time by reading the biographical note on Poe in the book I had bought and typing notes into my laptop. About halfway across the country, Rachel got up from her spot and came back to visit me. She dressed in jeans, a green corduroy shirt, and black hiking boots. As she moved into the seat next to me, she hooked her hair back behind her ear and it helped frame her face. She was beautiful, and I realized that in less than 24 hours, I had gone from hating her to wanting her. "What are you thinking about all alone back here?" "Nothing much. My brother, I guess. If we get this guy, I guess maybe I'll find out how it happened. It's still hard to believe." "Were you close to him?" "Most of the time. I didn't have to think about it. But in the last few months, no. It had happened before. It was kind of cyclical. We'd get along, and then we'd get sick of each other." "Was he older or younger?" "Older." "How much older?" 3 minutes. We were twins." "I didn't know." I nodded and she frowned, as if the thought that we had been twins made the loss all the more hurtful. Maybe it had. I didn't catch that in the reports. Probably not important. "Well, it helps explains why I've always wondered about twins." "You mean like, did I get a psychic message from him the night he was killed?" The answer is no. That kind of stuff never happened with us. Or, if it did, I never recognized it and he never said anything about it. She nodded, and I looked back out the window for a few seconds. I felt good being with her, despite the rocky start of the day before. But I was beginning to suspect that Rachel Walling could put her worst enemy at ease. I tried asking her questions about herself to turn it around. She mentioned the marriage I already knew about from Warren, but she didn't say much about her former husband. She said she had gone to Georgetown to study psychology and was recruited in her last year by the Bureau. After becoming an agent in the New York field office, she had gone back to school at night at Columbia for a law degree. She freely admitted that being a woman, plus having a law degree, put her on the Bureau's fast track. The BSS was a plum assignment. "Your folks must be very proud of you," I said. She shook her head. "No? My mother left when I was young. I haven't seen her in a long time. She doesn't know anything about me." "Your father?"
My dad died when I was very young. I knew I had strayed beyond the bounds of routine conversation, but my instinct as a journalist was always to ask the next question, the one they don't expect. I also sensed that she wanted to say more, but wouldn't unless I asked. What happened? He was a policeman. We lived in Baltimore. He killed himself. Oh man. Rachel, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. No, it's okay. I wanted you to know that. I think it has everything to do with what I am and what I'm doing. Maybe it's that way with your brother in this story. That's why I wanted to tell you that. If I was harsh with you yesterday, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Thanks. We were silent for a few moments, but I sensed the subject wasn't closed yet. The suicide study with the foundation, is that? Yes, that's why I started it. Another void of silence followed, but I was not uncomfortable, and I don't think she was either. Eventually, she got up and went to a storage area at the back of the cabin and got everybody sodas. When Bacchus was through joking about what a fine stewardess she made, she sat down with me again. As the conversation began again, I tried to move the subject away from the memory of her father. Do you ever regret not being a practicing shrink? I asked. Isn't that what you first went to school for? Not at all. This is much more satisfying. I've probably had more first-hand experience with sociopaths than most shrinks have in a lifetime, and that's only the agents you work with. Her laugh came easily. Boy, if you only knew. Maybe it was only the fact that she was a woman, but I sensed she was different from the other agents I had known and dealt with over the years. She wasn't as sharp around the edges. She was a listener, not a teller, a thinker, not a reactor. I was beginning to feel I could tell her what I was thinking at any given time and not worry about the consequences. Like Thorson, I said, he seems like he's got his top screwed on a little too tight. Definitely, she said, and then an uneasy smile and shake of the head followed. What's with him anyway? He's angry. At what? A lot of things. He's got a lot of baggage, including me. He was my husband. It didn't really surprise me. There had been the visible tension between them. My initial impression of Thorson was that he could be poster boy for the men are pigs society. No wonder Walling had a dim view of the other side. Sorry I brought him up then, I said. I'm batting 1,000 here. She smiled. That's okay. He leaves that impression on a lot of people. Must be hard to have to work with him. How come you're both in the same unit? We're not exactly. He's in critical incident response. I float between behavioral science and CIR. We only have to work together at times like this. We used to be partners before we married. We both worked on the VCAP program and spent a lot of time on the road together. Then we just came apart. She drank some of her Coke, and I didn't ask any more questions. I couldn't ask any of the right ones, so I decided to cool it for a while. But she continued on unbidden. When we divorced, I left the VCAP team, started handling mostly BSS research projects, profiles, and an occasional case. He switched over to critical response. But we still have our little meetings in the cafeteria and on cases like this. Then why don't you transfer all the way out? Because, like I said, assignment to the National Center is a plum. I don't want to leave, and neither does he. It's either that or he just stays around to spite me. Bob Bacchus talked to us once and said he thought it would be better if one of us transferred out, but neither of us will blank. They can't move Gordon because he's got seniority. He's been there since the center started. If they move me, the unit loses one of the only 3 females, and they know I'll make a beef about it. What could you do? Just say I'm being moved because I'm a woman. Maybe talk to the Post. The center is one of the Bureau's bright spots. When we come to town to help the local cops, we're heroes, Jack. The media laps it up, and the Bureau doesn't want to dim that. So Gordon and I get to keep making dirty faces at each other across the table. The plane pushed over into a descent, and through the window I could look up ahead. On the far west horizon were the familiar Rockies. We were almost there. Were you involved in the interviews of Bundy and Manson, people like that? I had heard or read somewhere about the BSS project to interview all known serial rapists and killers in prisons across the country. From the interviews came the psychological databank the BSS used to create profiles of other killers.
The interview project had taken years, and I remembered something about it having taken its toll on the agents who faced these men. That was a trip, she said. Me, Gordon, Bob, we were all part of that. I still get a letter from Charlie every now and then, usually around Christmas. As a criminal, he was most effective in manipulation of his female followers, so I think he thinks that if he is going to get anybody to sympathize with him at the Bureau, it will be a woman, me. I saw the logic and nodded. And the rapists, she said.
A lot of the same pathology as the killers. They were some sweet guys, I tell you. I could just feel them sizing me up when I'd go in. I could tell they were trying to figure out how much time they'd have before the guard could get in. You know, whether they could take me before help came in. It really showed their pathology. They only thought in terms of help coming to save me, not that I might be able to defend myself, save myself. They simply looked at all women as victims, as prey. You mean you talked to these people alone? No separation? The interviews were informal, usually in a lawyer room. No separation, but usually a hack hole. The protocol? Hack hole? A window one of the guards could watch through. The protocol called for 2 agents in all the interviews, but in practice there were just too many of these guys. So most of the time, we'd go to a prison and split up. It was quicker that way. The interview rooms were always monitored, but every now and then, I'd get this creepy chill from some of those guys, like I was alone. But I couldn't look up to see if the hack was watching, because then the subject would look up, and if he saw the hack wasn't looking, then, shit. Well, for some of the more violent offenders, my partner and I would do it together, Gordon or Bob or whoever was with me, but it was always faster when we split up and did separate interviews. I imagined that if you spent a couple years doing those interviews, you'd come away with some psychological baggage of your own. I wondered if that was what she had meant when she had talked about her marriage to Thorson. "Did you wear the same clothes?" she asked. "What?" "You and your brother. You know, like you see some twins do." "Oh, the matching stuff. No, thank God. My parents never pulled any of that with us." "So who was the black sheep of the family, you or him?" "Me, definitely. Sean was the saint, and I was the sinner." "And what are your sins?" I looked at her. "Too many to recount here." "Really? Then what was the most saintly thing he ever did?" As the smile dropped off my face at the memory that would be her answer, the plane banked sharply to the left, came out of it, and started to climb. Rachel immediately forgot her question and leaned into the aisle so she could look toward the front. Presently, I saw Bacchus coming down the aisle, his hands grabbing the bulkhead for balance. He signaled to Thompson to follow him, and they both made their way back to us. "What is it?" Rachel asked. "We're diverting," Bacchus said. "I just got a call from Quantico. This morning, the field office in Phoenix responded to our alert. 1 week ago, a homicide detective was found dead in his home. It was supposed to be suicide, but something was wrong. They've ruled it a homicide. Looks like the poet made a mistake." "Phoenix?" "Yes, the freshest trail." He looked at his watch. "And we have to hurry. He's to be buried in 4 hours, and I want to have a look at the body first." 25. 2 government cars and 4 agents from the field office met us after the jet landed at Sky Harbor International in Phoenix. It was a warm day, compared to where we had come from, and we took our jackets off and carried them with our computer bags and overnighters. Thompson also carried a toolbox, which contained his equipment. I rode with Walling and 2 agents named Matizak and Mize, white guys who looked like they had less than 10 years' experience combined. It was clear by their deferential treatment of Walling that they held the BSS unit in high esteem. They had either been briefed on the fact that I was a reporter or judged by my beard and hair that I was not an agent, despite the FBI seal on my shirt. They paid little attention to me. "Where are we going?" Walling asked as our gray nondescript Ford followed the gray nondescript Ford carrying Bacchus and Thompson out of the airport. "Scottsdale Funeral Home," Mize said. He was in the front passenger seat while Matizak drove. He looked at his watch. "Funeral is at 2. Your man is probably going to have less than a half hour with the body before they'll have to suit him up and put him in the box for the show." "Was it open casket?" "Yeah, last night," Matizak said. "He's already been embalmed and made up. I don't know what you're expecting." "We're not expecting anything. We just want to look." "I assume Agent Bacchus is being briefed up ahead of us. Do you 2 care to fill us in?" "That's Robert Bacchus," Mize said. "He looks so young." "Robert Bacchus, Jr." "Oh." Mize made a face that seemed to show that he understood why such a young man was running the show. "Figures." "You don't know what you're talking about," Rachel said. "He's got the name, but he's also the hardest working and most thorough agent I've ever worked with. He earned the position he has. It probably would have been easier for him, in fact, if he had a name like Mize. Now, can one of you fill us in on what's going on?" I saw Matizak study her in the mirror. He then looked over at me, and Rachel registered this. "He's fine," she said.
He's got approval from the top to be here. He knows everything we do. You have a problem with that? Not if you don't, Matazak said. John, you tell it. Mize cleared his throat. Not a lot to fill in. We don't have a lot because we weren't invited in. But what we do know is they found this guy, name's William Orsolak. They found him in his house on Monday. Homicide cop. They figured he'd been dead at least 3 days. He was off Friday 'cause of comp time, and the last time anybody remembered seeing him was Thursday night at a bar they all go to. Who found him? Somebody from the squad when he didn't show Monday. He was divorced, lived alone. Anyway, they apparently spent all week on the fence, suicide or murder. Eventually, they went with murder. That was yesterday. Apparently, there were too many problems with the suicide. What do you know about the scene? I hate to tell you this, Agent Walling, but you'd learn just as much as me by picking up one of the local papers. Like I said, Phoenix police didn't invite us to the dance, so we don't know what they have. After we got the wire from Quantico this morning, Jamie Fox, he's up in the lead car with Agent Backus, took a look at it while working a little OT doing paperwork. It seemed to fit with what you people were working on, and he made the call. Then me and Bob got called out, but like I said, we don't know what's what for sure. Fine. She sounded put out. I knew she wanted to be up in the lead car. I'm sure we'll get it at the funeral home. What about the locals? They're meeting us. We parked in the back of the Scottsdale Funeral Home on Camelback Road. The lot was already crowded, though the funeral was still 2 hours away. There were several men milling about or leaning on cars. Detectives, I could tell, probably waiting to hear what the FBI had to say. I saw one TV truck with the dish on top parked at the far end of the lot. Walling and I got out and joined Backus and Thompson, and we were led to a rear door of the mortuary. Inside, we stepped into a large room with white tile running up to the ceiling. There were 2 stainless steel tables for bodies in the center with overhead spray hoses, and stainless steel counters and equipment against 3 walls. A group of 5 men were in the room, and as they moved to greet us, I could see the body on the far table. I assumed it to be Orsolak, though there was no obvious sign of damage from a gunshot to the head.
The body was naked, and someone had taken a yard-long length of paper towel from the roll on the counter and placed it across the dead cop's waist to cover the genitals. The suit Orsolak would wear to the grave was on a hanger on a hook on the far wall. Handshakes were passed all around between us and the living cops. Thompson was directed to the body, and he carried his case over and went to work examining it. "I don't think you'll get anything we don't already have," said the one called Grayson, who was in charge of the investigation for the locals. He was a stocky man with an assured and good-natured demeanor. He was deeply tanned, as were the other locals. "We don't either," said Walling, quick with the politically correct response. "You've been over him. Now he's been washed and readied. But we need to go through the motions," Backus said. "Why don't you folks tell us what you're working?" Grayson asked. "Maybe we can make some sense out of this." "Fair enough," Backus said. As Backus gave an abbreviated report on the Poet investigation, I watched Thompson do his work. He was at home with the body, not timid about touching, probing, squeezing. He spent a good amount of time running gloved fingers through the dead man's gray-white hair and then carefully brushed it back in place with a comb from his own pocket. He then made a careful study of the mouth and throat using a lighted magnifying glass. At one point, he put the magnifier aside and pulled a camera from the toolbox. He took a photo of the throat, the flash drawing the attention of the cops assembled in the room. "Just documentary photos, gentlemen," Thompson said, not even looking up from his work. Next, he began studying the extremities of the body, first the right arm and hand, then the left. He used the magnifier again when he studied the left palm and fingers. Then he took 2 photos of the palm and 2 of the index finger. The cops in the room didn't seem to make much of this, seemingly accepting his earlier statement that the photos were routine. But because I had noticed that he had not taken photos of the right hand, I knew he had found something of possible significance on the left. Thompson returned the camera to the box after placing the 4 new Polaroids it had spit out on the counter. He then continued his search of the body, but took no more photos. He interrupted Backus to ask for help in turning the body over. Then the head-to-foot search began again. I could see a patch of a dark, waxy material in the back of the dead man's head, and I assumed this to be where the exit wound was. Thompson didn't bother taking a Polaroid of this. Thompson finished with the body at about the same time Backus finished his briefing, and I wondered if it hadn't been planned that way. "Anything?" Backus asked. Nothing of note, I don't think, Thompson said. I'd like to review the autopsy if I could. Was the report brought along? As requested, Grayson said. Here's a copy of everything. He handed a file to him, and Thompson stepped back with it to a counter where he opened it and began scanning pages. So, I've told you what I know, gentlemen, Backus said. Now I'd like to hear what it was about this case that dissuaded you from calling it suicide. Well, I don't think I was entirely dissuaded until I heard your story, Grayson said. Now I think this poet fucker, Agent Walling, is our guy. Anyway, we raised the question and then decided to go with a classification of homicide because of 3 reasons. 1, when we found Bill, his hair was parted the wrong way. For 20 years he'd been coming in the office, his part is on the left. We find him dead, and the part's on the right. That was a little thing, but there were 2 others, and they add up. Next was the forensics. We had a guy swab the mouth for GSR so we could make a determination if the gun was in his mouth or held a few inches outside or what. We got the GSR, but we also got some gun oil and a 3rd substance that we haven't been able to identify properly. Until we could explain it, I wasn't comfortable going suicide on this. What can you tell me about the substance? Thompson asked. Some kind of animal fat extract. There's pulverized silicon in it too. It's in the forensic report that you've got in that file too. I thought I saw Thompson glance at Backus and then away, a tacit admission of knowledge. You know it? Grayson asked, seeming to catch the impression. Not offhand, Thompson said. I'll get the specifics from the report and have the lab in Quantico run it on the computer. I'll let you know. What was the 3rd reason? Backus asked, quickly leaving the subject. The 3rd reason came from Jim Beam, Orsolak's old partner. He's retired now. That's his name, Jim Beam? Walling asked. Yeah, the Beamer. He called me up from Tucson after he heard about Bill and asked if we'd recovered the slug. I said sure, we dug it out of the wall behind his head. Then he asked me if it was gold. Gold? Backus asked. Real gold? Yes, a golden bullet. I told him no, it was a lead slug like all the others in his clip, like the one we dug out of the floor too. We'd figured that the floor shot was the first one, a get up the courage shot. But then Beamer told me it was no suicide, that it was murder. And how did he know this? He and Orsolak went back a lot of years, and he knew that Orsolak occasionally, hell, there probably isn't a single cop who hasn't thought about it at one time or another. Killing himself, Walling said, a statement, not a question. Right. And Jim Beam tells me that one time Orsolak showed him this golden bullet that he got from somewhere. He didn't know, a mail order catalog or something. And he says to Beamer, this is my golden parachute. When I can't take it no more, this one's for me. So what Beam was saying was, no golden bullet, no suicide. Did you find the golden bullet? Walling asked. Yeah, we found it. After we talked to Beam, we found it. It was in the drawer right next to his bed, like it was kept nearby in case he ever needed it. So that convinced you. In totality, all 3 things leaned it way over toward homicide, murder. But like I said, I wasn't convinced of anything until you walked in here and told your story. Now I got a hard-on for this poet the size of, sorry for the offense, Agent Walling. None taken. We all have a hard-on for him. Was there a suicide note? Yes, and that's the thing that made it so hard for us to call it a homicide. There was a note, and damn if it wasn't in Bill's writing. Walling nodded that what he had just said was no surprise. What did the note say? It didn't make a whole lot of sense. It was like a poem. It said, well, hold on here. Agent Thomas, let me borrow that file a sec. Thompson said as he handed it over. Sorry. Grayson looked through some pages until he found what he wanted. He read it out loud. Mountains, toppling evermore, into seas without a shore. That was it. Walling and Backus looked at me. I opened the book and started paging through the poems. I remember the line, but I'm not sure where. I went to the poems that the poet had already used and started reading quickly. I found it in Dreamland, the poem used twice before, including the note left on my brother's windshield. I got it, I said. I held the book out so Rachel could read the poem. The others crowded around her as well. Son of a bitch, Grayson muttered. Can you give us a rundown on how you think it happened? Rachel asked him. Sure. Our theory is whoever this doer was, he came in and surprised Bill in his sleep, with Bill's own gun. He made him get up and get dressed. That's when Bill parted his hair wrong. I mean, he didn't know what was going to happen, or maybe he did. Either way, he leaves us a little sign.
From there, he's taken out into the living room, put in the chair, and the doer makes him write out that note on a piece of paper torn out of his own notebook he keeps in his coat pocket. Then he pops him, one in the mouth.
Puts the gun in Bill's hand, puts the slug into the floor, and you've got gunshot residue on the hand. The doer's out of there, and we don't find poor Bill for 3 days. Grayson looked over his shoulder at the body, noticed it was being unattended, and looked at his watch. "Hey, where's the guy?" he said. "Somebody go get him and tell him we're through. You're through with the body, right?" "Yes," Thompson said. "We have to get him ready." "Detective Grayson," Walling said, "was there a specific case that Detective Orsulak was currently pursuing?" "Oh yeah, there was a case. The little Joaquin case. 8-year-old kid abducted last month. All they found of him was his head." Mention of the case and its brutality brought a moment of silence in the room where the dead were prepared. Before that moment, I had no doubt that Orsulak's death was related to the others. But after hearing of the crime against the boy, I felt an unwavering certainty, and the anger that was becoming so familiar to me foaming in my guts. "I assume everyone is going to the funeral?" Backus said. "That's right. Can we arrange a time to meet again? We would like to see the reports on the boy, Joaquin, as well." They set the meeting for 9 o'clock Sunday morning at the Phoenix Police Department. Grayson apparently felt that if it was on his turf, he might be better able to hang on to a piece of it. But I had a feeling that the big G was about to move in and sweep him aside like a tidal wave hitting a lifeguard stand. "One last thing, the press," Walling said. "I saw a TV truck